IT hubs of India. Blessed with great weather for most part of the year, Bengaluru is a leading center of sporting activity in India. It also happens to be the host city for the third edition of the Kapil Grand Thornton Invitational. The venue for this year's Kapil Grand Thornton Invitational is a magnificent Prestige Golfshire Club. The Prestige Golfshire Club is a 275-acre premier golf course owned by the Prestige Group. The course measures over 7,000 yards from the championship tees. 20-year-old Hitashi Bakshi came up with an error-free 65 on day 2 to be the highest place amongst the lady professionals, as she was tied 5th at 10 under 134. Saptak Talwar, a winner on the PGTI this year, produced 10 birdies and a bogey on Friday to match the course record of 63 set by Gaurav Pratap Singh in round 1. Saptak thus climbed 19 spots to end the day in 4th position at 11 under 133. Karan Joshi carded a 67 to be a further stroke behind in 3rd place. Abhinav Lohan produced a 65 to end the day in 2nd place at 13 under 131. Abhinav's excellent round moved him further 2 spots up. But it was Angad Cheema of Chandigarh who fired a flawless 8 under 64 to surge into one-shot lead at a total of 14 under 130 in round 2 of the 2 crore Kapil Grand Thornton Invitational 2025. Angad, who was 3 shots off the lead and tied 4th place after the first round, gained 3 spots as a result of his outstanding second round effort in the 54-hole event.
A very warm welcome to all our viewers from the Prestige Golfshire Club. We are bringing you the final round coverage of the Kapil Grand Thornton Invitational 2025. Great weather conditions here, 25 degrees Celsius here in Bengaluru. Perfect for golf, and I am joined by my fellow presenter, Brandon D'Souza, a very well-known figure in Indian golf, a former professional. Brandon, I'll begin by asking you, we've had celebrities in the past attending this event and chief guests as well. Who do you think will present the purple jacket today? Kindly reveal the name to us.
Well, it's going to be a particular privilege because after the great MS Dhoni did it in year 1, last year we had Yuvraj Singh. And just when you think it can't get better, this year we're going to have another legend in Mr. Sunil Gavaskar coming. Sunil hasn't started playing the game yet, but I hope this will be temptation. But so he's going to be the man doing the purple jacket.
So there you have it, viewers. Is going to be the little master Sunil Gavaskar today after MS Dhoni and Yuvraj Singh, the third celebrity to present the purple jacket. And who do you think will win the purple jacket today?
Well, you know, that's always putting somebody on the spot because there's a lot of young talent showing some incredible prowess on the golf course. We've had a barrage of low scores. Personally, I've seen somebody like Karan Joshi grow up because he's been a dear friend of my son. So for me, there's a bit of an emotional attachment there. So I would love to see him. But the man who's done all the front running has been Angad Cheema for sure. He's played brilliantly. And like I said, between him and Abhinav Lohan, they're at the top of the leaderboard. What would be amazing is the golf course has given up a lot of 8 and 9 under par rounds. So if one of the girls, Hitashi Bakshi and Pranavi, have played brilliantly, Hitashi at 10 under is definitely in the mix, and at Pranavi at 8 under might feel she's a little outside it, but 6 shots on this golf course is shown is no big deal. So I'm going to be very diplomatic. I'm not going to give you one name, but whatever it is, I think we're going to have a new winner.
Great. That would be great for the game and for the tour. Now, a lot of celebrities taking part in the Pro-Am in the afternoon session today. Can you share some names with us?
Well, I think, you know, it's taken for granted now at any of the big corporate events we do that there'll be a good mix of people who've been ex-cricketers who've taken to the game. And this is going to be no different. So we have Harbhajan coming, we have Venkatesh Prasad coming, we've got Badrinath playing again, we've got Murli Vijay playing. So it's a good mix. But what I think is a beautiful aura to this whole event is that it's different as a format. They're getting to play with the professional. You're playing with some of the top-notch corporates of the country and a lot of clients of Grand Thornton. So it's just a fabulous mix, and I hope everybody has a really good time.
Okay, and what do you make of the weather conditions? Seems like perfect for golf.
Well, to be honest, Bangalore, I don't think I've ever imagined would ever get this hot. And the players haven't made a difference in terms of they've not reduced it. They've added to the heat with all the underpass scores. So it's warm, but it's no wind. So I expect another barrage of low numbers.
Finally, do you think it adds to the pressure as far as the professionals are concerned when they are competing alongside the amateurs?
Most definitely, Nikhil. I'll be very honest, it's very hard because you have to go out now and play your own golf ball not knowing what's happening around you. So you might be 3 ahead, but you're really not sure. And though we have a few leaderboards on the course, it's going to be very difficult. So the only suggestion when I was asked this yesterday was, as a player, go out and play at like a normal round and play the best you can. And if you put the lowest number out there, you have to hope that it'll be enough to win.
Brandon, I'm sure you've played this course before. Your advice, which holes you think the professionals need to watch out for today?
Well, I think more than the holes, it's the putting surface. You know, here is where a lot of the mistakes happen. If the putter gets hot, anything from 7 upwards in terms of under par is doable. There are really no trick holes. It's just a question of playing sensibly, being on the right side of the hole in terms of where you have to putt from. It's not a lot of grain. The greens are only at about 10.5, which is a lovely sort of number in terms of the putting speed on the simp. So like I said, I think if you think carefully, you don't make silly 3 putts, which is what some of the players have come back and talked about, I think it's going to be a cliffhanger.
Well, very valuable advice there from Brandon for the professionals. And now we'll be going back to the commentators in the commentary box, V. Krishnaswamy, Shaurya Singh and Rahul Banerjee.
Thank you.
So that was Nikhil Kalan, the media manager of the PGTI, chatting with Brandon D'Souza, a former professional of great standing, and now, of course, one of the top promoters and organizers on the Indian circuit in both pro and the corporate sector. Of course, the leader last night was Angad Chima at 14 under, and right behind him was Abhinav Lohan, though there was some confusion over the scoring last night. Ultimately, it was Angad Chima who was right at the top of the leaderboard with Abhinav Lohan next to him. And then we had a whole lot of others. We had, for example, Kalin Joshi, and then we had Saptak Talwar, Yuvraj Sandhu, Hitashi Bakshi, all in the mix. The point to note here is that the unique format means that it's not the leaders who will be playing side by side. Abhinav Lohan will not be playing alongside Angad Chima because Angad Chima today is going to be part of the Pro-Am. So he will be seen in the action from 12:40 in the afternoon, while Abhinav Lohan has already teed off and has already begun in a very fast manner. He has had a birdie and an eagle, and he has moved on to 16 under and extended his lead now over the rest of the field.
Yeah, it has been an interesting day thus far. We've seen really good conditions this week, especially the first 2 days. And that has culminated into a lot of low scores. And the players have really enjoyed themselves as we go to this hole number 6. This is the par 3. Sets up really well for the players, this golf course. A lot of scoring opportunities. And what I like the most is it's not one that favors any specific kind of player. Now that ball is en route where towards a destination. We'll soon find out. And comes up a little short. We'll have to probably use the sandwich from there to get up and down as we look at those resplendent views, kind courtesy the drone. The drone operator, or rather, as I was told by my co-commentator, Mr. Rahul Banerjee, it's a drone pilot. So, the drone pilot. And now we have the scores, latest scores for you. The top 10 players, the leader at 16 under par. Still early days. But I think on this golf course, especially with the way the leader groups are bunched together and the leading scores, I think it's really going to be important who gets off to a hot start.
And also, Shaurya, the key factor which we've been discussing for the past couple of days is that who is in the Pro-Am. The scores in the Pro-Am have tended to be a little higher. So we've had most of the players who have been playing along with the professionals bringing in better scores. And so on the final day, when Abhinav Lohan is paired with Kalin Joshi and Rohan Dhol Patil, he would probably have a better chance of coming in with a good low score, and that would make things very difficult for the other leaders who have been in the sense, in the mix there. Like, for example, Angad Chima, Gaganjeet Bhullar, Saptak Talwar, Yuvraj Sandhu, they are all in the Pro-Am segment in the afternoon, so that it is bound to take a little longer than the professionals when they play as a three ball. And the Pro-Am, of course, is one professional with three amateurs. So in the morning, as I repeat again, as we have been doing, 48 professionals.
That's a rather underwhelming, but really underhit that one, and you can see that's moved a little to the right, but maybe. Sometimes we get so immersed in our conversations, and then we see our players. And what do you think about that? That maybe was an underread, Mr. Swami. What do you think?
I think it was just kind of early in the morning, and so maybe the eagerness, maybe it didn't take time, maybe I just hurried with that putt. There's almost kind of a mistake that he should not have made and can't afford, especially on the final day.
What are your thoughts on that shot coming up? That's going to be a very difficult shot for our southpaw there. Ball sitting down in the rough is never easy. You can see the rehearsals. This is going to require Swelken touch if it's to get anywhere near the flag. And oh my, what a brilliant shot. I must say that that is beyond all expectations. These guys really are good.
Oh yes, that was Jairaj Sandhu playing alongside Pukhraj Gill and Aryan Rupa Anand. These players have a chance to kind of get into a low score this morning and try to put pressure on the others who were ahead of them at the start of the final day. Rohit Dol Patil had rounds of 68 and 68 in the first two rounds, one of which was as part of a program.
I think what's fair about the setup is that it's like a round robin. Everybody gets to play all the formats. Rohan cleaning up there. Now Cullen as well. The first putt really broke a lot on him. Under-read or under-hit that, and that moved a little to the right. And a pretty substantial break on that one had all of us fooled. And Jairaj there with probably the shot of the morning thus far. You saw how he was able to really get under that ball, use the bounce, and that's something that the amateurs can take home. It's not about digging the leading edge inside. You really have to put in the long the hard yards on the range. You want to nestle the ball down and try to get it out by using the trailing edge. So you want to make sure the club doesn't dig in directly so that it bounces off the surface. It's a very difficult art, I'll tell you, probably the most difficult as it comes to the short game.
So a bogey and a birdie for Kalin Joshi in the first 5 holes. Here we are on the 7th here, Aryan Rupanan.
Just about missing that on the low side. Still early days,
I'm still bothered, when, say, a player like, say, Aryan Rupanan, he just tapped with one hand. Of course, the putt was just about less than a foot. But even then, I'm not too sure if that's the right way to do that, because there's many a putt which has been missed at less than 6 inches with a careless swat there. And certainly no professional should take a chance on that.
I agree with you, but I've got a theory about that. When you miss it, the first time when you miss it, you stop doing it. Till the time that works, so players tend to continue. As we have a look at Jairaj, let's see if he can make the most of that stellar chip that he hit from the rough. He sure can. Well done. What a good save. So you'll see players tend to do that, but the first time they ever miss a putt like that, then it summarily stops. They stop doing that altogether.
Yeah, because then it is stuck in their mind, all that terrible vision of a 6-inch miss will keep coming back.
opting to keep the flag in on such a small putt. I see some players have a preference for it to be out, and the others prefer it to be in. But it's a
A
unique
bit of
choice.
breeze this morning.
Now,
Consider
Gaurav Pratap
flats.
Singh. I think today might be the day that we'll see him go low. Hopefully, currently at 1 over, so no such luck. The first round was rather brilliant, but from there on in, the Swilken touch has been very difficult to relocate, so as to speak, and he's been on a downward spiral from the leader down to 25th position. So he would have to really find that game that gave him 9 birdies on day one. But such is the game of golf, unpredictable, and as they say, you're only as good as your last performance. So you got to keep doing the work, the hard yards, and there are no inches given in the beautiful game.
No givens at all. Especially for the professionals, you've got to putt out, you've got to tap in, you've got to do anything. No shot is ever given. And as they say in golf, no tournament is over till the last putt has been holed. That is Sunit Bishnoi, I think. Bishnoi playing alongside Shamim Khan and Gaurav Pratap Singh. What I'm very waiting to see is how the afternoon pans out. The morning, of course, is going to produce some good scores from Abhinav Lohan, Kalin Joshi, Dhol Patil, Aryan Rupan, and then some of the others, Pukraj and Jairaj. But the afternoon session, where many of the leaders after 36 holes will be seen in action, that is players like Angad Chima, who's at 14 after 2 days, or say Hitashi Bakshi, who's at 10, Saptak Talwar, who's at 11, and Yuvraj Sandhu, who's at 10 also. So all these players, they will now need to see, how they cope up with a bunch of amateurs alongside them.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. The way as the day wears on, how the players adjust to these formats, and it would be interesting to note how our lady professionals do as well,
It's a big chance for Hitashi Bakshi to create history here.
and also to get a nifty paycheck. This is
Yes.
easily one of the biggest events that she would have ever played in, as far as prize money is concerned. Because I know that even the international tours maybe would have higher prize.
The ladies
would
European Tour
have,
certainly does have that more, like the
but
Women's Indian Open does, where Hitachi is often played.
but this would be one of the bigger ones. That
Will
she's
be
played.
certainly be one of the bigger ones, and certainly the biggest domestic event that she's ever played in.
Yeah, that a winner's check of 30 lakh would be unfathomable.
Absolutely.
I think even for a men professional, it has come a long way. That it almost seems like common parlance, but it's not. Believe you me, these are stellar events. These are big events. This is what the boys and the girls really do want to win.
And also for players who are making a start in their career in the early years, you could do with money because you need to travel, you need hotels, flights, coaches, caddies, so all those expenses.
And one thing you can never have enough of in life, Mr. Swami, is the greenbacks.
Absolutely, no question about that.
As you have a look at Rohan, who's there on live feed too, would have to go over the water hazard. And Gaurav, is that Gaurav Pratap Singh? Yes, that's Gaurav Pratap Singh. Rohan to go first.
Do we see a lady caddy with Rohan today?
Yeah. Now let's see how that Paul fares on this rather tricky.
Lovely
Look
shot
at that
there.
golf shot.
What a golf shot.
Landed it on a dime. You couldn't have placed it better. What a beautiful shot by Rohan Dole Patil. An absolute dart early in the morning, or as you call it, a frozen rope. A shot worthy of a review.
Beautiful there.
Had a lot of English on it as well.
The good thing is that it actually did not, bounce on the slope where it could have been a problem. It went over the hump.
Now let's see how this shot fares. Oh,
There you
that
are.
is Waterloo.
That was
That
what I
can
was
happen.
afraid of when
Yeah,
the
that can
ball
happen.
came for Rohan. I thought he was, he'd done well to hit
These are
it
the
on par.
fine margins, Mr.
Yes,
Swami.
exactly.
You
Just a few
either
inches.
sink or you swim. And
It was just a few inches difference, between Rohan and Lohan's shots.
now this will be interesting.
Rohan reaches the other side of the water and Lohan sinks into the water.
Now, let's see if Cullen would take a safety first approach, and he has. And that's not the easiest spot either, as you've seen Jairaj sort of show us some magic from there. But it's not easy. You see, it's downhill, the ball sits down, and you do have that water at the back. So you can't get too
Yep.
aggressive. Otherwise, you'll find yourself early in the morning taking a dip that you were not prepared for.
So that could be a costly one for Rohan. Let's see, for Lohan.
Yeah, he
So
could
let's see
be.
how Lohan handles that.
Yeah, that's a blip for our leader and the familiar silhouette of Shamim Khan. Always has these interesting discussions with his caddy.
I believe in terms of career earnings in the PGTI, Shamim is right on top, I think.
Yes, he is a numero uno, and you pretty much know for what reason. Just about missing that putt. Looked good the entire way.
He's played over 300 tournaments on the PGTI and won more than 5 crore rupees.
That's a lot of money indeed.
And number 2 on that all-time career list is Rashid Khan, who's played about half the number of tournaments but made 4.82 crores.
Rashid Khan is very consistent all throughout his career.
Just stays on the outside.
The putter also not acquiescing for Gaurav Pratap Singh. You
And
need
on
to
the right
find
side
some of that form.
of the first day.
Lohan. So what happens? The rules are really interesting on this one. So if it's actually crossed the red line and it pitched beyond, then he can be lucky and he can get a drop on this side ahead of the hazard, but not closer to the pin. But if it were to have not crossed the red line, then he would have to go behind. The red line reminds me of the Thin Red Line, one of my favorite military movies. So this
While
one,
Lohan debates on what to do, Rohan's got enough time to use aim point. I think he's got a drop on this side. And on live feed 1, Sunhit. His sister is also professional. Gaurika, she plays on the Women's Golf Association of India's tour, the Hero WPG Tour, and also on the LET.
I think that's great to have golfers in the family. So Lohan, lucky for him that he hit that ball far enough to have gone beyond the line and then gotten back. Otherwise, he could have been facing another 100-yard shot, and that would have been rather precarious. From here, he has a realistic opportunity of getting up and down and just dropping a solitary shot.
Exactly. Let's see how that goes. In the meantime,
That would help
silent
minimize the
Rohan has
damage.
decided he's going to putt out. watch it. One of the referees, I think.
Left to right, this one should. I'm not too sure about it. Which way it should break, ideally. Might be just a straight firm putt for Rohan Dole Patil. Under the watchful eye of the referee. Now he has to ensure that the ball doesn't get closer to the pin, and you can drop it twice, and it would invariably roll back towards the water. So you have to have your caddy or somebody else stand there and keep the hand beyond the red line so that the ball doesn't veer off into the water hazard. So you lose a shot, and then you lose another new ball. So that would be adding insult to injury. So you need to be a little careful about that one. I'm not too sure what they're discussing.
Still discussing where the placement should be.
Now he's dropping the ball again. There you see.
The caddy going
Yes,
behind to ensure it doesn't get into the water again.
Yeah, there the caddies work well. I think the ball has come to a halt. And ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go. We are in play.
It's going to use the putter from there.
Already preparing for this shot. So the fact that he's gotten the putter out means he's quite certain about the lie that he's drawn. So that could be when the putter is out from there. Either it's a really good lie and he's certain that the roll will be favorable, or it's a bad lie that he doesn't want to take a chance with a chip. So you want to secure the up and down, so as to speak, the proverbial two shot from here. So it could be either one of those. If you're not going with an iron from there, it means either the surface between him and the green is rather fair and smooth, or the lie is not favorable for a chip and it's a little risky with the kind of contact that he'll draw. So putter is the safest option in order to get up and down. He wants to be careful. The ball's already down in the drink.
He's got a ready, steady go pose there.
I think he's got some really fancy clothes on today. Doesn't want to be taking the holy dip early in the morning. Pretty certain.
Likely one shot loss here now.
It came off well. And I think that's a really good choice. And to just drop a solitary shot, he'll feel like he's gotten away with one.
Take the medicine and move on.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll be buoyed with that. That's really good to have dropped only a shot after hitting it in the tank. It's a great feeling, I'm certain now. Would help him calm his nerves further after that eagle on hole number 5. I was talking about how fashion has evolved as well.
Yeah, look at those lovely t-shirts.
Yeah, back in our day, you're pretty conservative or had a few choices, but now it seems that clothing has also come a fair distance.
Oh, yes. I mean, they all love, and the trousers that some of these boys wear, or the girls, I mean, like, they're really fancy and fashionable.
Well done.
Right. He's smiling a lot these days. Abhinav Lohan. Good for him.
में जो मजा है, मजा ये कुछ नया नया है। ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है, ये झूमता ही जा रहा है। हम कहाँ है, तुम कहाँ हो, दिल कहाँ पे होश ये
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा, झूम 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 बाबा।
That's a good shot. Another thing I like about his game that he really gets on with it, and I think that's one thing which is a common factor with long hitters. They don't amble about too much because they know they've got that firepower. Slow play is also an artifact of a shorter or a medium hitter. People don't realize that when a person has unbridled power, they don't really have to worry too much about the next birdie opportunity.
I mean, birdie opportunities, it's not about power. It's just about your course management and where you actually get your ball, where you place your ball. So often I'd say that overpowering or allowing too much of power can actually backfire.
But that's a luxury to have, or rather the other way, because having played golf so long, that one thing that every pro golfer yearns for is more distance of the tee. We've seen the likes of Luke Donald, former world number one, destroy his career trying to gain extra yardage of the tee, especially in the modern game. Maybe in previous eras, distance was not such a big factor.
Yeah, that's also because the golf courses have become much longer.
Yeah, and the new equipment, and so if you don't have the power, you can't actually unlock the potential. As you have a look at this putt, which will break considerably from the right hand side for Aryan Rupa Anand. Seems to have hit that a little gingerly. I'm not sure if we'll get there, but these greens are rolling. They are lightning quick, and that's actually gone beyond. And brilliant judgment by Aryan.
Except that he hit it under. He could have had a better chance there, but again, it was quite a long putt. Jairaj on live feed 1. And on live feed 2, we have Gaurav Pratap Singh alongside Sanit Bishnoi and Shamim Khan. I think Shamim Khan must have turned pro even before Sanit. He's been around for such a long time.
So all to play for today, Swami. It's like you said a little earlier. This is going to be a very strange. We are finishing this tournament for a lot of these pros. They're so used to the groupings and the lead groups and so on and so forth, depending on your scoring and where you are. And over here, it's all changed. There are a good number of people in the top 15 or 20 who will be playing in the afternoon instead of playing alongside where they would be otherwise in terms of scores. So that will be one of the major mental adjustments, I'm sure, that will need to be made. And
Also, it would be a pretty unique situation if there is a playoff of someone who's finished in the morning with someone who finishes late.
you can just imagine the tension in the clubhouse. So those people who have finished early, and if there's somebody in and around that range where the others who are playing the pro-am but are still within, say, 2-3 shots of the lead, they just have to go through those 4 or 5 hours of waiting.
Absolutely.
There's nothing to be done. So that's going to be another factor that which will be very different from what we are normally used to seeing.
So imagine if Abhinav Lohan sets a clubhouse target and then he waits for Angad Chima and the others to get there. Angad Chima, Saptak Talwar, Yuvraj Sandhu, Hitashi Bakshi will then have to wait for them to finish and get to him.
Many unique aspects to this Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Invitational 2025.
Yeah, that's excitement of a different kind, isn't it?
Completely. And on the first day, we saw the people who were playing in the afternoon wave didn't really make much of an impression on the scoreboard, on the leaderboard. But the way Abhinav Lohan went through the pack, so to say, and climbed all the way to just one below the lead, was just turned that theory around on its head. So it is quite possible the likes of Angad Chima, Hitashi Bakshi, who's not very far away, could strike a purple patch in the afternoon and really make a push for the top of the leaderboard, which is personally something that I'm very would be very happy to see. But that's still some way off. Right now we're in the middle of morning action. Plenty of scores already mounted. Abhinav Lohan, of course, now holds the lead for the moment. Started with a birdie, picked up an eagle, but had to give one back when his ball got wet.
Now we see Khalid Joshi playing in the lead group alongside Lohan and Dhul Patil.
You see the differing approaches here, Swami. With this whole 8, you have two options. Either you can play safe, like we've seen just now,
He
or on more
almost
than
went
one
for
occasion
he almost
yesterday.
went for the green.
Yeah, a lot of people did. In fact, this is virtually on the edge of the green. So that the previous ball, I think we saw struck onto the fairway with slightly lesser margin. And yeah, this one was go for broke approach. It can pay off. I mean, it really can. If you're accurate and long enough, you can actually pick up definitely a birdie, if not more, with a little bit of luck.
Lohan coming off a bogey when he just the ball trickled into the water on the 7th.
In fact, the seventh hole where Abhinav we just saw him drop a shot is quite a testing one for amateurs at least. It proves it's a downhill sort of left to right curving fairway, and the green is protected by a lot of water and sand. So Abhinav obviously coming up short, whereas his playing partners were on the green in regulation.
This hole number 10.
That was a very handsome looking putt indeed.
Just over that.
Shiv past the top of the leaderboard. I think it's just slightly warmer today by the looks of it. People already wiping sweat off their faces. Yesterday it was definitely more pleasant. But Bangalore, by and large, a fairly equable climate through the year. Gets warm for a couple of months towards the end of February till about middle of April. Around now, and once the pre-monsoon showers set in, can become very pleasant. Here's a local boy, M. Dharma. You can see his wife in the background. She is on the bag. Now, the second couple to be doing this after Ruhi and Rahil Gangi.
And today we got Rohan with the lady caddy.
Dharma with the putt.
Just inside.
very lucrative event, and definitely everybody who's involved would want to make finish as high up the leaderboard as they can to make sure for a bigger paycheck. Plenty of attention will be on the likes of Hitachi, Bakshi, and Pranaviyars when they start off in the afternoon.
Samarth Dwivedi, well, here you have the ladies. Just shaving off the inside edge.
Looks like Vidatri is successfully found from the cup with her putt. She will move on. All to play for on this final day of the KDGT, Kapil Dev Grand Continental Invitational. Many new firsts to this format, not the least being the fact that men and women professionals playing together for the same prize pot for the first time ever.
And a big pot of that. 2 crores.
Very healthy one
With
at that.
30 lakhs going to the winner, 20 to the runner-up, 12 to third place, and almost 10 for the fourth place.
Clean up there.
Dharma, very short putt, making sure. Remember, in a tournament like this, every shot means a lot of money. Right, down the hatch. Now Samarth Dwivedi has to tidy up and close the. So that's 10 holes over for this group. They're on the back nine at the Prestige Golfshire. Now we're here with our lead group with Abhinav Lohan, Kalin Joshi, and Rohan Dhol Patil. Is up the mound and down it comes. Well, he's put himself in a good position. He has a birdie look.
Dhole Patil carefully mapping out his putt. Abhinav definitely has given himself a healthy chance of taking that shot back, which he had to give away on 7. And his ball was just marginally short of the green. Kalin Joshi, another Bengalurian.
He's also got a chance to get close to there and have a birdie shot.
He's putting for an eagle. So, having found the green with his tee shot, it's a very evenly paced looking putt. Drifts just a little wide. And in Swami's favorite
knee knocker into the
term,
like in cricket you have the corridors of uncertainty,
but in golf we have the knee knockers. So all three of more or less the same range, Swami, and all of them sitting for birds. Doing a little bit of maintenance on the greens is always good to see. It becomes part of a professional's life to do these little things, little pitch marks that somebody else leaves behind, or foot marks, a little bit of grass popping out. Make sure the putting surface stays as even and as smooth as possible, not for just themselves, for even those behind them. And behind Rohan Patil, you can see the lake, where currently the water level is pretty low because the rains are still a month or so away. But once the rains come and that fills up, it's quite a magnificent sight.
Yep, but not so for the golfers because a dip into it.
Not these guys. They you just saw them all hit the green on one. So this it's the amateurs who have a problem with this hole mostly, more often than not. But it's very lucrative for the local fishermen who generally tend to hang around when amateurs are playing and retrieve balls, and you get very good balls for a fraction of the original price.
Wow.
So very often you see people refilling their bags because you tend to lose a lot of balls in this course. And that what a lovely putt that was from
God,
Rohan
stop
Bole Patil.
at the edge.
Literally
Agony.
on the edge. You will feel that that's an opportunity missed to pick up at least one shot. All three, of course, on the green with their drives across the lake. As you can see in the background, that was the tee box. You've got a fleeting glimpse of that. It's an interesting little complex here. There's 7, 8, and 9. 9, of course, dogleg right. We will see shortly after once we move there with this group. Because the groups are on ahead, they've already moved on. A good number of people have already finished today's with their action today. The early starters.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, because they had a start which was like a little earlier than the previous days. They began at just past 6 o'clock, at 10 past 6, probably to ensure that in case of a playoff, because the scoreboard.
That's
Oh, so there it is. Abhinav picks up that. So just in case there is a playoff at the end, so that there should be sufficient amount of light to ensure a fair finish.
Absolutely. Replay of Abhinav's putt there. Quickly recovering from or making up for the damage of hole 7, where he had to give away a shot. And now Kalin Joshi also will look to match Abhinav with his putt.
The lead group also coming towards the finish of the front 9. They're on the 8th right now, then the 9th, par 4, and then comes the 10. Kalin Joshi. All right, down the hatch. So Kalin also ensuring that he's still there in the touch with the leaders there. The interesting feature of will be seen in action only in the afternoon. Some of the ladies warming up ahead of their round, so good action study.
Great flexibility there. You see shoulder turn from all the way to the back shift to the follow through.
So they have to party. With half speed.
With that, earlier we have Rohan with put a little bit of space between himself and under Chima once again. He will be 16 under for the tournament, and 3 under for the day. While Kalin Joshi continues to stay on his green, he will move to 30 under par and 1 under for the day after they both picked up birdies on hole number 8.
So
Pace of play certainly today, Swami, a little healthier than it has been.
yeah, it's also because they had, as we were discussing, it has the tee times were a little early.
You will have to cater for the possibility of, like you mentioned, that playoff in case it happens. So they will have to keep that time, that amount of insurance, I guess.
And here's Gaurav Pratap Singh. And on live feed too, we've got Jairaj.
Gaurav would certainly be looking to make up for his disappointing run yesterday, having set the course record on day 1 with a stunning 9 under run with 7 birdies and an eagle. yesterday, by that standard, was not really up to what he would have expected from himself. And I think he's letting an opportunity go by over there. So quick action all around the Prestige Golfshire on this final day of the KDGT, the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton 2025 International Invitational. This is the third edition of the tournament and being played in Bangalore for the first time. The opening two editions, of course. Nice little.
So the big move actually today has come from Karthik Sharma, who played his front line as 4 under. And Dharma, of course, very colourful there. He has had 3 birdies, 1 eagle, and 1 double bogey. So he's been 3 under through the front stretch.
I think matching or almost, in fact, actually bettering him, Swami, is Karthik Sharma, a young man.
Yes, Karthik Sharma's had like 4 under.
4 under in his opening 9 holes, 2 birdies and an eagle. So he is also tied on 8 under alongside Dharma. And Pukhraj Singh Gill dropping a shot on hole number 3 before picking up 2 quick birdies thereafter. So all in a big bunch sharing 11th place. Ridhima Dilavri on your screen. She will be part of the afternoon wave, the Pro-Am.
She's playing there.
She's playing.
Now. Ridhima, she's one of the early starters at 7 o'clock. And now she's, I think, finished about 13 holes or 15 holes.
Yes, I thought it was a montage of the warm-ups that was continuing. Does tend to happen. Let your concentration, you stray for a moment. Just as the golfers are on your screens, we also have to be on our toes through a very long, extended stint in the seats in the commentary box here. Uphill putt, making perfect distance, but just marginally offline there. Tap in and walk off to final hole for this group. And they will go move on to the 18th. The 3 will be next. Unusually today, Swami, we've seen so far it's been the morning waves has tended to profit from their tea time and pick up shots. Today it's been the other way around. Plenty, in fact, an unusual number of double bogeys down the leaderboard for those who have either finished or finishing.
So Vedatri was in action with Kapil and Sudhir Sharma. Nice long putt there. She's got there close by in the neighborhood. Vedatri is actually trying to break into the professional scene. She's done pretty well on the home tour, the Hero Women's Professional Golf Tour, one of 3 in a row, also, I think. And that success also motivated her to go and play a fair bit on the Sunshine Tour, where a few of the tournaments are co-sanctioned with the Ladies European Tour. And she's going to get a few spots on the LET in the second half of the season. Just one more hole for her before the week ends. Back to Rohan Dhol Patil. Again, that favorite view of mine, Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025, bringing you live from Prestige, Golfshire, Bengaluru. 2 crores, 72 professionals, 60 men, 12 women. And each of the 3 days, there are 72 amateurs who are playing with 24 professionals in the afternoon session. Some of the amateurs, of course, coming back for a second time or even a third time, but many of the amateurs, of course, coming in for the first time this week. So there's been a lot of mix and match there. But of course, all the professionals, of course, their scores on all 3 days counting, they've had to play 2 rounds with professional 3 balls on 2 of the 3 days, and one in the 3 day period they've had to play with 3 amateurs, and so that's usually been in the afternoon. So today we have got 48 professionals in 16 groups, and in the afternoon it'll be 24, 20 men and 4 women with 72 amateurs.
Local boy on your screen, Aryan Rupa Anand, will be keen to make an impression here. He's just outside the top 15, currently down in 18th place on 7 under par for the event. He will definitely want to make a statement here. Such a talented young man.
So on the top, Abhinav Lohan, who was 1 behind Angad Chima at the start of the day at 13 under, picked a birdie and an eagle to move to 15, but then dropped a shot, and soon after that he got it back also. That's Gerard Sandhu.
Nicely onto the green. This course posing varying tests, of course, to this field. We've seen fairly low scores, and if you're a little unwary or a little careless, it can punish you. We've seen a fair number of high scores as well.
That looks like a good shot, and indeed, right next to the. I called it, ladies and gentlemen. I called it mid-air.
Great
And
display
it,
there. Lovely
just about missed the hole. I don't know how that happened. It's beautiful.
superb distance control and spin.
And spin.
Both.
I thought that would spin in the hole. That would be a shot that is definitely review worthy.
Terrific shot. This is the first hole on the back nine, the 10th hole. It's got this
Yeah, there we go.
it's a replay there of the terrific shot that Shaurya called.
Look at that.
It's easy swing on that.
Look at the spin on that. How this managed to evade the flag is beyond me.
You can still be very proud of that shot. You may not have found the cup, but it certainly scared the living daylights out of the flagstick.
Yeah, no doubt about that. What an absolute beauty.
Aryan Rupa Anand with that magnificent approach. Local lad, tall, strapping young man. Winner of the last Faldo Series event held in India at the JP Green some years ago when he was still a junior and an amateur, of course.
Now let's have a look at Pukra. Generates a lot of spin from the bunkers. Let's see if he would bank on that in this instance. Rather deep, entrenched bunkers. That I think he might have drawn a rather unfavorable lie. Otherwise, I can't quite imagine him hitting that shot. I think the ball would have most likely have been plugged the way it came out.
Even otherwise, Shaurya, given where the flag is and it's on halfway down a slope, it's very difficult to imagine Gill hitting anything better, very much better than that. Even if he had managed to get more contact and more spin, it would have still rolled away down
Yeah,
the
but
slope.
it came out
Flat, yes, it
yeah,
did.
it didn't have any spin, didn't come out high, it came out low. So in all probability, it was most certainly plugged, because also ball strikers like him, normally they get a lot more plug lies than medium hitters. Longer hitters, the apex is a lot higher.
Make more fried eggs.
Yeah, they get into a lot more fried eggs in the bunkers.
You'll have to explain to some of our listeners who may not know what a fried egg is in a bunker.
Well, a
Please
fried
do
egg,
that.
apart from the ones that we make at home, fried egg is a ball when it lands in a bunker and it gets embedded in its own pitch mark. So it resembles a fried egg, and that's a lie that is very difficult to extricate yourself from. Very difficult to put any spin on it. As we have a look at Jairaj, no such issues here on the green. No fried eggs here. Only scrambled eggs if you miss this. So, and let's see if that looks pretty good.
Very good looking putt there.
Great effort.
Very good looking. But considering the amount of contouring there is on this green, a fair amount, very good. I think from this angle, it gives you a better idea of exactly the sort of challenge Gill was facing coming out of that fairly deep bunker. It's a slope that runs all the way from literally from the edge of the green, from this end to that end. So he really was, not in a very happy position. Maybe he would have kept the ball a few yards shorter than it did, but difficult to see that happening because at the moment he has left himself about a 35, 40 foot coming back up the hill towards the flag. This is hole number 10.
See, Pokrash really, as I said, he has a really brisk clip. He doesn't waste time, doesn't amble around. And look at that, that's a brilliant putt.
Terrific effort.
The thing is that I feel that long hitters, they know that they're going to get ample birdie opportunities. So they don't get too perturbed about the odd bad shot or drop shot. And that's, shots are not so dear because, you can produce a lot more brilliance. And, power is the common denominator to overpower any golf course. Like you saw Rory at the Masters or anywhere, the brute power can take, of course, you need precision, a little bit of precision. But if you can hit the ball in the air 300 yards, I believe you me, this game becomes such a joy. Even a bad round doesn't feel so bad because it does get peppered with birdies. As you have a look at Aryan, so being a medium hitter myself, I realize that his power is such is such a great asset, and unfortunately, it's not one of the things that you can improve a little bit, but you can't quite change the dimension of the player that you are. That's not quite possible.
More credit then to Angad Chima yesterday. 17 out of 18 fairways he hit. Very good figures against his name. Jairaj looking to clean up here. Just a little tap in. So the group will move on to the 11th hole. And action continues on the final day of the KDGT Invitational 2025. Rizima on your screens now. It's one of the early starters. Just skipping past the edge of the hole. It's the par 3 17th. And she will be teeing off shortly on her final hole of this event.
This is Milind here. Milan Sony, 1 under par for the day, having a decent outing, and even par for the tournament. And that currently is good enough for a tie for 49th position. Milan Son playing alongside Stepan Danek. Stepan having lower hand down grip, and that's a good putt.
The man from the Czech Republic certainly continuing the tradition or the trend, rather, we've seen in the last couple of days of nice.
Samar Trivedi there. He's not too pleased, it looked like, after his hit. It's not the easiest of shot. So, mind you, I think that's a decent effort still. Where we have M. Dharma here.
And Dharma's been on the move today, Shaurya. He's picked up quite a few shots and he's
Amardeep Malik in the foreground. What professional golfers are very good at is making the most of time. And that's another way to play quick. You don't amble about when it's not your turn. You just look at your line and you get prepared so that when you are standing over the ball, you're ready to pull the trigger. This looks like a very good putt for Dharma. And the way he's playing, I think would not count him out of this one. Just leave it a little bit to the left and let gravity take its course. And that bobbled up. And that's the same thing he's pointing to. It hit something and turned right. Unfortunate for M. Dharma there.
he's climbed all the way up to 12th place with 3 birdies, a double bogey, and an eagle. So he's been having an adventurous morning for sure. Karthik Sharma continuing to make progress today. He is into the top 5 now. Young man, young left-hander from Gurgaon. He's picked up 4 birdies and an eagle, so he's 6 shots to the good today, and he's moved to 10 under par and into a share of 5th place alongside Yuvraj Sandhu and Hitashi Bakshi, who will be playing in the Pro-Am Wave this afternoon. Split pictures coming to you, giving you as much of the action as we possibly can. Amardeep Malik on live feed 1. Live feed 2, we will just wait to see. But excellent camera work, tracked the ball all the way, almost off the club face, and all the way onto the green. Malik with his putt, just missing on the high side. He knew that he had it, but just couldn't make the conversion. Well into the halfway stage of the morning wave of the final day of the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025, a 2 crore rupee event, handsome prize money on offer up and down the order. Even the person finishing last will leave with at least expenses paid, almost certainly. 66,000 is the purse for the person finishing 72nd and last. Another example of great camera work there from our teams out on the course, tracking the ball all the way. Live feed one, yet another ball shaving the edge. We've seen an unusual number of close calls, given the low scores. There's still been so many shots have been left out there on the course with these agonizingly close putts that have just scared the hole but not gone in repeatedly.
Yeah, that one does. So,
Well, from considerably more comfortable range than some of the others, Dharma there saving par with that putt. He has now climbed into a share of 12th place, having picked up 3 shots on the day. He's now 8 under par. Malik now looking to clean up just a little bit more than he would have wanted, ideally, but makes no mistake. Two-time winner on the PGTI, of course. Both his wins coming on home turf at his home course and outer golf course. Currently under renovation, of course. And the sniper scope being used to check distance and nothing more.
we're live from Bengaluru, bringing to you Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025.
Also, the trend of cricketers turning up in large numbers that we've seen set on the first 2 days looks like it's set to continue. We heard in the morning Yuvraj Singh will be here, a keen golfer himself. Another tremendous shot. A little while ago we saw Aryan Rupanand maximize his shot almost and nearly hold his approach. A tremendous bit of cut across the face of the green. Another similar outcome on this one. Good control on distance and spin. Ball staying pin high and in a very, very good position given the amount of contouring, heavy contouring on this green. The result of this shot we just saw was a very, very good one indeed. Abhinav Lohan is having an eventful front nine. He's dropped a shot again on the par 4 ninth hole, dogleg right as you approach the clubhouse. So the end of your front nine. And this is the lead group currently on your screens. Dhole Patil lining up his putt. This is not going to be an easy one. Looks like it will break from right to left, plus a fairly long downhill roll. So he definitely has his work cut out here, and if he manages to get close or even in, that will be a tremendous putt. Certainly didn't turn as much as expected. Like the ball breaking away. Once it got close to the hole, it went the other way. Patil left with a difficult putt, trying to make the best of what he could from that position. And as you see, as we keep telling you, the professionals make sure they look after the green as best as possible. Keep trying to keep it as smooth as they can. Little dinks and chinks on the smooth surface being cleaned up even further. Kalin Joshi doing some gardening there. Abhinav Lohan in the pink pattern shirt just behind. Our leader for the moment is back to 15 under par and just one shot up the road from our overnight leader Angad Chima, who will be playing in the afternoon wave of the Pro-Am. Abhinav too doesn't have the easiest of putts. Not as hard as the one Rohan Dhole Patil found himself in, but he too will have to be very, very precise. Putting off a flatter surface than Patil had to a little while ago. He would have wanted more out of this putt for sure. It was a fairly level lie all the way. Just stayed on the lower side of the hole as it rolled past. Cullen spun his ball almost as Aryan had done a little while ago. Spun his ball back to literally a pin high placing. He will putt for a bird. And Abhinav's adventures on the front nine saw him pick up a shot on his first hole, par on the next three, an eagle on the par 5, fifth hole, then a bogey sequence before the turn. So he is now back to 15 under par and one shot ahead of Angad Chima. Kalin Joshi closing in steadily. Birdie conversion here would seem close to within one.
Kalin Joshi also opting to go with the shots today. And also very strong ball striker. Has a very quick tempo. Reminiscent of Nick Price, former world number 1 from Zimbabwe. That has worked out well for Cullen, and he would make that putt.
That takes him to within one of Lohan and alongside Angad Chima, 14 under par.
Yeah, the knives are out. Abhinav Lohan done with half of his round. 15 under par. With a lead over Angad Chima, who would play the Pro-Am. So this tournament is going to be rather unique. The leader in the clubhouse would have to indeed wait for a long time to ascertain if he's done enough. There's going to be a lot of intrigue left. Some of the players who would be challenging for the tournament and teeing off later in the day would be Angad Chima, who's one shot behind. Then Saptak Talwar, 4 behind. Outside chance for the likes of Yuvraj Sandhu, who are currently 5 behind, as well as Hitashi Bakshi, who's 5 behind. Gaganjit Bhullar at 9 behind, unless they can really shoot a low number, shoot the lights out, maybe still have an opportunity. Arjun Prasad and Shaurya Bhattacharya. So it's going to be a rather interesting event, the way it's panning out. Rohan now. Another good putt right there for Rohan Dhole Patil, who I believe has his better half on caddy duty this week.
So that's the third pair we are seeing, husband and wife pair, husband with the club in hand, and the missus is always doing the heavy lifting with the bag.
Thankfully, this week you have the carts, and that's why many of their partners would have agreed to this. Otherwise, I think it's actually, caddying is a very technical job in itself and very laborious, I must say. Those bags can weigh around well above 10 kgs, 12, 13 kgs, and it's a very difficult job, I must say. Let's have a look at Shamim wielding that putter. Look at that.
Never underestimate the strength and capabilities of women, Shaurya. Never. I promise you. I'm serious. And I'm very serious when I say that. 10 kilos, 12 kilos, they've carried a lot more, believe me.
Yeah, I know. I am married and also have a daughter, so I realize that.
So, yeah,
but if you look at just the burden of caddying, I think it's a very, even for myself or anyone, it's a difficult task.
I think now with the cart, with the trolleys allowed, I think it's like we've seen Ruhi Ganji. She carries
but
on
trolley is not.
basis.
By the way, trolley is not allowed everywhere. Some golf courses have a no trolley policy as well. So it's sometimes you just have to bite the bullet, and that's
right. But the times we've seen her carrying for her husband, she's always had the trolley. Maybe they do make an exception for her. I don't know. But she does on a very regular basis use the trolley when she's carrying for her husband.
And that's a praiseworthy job, I'll tell you that much. It's lugging that golf bag around for 18 holes is definitely not the easiest thing to do. Well, that's why it's a great partnership and it's working out well. As we have a look at Shamim Khan cleaning up, and now this what is happening here with Gaurav Pratap.
He's either found a drain head or a sprinkler head that needs to take a drop. Or Pratap really not able to find the sort of form that gave him that
How come he's
terrific score.
not quite certain how the rest of them have finished off and left him in their wake? He's left alone to now navigate this difficult golf shot. But the good thing is that he's trending the correct direction. He's even par now, having made a birdie. And now he's on hole number 10. He really has his work cut out if he is to make par from here. Now this, but I'll tell you, he's one of the best proponents of short game. His coach, Kel Llewellyn, the masterful Australian wizard, has taught him really well. You'll see Gaurav Pratap uses a lot of wrist hinge, and he's got those proverbial Spanish hands, so as to speak, really chops it down and has great feel around the greens. But even he, the mighty Gaurav Pratap Singh short game, will be tested here to the hilt. You really have to come down hard on this one and make sure that the club keeps accelerating, stays open, does not decelerate. Now this will be an interesting watch nevertheless. And hasn't he done well? Look at that. That's a brilliant shot. I know that that he would have wanted it to be closer, but believe me, that's not easy. You're sitting, you can see that rough is thick. It's almost ankle high in places. The ball was sitting down. There's not much green. You got maybe not more than 8 feet, and he had to pitch it on a dime, and he did.
So between Gaurav Pratap Singh and Shaurya Singh, you had a little coaching lesson, viewers, for those watching. You saw the lie and you saw the explanation from my fellow commentator, who's played alongside Gaurav Pratap, of course.
Yeah, he's an absolute shark, is Gaurav Pratap. I've played a lot of rounds with him, and I must tell you, he has a phenomenal sense of humor, does Gaurav.
And
He's really funny, and he's...
and even as Shaurya was describing what was needed and what Gaurav was capable of doing, you actually saw it executed in front of you. That hinging of the wrist, the sharp coming down on the ball, making sure he follows through. All of it playing out beautifully between the two of them. Sing, giving you a little golf lesson right here.
He's an emotive chap, but I'll tell you something, that if you need to go to war with someone, he's a man. He's a man's man, and a good player as well is Gaurav Pratap Singh. And look at that. That's how you get it done. And, it's very nonchalant about the whole thing, but believe you me, that's a clinic in short game right there. Short-siding yourself, missing it on the wrong side, downhill, not much green to work with, and made it look easy. And if you can have a brilliant game around the green, even if you're not a great putter, I'd say I would actually put short game around the green even a notch above putting. So if you're not a good putter, but if you're a good chipper, especially from those precarious lies, you'll save a lot of shots because it reduces the stress. Because professional golf is about accumulated stress. It shows in my gray hair, and a lot of my colleagues, unfortunately, their hair has, become scanty over the years, and that's because you think a lot while you're on the golf course. You really do, especially the heat and the thought, trying to save shots. And if you're good from around the greens, you can really, do a favor to your BP and your heart rate and just stand there and execute shots. Because if you're struggling from these lies, and you'll get a lot of them when you're playing professional golf, because case in point being a hole like this where the flag is tucked towards the right hand. So you go for the flag, you'll invariably short side yourself. And what do I mean by short side? Means you miss it on the wrong side, from where the chip shot becomes a lot more difficult. The wrong side means you're normally facing a downhill shot and not much green to work with. And so that necessitates a high shot, a high risk shot, and it has to be executed perfectly. No such worries for Sammy here. Samar Dwivedi, a connoisseur of fitness and fine music, can sing and play the blues in equal aplomb.
He's also a big strapping lad.
Yeah, I believe Dire Straits is the choice. So let's see if...
he's not in dire straits. That's at least absolutely. That's for sure. He's got a fairly level putt.
Money for nothing and birdies for free.
It was a bad read.
Let's turn and let's go. Oh, that is
completely
As
off.
in the words of Dire Straits, he's going through the walk of life. A brilliant song.
Absolutely. Mark Knopfler, of course, one of the softest and sweetest hands on a guitar. And we've seen some soft and sweet hands on golf clubs over here, right in front of you as well. Most recently, Gaurav Pratap Singh coming out of a very difficult situation and saving a par and hoping to find the sort of scoring touch that he displayed on day one when he rewrote the course record here with a stunning 9 under par, 7 birdies, and an eagle.
Am Dharma would be crouching over that, has his unique putting style with that sort of abbreviated putter, short putter. And you see that requires him to really crouch. And the lower back does take a strain, but I guess that is what works for the man.
Still wondering how that ball didn't fall in. He looked like he had a good read. Just stayed a little left of the cup. While we saw Samarth go well left when he putted first. From a somewhat similar line to this. So action continues to move on this final day of the 2 crore rupee, 20 million rupee Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025. The morning wave now being played out in front of you. 48 professionals in groups of 3 will finish their rounds in another hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, and thereafter paving the way for the final and afternoon wave of this tournament, which will have 3 amateurs playing alongside 24 professionals. And more than one of those professionals have a fair amount of interest in how things are going right now in front of them. Because we have as many as 6, maybe 8 in the field, on the leaderboard, who could be within striking. If someone gets on a tear like Saptak Talwar did yesterday, that could heat up the leaderboard considerably as we go along in the afternoon. And particular interest, of course, a lot of interest focused on how Hitachi Bakshi will go, how she will fare. She is the best player of the lady professionals, 12 of them playing in this field of 72, 60 men and 12 ladies from the WGAI, joining 60 professionals from the PGTI. And for the very first time playing for the same prize purse. Trivedi now hoping to.
And this is going to be a difficult putt for someone. Putting across that spine, not much break to this one. He's left it probably in the worst spot that he could have chosen. Not the easiest putt from here. And unfortunately, 3 putting. On a putt like that, you ideally want to go beyond the cup. Because if you leave it short, second one is not easy. But hindsight is always 20/20 perfect vision. We don't have that luxury while we're in the thick of things. But that's why the great thing about golf, you have another hole. Maybe make a birdie. As we have a look at the long hitting Pukhraj. You would have to use some of that long hitting skill on this putt because it is rather voluminous. It's a large putt. And he left it, I think he's done well. That is snaking ever closer to the flag.
And once again, a split feed in front of you. Action from 2 greens simultaneously. Tap and finish on live feed 1. And a longer putt on live feed 2.
Great shot! But he looks tired. And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for? अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस। जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन। इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करें, एनर्जी लौटाएं, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाएं।
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, थकान वाली प्यास के लिए।
Top 10 finishes, but we'll wait for this putt to play out. That was a sharp break, left to right. Unfortunately, the putt not long enough.
And now this putt would break to his left. Yeah, that don't turn. I thought that should have broken to left, and so did he. It's surprising that that didn't quite turn.
Maybe past the pin from that side before it reaches the pin doesn't. From this side, we saw Jasmine Shekhar's break sharp. Right, it really went. It swung literally.
Yeah, so from the other side, it should have done that, and he also missed it to the right. So sometimes it happens that you see a certain line, but still it doesn't quite pan out that way. Golf is a rather intriguing game. There are the hidden breaks, and I think he caught one of those. Hani Sir playing alongside Jasmine Shekhar and Mohammad Azhar. Jasmine coming along really well. She's 2 under for the day and 2 under for the tournament. And if you just joined us, we have a beautiful and interesting day planned for you here at the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025 being played at the Prestige Golfshire Club in Bengaluru. And this tournament offers a whopping prize fund of rupees 2 crore. I'm your host, Shaurya Singh, joined alongside by Mr. Raul Banerjee and Mr. Swami as well. All three of us will be playing a game of musical chairs while we try and keep you entertained and updated and informed about the action as it comes to you. This is a unique event and thus requires a unique approach as far as it comes to the commentary box. We have 3 different kind of events going on. We have the men professionals from the Professional Golf Tour of India, and we have professionals from the Ladies Tour as well, who are some of the best in the country. And then we have the amateurs who are there adding flavor to this beautiful week. And the amateurs are the ones that make it happen. We've got celebrities, we've got cricketers, and we've got the who's who playing this time. So it's going to be something. We have today, in fact, we have Mr. Harbhajan Singh who will be playing as well. So
he and Yuvi are both here. And of course, the great SMG, Sunil Manohar Gavaskar. We heard from Brandon, I think, in the morning that SMG is due to put in an appearance. When they were playing together, there was so much of talk about the animosity, so-called, between Kapil Dev and Sunil Gavaskar. It turned out to be a lot of hot air, of course. And today they may not be the best of friends, but they're certainly always out to support each other. And here is Mr. Gavaskar will be here today to be a part of his long-time teammates' pioneering effort on the golf course. Sunny, now a respected commentator after his magnificent playing career came to an end. And Swami, who was there at Augusta National a few weeks ago, not a few weeks, a couple of weeks ago, in fact, just informs us that SMG was also at Augusta. So a little late in terms of time, but never too late to become a golfer. Maybe Sunil Gavaskar will pick up alongside the microphone at some point. He will also pick up a golf club. And if he's even a 10th as good as he was with the cricket bat, he could very well be a sparkling addition to the to the ranks of celebrated amateur golfers. We'll have two in action today, as sure I told you a little while ago. Yuvraj Singh and Harbhajan Singh.
It's good to see the players take to cricket, especially Raj. Who can ever forget those sixes? And look at that shot from the highlights earlier in the day. Those sixes that made the name Stuart Broad. I believe.
Stuart Broad look very silly,
made him a
yes.
household name in India. Yeah. So I think he can attribute a lot of his fame to Yuvraj's sixes. The same way that I remember Sachin's iconic six of the English bowler was pulled outside the ground. I forget his name in the '99 World Cup when he was pulled outside.
Steve Harmison, if I'm not mistaken.
Not Harmison. I think it was Caddick. Andy Caddick was pulled outside. So there have been careers made. But of course, I say that in jest. He's a brilliant player. It's Stuart Broad.
I think
what a fantastic Test career.
Between him and Jimmy Anderson, they made a formidable.
And where we have a look at Mr. Dev. So he's been a brilliant Test. I think beyond 600 wickets. So it just goes to show you the kind of pedigree that he had.
In fact, my visit to Ahmedabad a few weeks ago was my first to that city when I was there. When Caps broke Richard Hadley's record of 434 wickets against Sri Lanka in 1994. So my first visit to Ahmedabad after that memorable one was this time. That time it was cricket, this time it was golf.
And that is... oh, look at that. Heartbreak Hotel.
This is from yesterday. Of course, Roger Bini.
Oh, there you go. A champion can always get it done. I think we must also have a review of that fantastic putt by Mr. Kapil Dev. That was really one that stole the show. Another beauty.
Right from the first day, we had a fairly good turnout of cricketers, former cricketers who have graced this event. We had Saeed Kirmani on day one. We had the BCCI president Roger Bini, both of course teammates of Kapil Dev in that victorious Kapil's Devils winning 1983 World Cup winning team. And today we will have a third in the form of Agarkar yesterday, who was now chairman of the senior selection committee, and with onerous responsibilities. As much as the cricketers, it's always the chairman of selectors who bears the expectations and hopes and wrath, of course, of a billion Indians when the team doesn't play well for whatever reason. So Ajit doing a manful job of steering the team, and he and his committee have done well with just recent winners of the T20 World Cup under Rohit Sharma. Gaurav Pratap back on screen in front of you. Alongside Shamim Khan and young Sunit Bishnoi, whose elder sister Korika is a regular on the WJI. 12 of her colleagues represented here today at this event have been for the last 2 days as well. the front nine.
How the Here's the stuff that poets write about. But none of that would be on the player's mind. The only thing would be to make more birdies. Abhinav Lohan is doing exactly that. He's 2 under for the day, leading the tournament at 15 under par. Colin Joshi.
Tournament leader Abhinav Lohan on screen. He's had an eventful front nine, 2 bogeys and an eagle against. Shot up the road from Kalin Joshi, who's playing alongside, and Angad Chima, of course, will tee off in the afternoon. Just like we saw Cullen miss the ball on the high side, Abhinav right now in front of you missing on the low side. So who's to say which is the perfect line? Very similar approaches to different results.
But again, then you only align towards the center, especially if you have a different sort of a putt. But it just depends on player to player. Some players like to keep it out. Amardeep had a brilliant finish at the season end last year, finished runner-up. Solid player. Had a very consistent professional career. Has played on the Asian Tour. Has played a little bit of golf. Right, qualifying once in America. Seven. Almost seems like 2 decades ago now. All things considered, he's had a pretty fruitful career. He's always been around the top 30, so as to speak, on the order of merit, and been very consistent.
action today.
Now we look at that pin position, snuggled up right next to the edge. So we're just speaking about Amardeep Malik and how consistent he's been on tour.
Just saw a terrific approach shot from Pukhraj Gill from off the green. Once again, he was in the foliage, the slightly leafy rough that borders the greens, and nailing his approach to within a couple of feet.
So I was saying that, Amardeep Malik is somebody who almost flies under the radar. In career earnings, he's top 20. He's 18th in career earnings at 2 crore and 61 lakh from the domestic tour itself. So and that's been a lot of consistent finishes, I'll tell you that much. He's a golfer who rarely misses cut. That's a good effort. Should be good enough for a tap-in.
Local boy, Aryan Rupanand there, giving you a demonstration of what lag putting is all about.
M. Dharma also number 10 in career earnings. I wouldn't have guessed that. He's been a really good golfer, but he's right up there next to Harinder Gupta. Khalil Joshi at number 8. Gaganjeet Bhullar number 7. With probably the best strike rate per event.
Jairaj Sandhu with his putt.
Being congratulated by the co-player.
Well, that was a putt. That was actually from because with all of the activity around the pin, we couldn't really make out what happened. But Jairaj Sandhu successfully converting. That was a long putt, excess of 25 feet, almost 30 feet. Doing a tremendous job with that one. Of course, he had a fairly good, more or less a flat approach to the flag. And with all of the checking out of the lie of the land going on around the hole, we didn't see what happened with the putt, but it was safely inside the cup. Jairaj Singh Sandhu, lanky left-hander. Another left-hander making good moves in the right direction today. Young Karthik Sharma, 6 under today. And Aryan Rupanand misses what was a tap-in from one side becomes a tap-in from the other and a resultant bogey. Pukhraj Gill will now clean up after that lovely approach from off the green. It's about 3-4 feet away from the cup, maybe less. Brisk player, you can see he's a no-nonsense man. He just goes about his business quickly, doesn't waste too much of time. Doesn't overthink his golf by the looks of it. Of course, Shorey has played a lot with him, knows him very well. I'll tell you a lot more about him.
Yeah, he's a happy camper, easygoing, just level-headed chap, and quite a few golfers of this younger lot, especially the ones who've blessed with really good physical abilities.
This was the putt, Shorey, we missed because of all the activity around the cup. Something lovely long.
It
putt.
disappeared out of view as well, so we can't hold ourselves.
Just as the caddy, lobbed up in front of the hole, we saw the ball plop in. So, getting congratulations from Pukhraj for that nice effort. Really.
This will be a clinic in putting. I'll show you some speed control and line reading, and this is a very difficult putt, mind you. You have to leave it all the way out and then expect it to come back. And this is what he does so well. Speed and line control, and that's what makes him number one. He's very good with the accuracy of the tee, but on the greens, it's really outshines. His
Shamim Khan.
control with the putter is really, he's like a surgeon with his tools.
Shamim Khan there, as Shaurya said, giving you a little workshop, demo, call it what you like, of putting speed and control. Having to cater for a big swing coming off that ledge, from in fact behind the ledge. Gaurav Pratap now with his a very different angle, of course, to the pin. Good effort from that distance. Gaurav Pratap of the Noida Golf Course, his fellow, his co-NGC man playing in a group just behind. Amardeep Malik. And while on Amardeep Malik, I thought I saw a familiar face. His caddy has traveled all the way from Noida to be with him. Amardeep, popular man, quiet fellow, doesn't talk much. Does a stellar job on the greens, reads lines beautifully. Young Sunit Bishnoi, a third member of this group. Which is the third from last of the morning wave. And Sunit getting the benefit of the read from Gaurav Pratap's line and finding the center of the cup. Shamim Khan now will look to finish off after having sent a long curling downhill putt to within 3 feet of the pin. Another look at Sunit's putt. Almost missed the right edge, but had pace was just good enough for it to drop in. Wily old fox on your screen, Shamim Khan, as you heard fellow commentators talk about both his longevity, consistency, and his place in the all-time list of earnings from the PGTI. Low-key man, doesn't make a lot of noise, doesn't make a lot of fuss, but he's there and thereabouts on a regular basis.
Yeah, he's also really consistent, and that's the thing. See, there are two kinds of golfers. One is the consistent golfer. One is the power golfer who always shoots low numbers. Rarely do you find, at least from what I see of the game, is that a medium or a shorter hitter will not be a dominant player. That just does not happen. You can see it on the US Tour or DP World Tour, anywhere. Great putt. Because they're almost like chess players. They plot around an entire tournament, so they never dominate, but they are there and thereabouts.
Also, from whatever little I've seen of him, Shaurya, he's a very uncomplicated swing. It's just stands on the ball, he knows what he's doing, and he just finishes.
There we have the CEO, Mr. Amandeep Joel,
And
alongside Mr. Kapil Dev, the president.
Now that's the par. That's the two big names of the PGTI driving around this beautiful course together. The prestige.
In all fairness, Amandeep had a brilliant golfing career as well. He's played a lot on the Asian Tour and even internationally. So he's been an accomplished golfer. And
Coach as well in his for a while, for quite a while in fact.
I remember playing rounds with him. In heyday, he could hit that ball quite hard. Tall, strapping player.
Big man, yeah, absolutely, big guy.
Another one from the factory of golfers, Chandigarh. You know that there's something in the water there, I'll tell you.
Sardar Milkha Singh setting, of course, the tone with his son and himself as an example of what hard work is all about. Oh, that was a pretty good putt, given the lie and where the pin position is.
Just about missing out on that one.
Hani Basoya and Muhammad Azhar are the other two members of this group. Hani is stepping in, walking towards camera, and Jasmine will clean up with her. Not an easy part either, Shaurya, is it?
Yeah, not the easiest, especially from there. We'll need to come up and tackle some of that fringe, so as to speak, and then go a little downhill from for the last third of the putt. But still makeable, all things considered. Just needs to ensure that hits it enough. Very easy to leave it short, and that's exactly what has happened there.
Azhar now going the other way.
Now this looks fairly straightforward, but don't let that fool you. It'll have to be perfectly hit because it's downhill and very easy to miss it on the lower side on the left, so it needs to be hit with authority. Oh yes, you can see what that meant. He is happy to hold that because he knows that was a tricky putt indeed.
And that's this group done. Handshakes all around.
The smile tells you a lot. It's 2 under today, so he's happy with that round. We'll get an update about the previous 3 holes as well. So good day for MD Azhar. They will look at Abhinav Lohan. We've seen quite a few putts from there, and all of them tend to stay short. It's uphill and then it's downhill, so it's visually a little difficult to get the speed right on a putt like this because the downhill is right towards the end. Probably the last 20% of the distance is downhill, and prior to that is all uphill. So in order to get the speed right, I can't quite think of any other putt which is more difficult because you have to hit it and still ensure that it dies at the apex. Right at the apex, which is about 5 feet short of the hole, you want the ball to just die and then trundle on. It's not going to be easy.
Really testing pin positions today.
Yeah, this one is
particularly so because it's the last day of a very lucrative.
Yeah, this one seems like the crown jewel. Very interesting pin position, and let's see if he's gotten the speed right. And yes, he has. Well done by Abhinav. That's probably the best putt that we've seen from there thus far.
And Abhinav looks to have taken to the theme of cricket. Cricketers, he's wearing what almost look like cricket flannels. Nice loose baggy trousers. And Kalin going the other way, adopting the PGTI's latest opening of the doors to shorts at tournaments. So lead group currently on your screens on live feed 1. Live feed 2 is the second from last group. In your picture, Aryan Rupanand in the distance. And on live feed 1, Abhinav Lohan and Kalin Joshi looking to finish off. Gerard Sandhu on live feed 2. Long putt. Come on, ball.
Putt and should break the other way. I think that's really well judged.
Very well done. Given that distance of the putt, it was, I think, a very, very creditable result. Coming downhill and then turning in towards the from right to left. Aryan would have got a read of the speed of the green, and he's just a little bit closer than Sandhu was. It's just very similar like to what we just saw Shamim execute a little while ago, and with an almost identical result. Big swing from right to left coming down that slope. Pukhraj Singh Gill is up next. And on live feed one, Abhinav Lohan to finish out.
It's good putt. The first putt was really good by Lohan, so this would be just a kick in. And that would be good enough for him to maintain his lead.
Quick tap in after a long build up by Cullen. And Gill going the other way from where Aryan Rupanand and Gerard Singh Sandhu were coming. They were coming downhill, he was going uphill. With very good result again, just a tap in left for him. The other two having slightly longer finishes required. Our action building steadily towards the afternoon wave that will see overnight leader Angar Chima finish the day on 14 under, next best behind him, and who will wait for his putt before continuing. Here Sandhu tidies up, and we'll see Aryan Rupanand next, the tall, strapping young man from Bangalore. And like I said, action building up towards the afternoon wave, which will see our overnight leader Angar Chima 14 under par for the event. The ones who are playing in the morning, not really breaking away from him, so to say. Currently, Abhinav Lohan just one up the road from after 13 holes. Abhinav Lohan has just made a gain of one over the lead from the overnight leader. Fairway. Very picturesque course, beautifully laid out, beautifully maintained, of course, by Troon International. And over the years, this extremely busy course, the Prestige Golfshire near Bangalore, has picked up more than its share of awards for looks, presentation, maintenance, very conservation and eco-friendly, very conscious of the demands of the time. Recycling is the name of the game, and really a big part of every golf course management's approach, and rightly so. Gaurav Pratap in trouble, needs a ruling there. The edge fringe of the 15th hole has sadly not been able to find the sort of touch and form that he displayed on the first day when he set a scorching pace for this event with a record-breaking 9 under par, 7 birdies and an eagle, breaking a 13-year-old record. That we've yet to get a fix on who's the real holder of. Was it Rahil Ganji or was it Rashid Khan? Accounts vary, and as yet there's been no resolution to that, which is surprising because records are fairly easily available these days. But Gaurav Pratap right now, that's more important than what has happened in the past. Looking for the most favorable spot for his ball given within the permissible club and a half length. Longest club in his bag, of course, being the yardstick. He'll drop it twice, and if the ball rolls away both times, he will play from where it dropped from his hand. Not an easy job, and the green sloping quite heavily from right to left. And even as we wait, it's Shamim from off the green. Sunit Bishnoi is already on. And once again, just reiterating the leaderboard as it stands: Abhinav Lohan 15 under par after 12 holes, Kalin Joshi 14 under par after 12 holes. Our overnight leader Angad Chima 14 under par and yet to start. He will not be displeased with what he's seeing in front of him. He will be obviously monitoring action here in between his warming up, because he will be in action shortly. He will be quite relieved to see that no one has really broken away to put pressure on his title chances. Just one shot, the difference. So far from the morning wave has not really made the sort of breakaway run from the leader. So as we saw a little while ago, Gaurav Pratap Singh needing to take a drop, had to take a ruling as well. Not the easiest of approaches, but he seems to have done fairly well. Got the ball to within literally a tapping distance from off the green, having taken the ruling. And now Shamim Khan will be up next. While the old Fox, long standing member of the PGTI, very high up on the list of all-time earners.
Meantime, Abhinav Lohan and Kalin Joshi continue to be right on top at 15 under and 14 under. They played 12 holes, both of them. Ankachima, of course, is yet to start today. He's going to start in the afternoon at about 12:30, actually 12:40. See, the reason is Ankachima is today going to be playing with three amateurs in the final round. Abhinav Lohan and Kalin Joshi have done that already on one of the first 2 days. So, in a very unique situation, Angad Chima, even though he is even though Angad Chima is the leader or was the leader after the second day, he did not play in the lead group. See here, every player has had to play one of the three rounds at the Kapil Dev GT Thornton Invitational. One of the three rounds had to be as part of a pro-am, each professional playing alongside three amateurs. So today it is Angad Chima's turn among the leaders. Angad Chima, Saptak Talwar, Yuvraj Sandhu, and the top women's player in this field, in this mixed field, Hitashi Bakshi, will also be in a pro-am this afternoon. Gaganjeet Buller, Arjun Prasad, Shaurya Bhattacharya, also among the top stars who will figure in the pro-am. While we repeated this a few times over the last 3 days, just want to share again, it's 72 players, 60 men and 12 women, playing for a total prize purse of rupees 2 crore, with the winner picking up 30 lakhs. Out of the 60 men pros and the 12 women pros, the 72 pros, 48 of them play in a 3-ball in the morning session. So 16 groups of 3 players each for 48, and the afternoon session sees the remainder of the 24 professionals playing alongside 72 amateurs. Right, so each professional has 3 playing partners, all amateurs, and the 72 amateurs need not necessarily be different. Some of them are common, so you will get a sizable number of amateurs, corporate CEOs, cricketers, and celebrities figuring in the pro-am. The big scoring today was from Karthik Sharma, who at one point of time was 6 under before he dropped to double bogey on the par 3 15 to drop to 4 under. He had reached as high as tied 5th before dropping back to tied 12th. Of course, this is a dynamic scoreboard, leaderboard, where people are going up and down. A few eagles there. Abhinav Lohan had 1, Dharma had an eagle 2 on the par 4 8th, and Karthik Sharma had 1 on the par 5 5th. And here is Rohan Dhol Patil on live feed 1. Nice putt there, Rohan Dhol Patil, following in the footsteps of, emulating or copying or taking a page from the books of Rahil Gyanji and M. Dharma. So Rohan has got his wife on the back today. In a little while from now, in about half an hour from now, we will have the start of the pro-am. There'll be 24 groups in the pro-am. They will begin on a shotgun start of the first 15 holes. So which means even as the lead 2 or 3 groups are occupying the last 3 holes, the others will begin their shotgun start for the pro-am. Once either Abhinav or Kalin Joshi set the clubhouse target, the others will begin their chase to try and catch up or go ahead. Abhinav and Kalin on the 14th. That's it. Colin has got one international win. That was way back in 2018. It was a co-sanctioned event between PGTI and the then Asian Tour. He's had other wins at the PGTI Championship in Noida in 2014, the PGTI Ahmedabad Masters at Kalhar Blues in 2015, the PGTI Players Championship at Classic in 2016, Jaipur Open in 2021, and the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship presented by KGISL in 2022. So 5 wins on the PGTI Tour, plus one on the International Tour, where also it was co-sanctioned by the PGTI.
On screen, Aryan Rupanand got out on the 15th hole.
Aryan Rupanand, back-to-back winner of the All India Amateurs.
Very, very long, curving right to left putt. Young man walking away with a very satisfied smile, having found the cup.
He is one of the many players that Tarun Sardesai has helped develop. Tarun's got a lovely academy down in South at the Zion Hills. He used to have the academy at Zion Hills, but he's still got a lot of trainees.
Pukhraj Gill with his putt and downhill, but the ball it's not breaking at all, just kept rolling straight past, straight dead level with the cup now, and all he needs to do is walk up and tap it. Brisk man, brisk golfer, doesn't waste much time. Don't think he will waste too much of time with that missed opportunity either. This is the par 315th, and Aryan with his putt, putting towards the lake, and just rolling around the edge of the cup before falling in. Pretty good effort. Gerard Sandhu.
What a lovely picture out there, the palm trees there at Prestige Golfshire. A slight breeze, ever so slight one, not too strong.
View of the reception area as you drive in. To the left, under the glass roof, is the lobby and the foyer. And just beyond, warming up for the afternoon program. Start properly. Test the seat and in the car. Picture. Then which is just a regular figure. Going only carpet. Playing for the second day in a row. You once again, Swami, have a good number of cricketers playing in the tournament for the Buggy and played with now. I think the Buggy Vijay is also here today, Tamil Nadu batsman, opener for Tamil Nadu and India. Subramanian Badrinath will be playing today. So the theme of cricketers turning out for the Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Invitational 2025 continues. We've seen a parade of them starting from day one when we had Said Kirmani, we had the president of the BCCI, Roger Binney, yesterday, of course. Murali Karthik did play yesterday as well. Kapil Dev was playing, tournament host played on the first day. Action now. Khalin Joshi lining up his tee shot on the par 3 15th hole. He now currently holds the lead, shares the lead, Swami, on 16 under par alongside Abhinav Lohan, having birdied 14th hole. Abhinav managing a par over there. So 16 under is the current lead score. With Angad, still warming up over the afternoon's run. And on that note, I will hand over commentary duties, onerous duties of bringing the progress of play to you, fellow commentator Shaurya Singh.
So Khalid Joshi catches up with Abhinav Lohan at 16 under. They've got 4 more holes to go. 15, 16, 17 and 18. 2 of those par 3s from 15 and 17. Khalid Joshi is looking for his first win since 2022, I think. Abhinav Lohan's last win was in 2024 at the Glade 1 Presents Gujarat Open.
Yeah, that was a rather interesting win. I remember Mani Ram was playing so well in that event and had a 3-shot lead, I remember, at one point in time. But unfortunately capitulated at the penultimate hole with a snowman, if I remember. He made an 8, a triple bogey 8 on that hole, and then birdied the last to finish second. But such is the game.
Khalid Joshi won the last of his 5 wins on the PGTI in 2022, the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2022, presented by KGISL. So it's been almost 3 years.
Amardeep Malik with that little bit of a pause at the top of the swing. And that pause has worked out beautifully. That ball felt like it just came out from the heavens. Fell so gingerly. Beautiful shot by Amardeep Malik, affectionately called Hammer. And that's a cool nickname to have. From Hammer to Sammy. There's some cool guys on this tee. Likes to have that drill where he puts the club inside. Now the strong striker of the ball is Samarth. And that has come up short. He'll find himself in the bunker. On the beaches of Normandy. He will have to extricate himself and relive the heroics of D-Day, metaphorically speaking. Now we have a look at Dharma. He would not want to be on the beach. He would want to emulate Amardeep Malik. Let's see if he can get that ball inside it.
Dharma's had an interesting card today, a double bogey on 4th and an eagle 2 on the par 4th. He holds a second shot after almost driving the green. Unlike the previous days, the morning session hasn't produced any sensational rounds. The best so far has been 4 under by quite a few players. Kalin Joshi is at 4 under, Dharma is 4 under, and Karthik Sharma also 4 under. And then there's a few down the leaderboard: Michelle Ortolani, Arjun Sharma, and Sarthak Chipper, alongside Hani Basoya and Muhammad Azhar. As also Sudhir Sharma and Tapikai. Tapikai had a fantastic back nine. He had a back nine of 6 under 30 after an even par front nine. So Tappy Kai's 6 under has been the best card of the day so far. But Tappy, after first two rounds of 76 each, has not been in contention. Sorry, he had a 74 and a 76. Rolling there for Rohan.
Greens are beautifully manicured, excellently designed. And while we look at Rohan try to figure this one out, it's going to take a lot of ingenuity to try and get this up and down. Yeah, seeing his wife on the bag reminded me a little bit about my honeymoon. Actually going to play around the golf and had my wife just walking there. This is going to be a tricky shot from here. Not quite certain what kind of a law he's drawn and what kind of shot he's going to conjure up from here. It doesn't seem easy, I can tell you that much. Fair bit of rough to cover. Not much green to work with. And oh my god, seriously, these guys.
That was a fantastic shot.
I mean, words can't do justice to how good a shot that was. Not much green, and he's pitched it in the exact spot. And really, these players have been putting in the hard yards. That shot doesn't come by chance or by luck. I'm telling you, that requires a lot of practice. And I'm certain that he's done that because the competition is so thick on the Professional Golf Tour of India. You need to be really on top of all facets of the game, and now the players are not so laissez-faire as they were in years past. You would find a more relaxed approach previously, maybe just hit a few balls and hit a few putts, play 9 holes and go home. It's not like that. These guys are very exacting. They know that there's a lot that rides on each shot. So that's the reason you see such exquisite execution.
Well, when there's so much of money, when there's so much of other incentives riding on it, riding on each week's tournament, I think the guys are practicing hard, and giving out their best. And I must, please remind me, I must check with Abhinav Lohan where he got this wonderful shirt from.
I'm pretty sure you're going to be wearing it next time in the commentary booth. And he's hoiked that up. That got airborne and needs to release a little more, and that's beautifully done. So that's what I'm saying. These players have it all really tied down, so as to speak, each facet of the game. Because now the Professional Golf Tour of India is so competitive. You're only looking at 50 players and guys making cut. And ordinarily the fields are about 126 to 130. And you're talking about some of the best players from India and the world. Now you have overseas players as well. So many players from overseas have come in as well. So it does make it difficult. The cuts are always at an average of even par, sometimes even under par. Maybe an over par. It's 1 over at most. It's very difficult now. It's not easy business anymore. I remember the cut even at golf courses such as Classic and all, 2 or 3 under par, if not more. If memory serves me, I saw one cut going at 4 under as well. So it's almost incredulous now is the standard of play. Everybody can shoot under par. There are winners galore. It's not like the yesteryears. As you have a look at Cullen there, and
Wow, that's another one.
Sammy misses, Cullen doesn't.
Cullen's got the walk, a confident one. He knows he is playing well. Of course, not too many holes left. He needs to pick up as many birdies as possible and try and set a clubhouse target which Angad, Chima, or any of the others can't get to. Angad is at 14 under and Cullen is at 16 under. And now Abhinav Lohan. Yes, and Abhinav also holds that putt. And now Rohan. Interesting picture there. Rohan Hole parted with his wife as the caddy, and on the right side it's Dharma with his wife on the bank. Unfortunately, veers off to the left. Didn't give himself much of a chance there. Tidies it up. Expectedly disappointed with that. On to the 17th now.
And 17th. It's quite an interesting hole. This is we see Shamim out with some sort of a rescue, so that shows you that obviously he doesn't quite have that power. It's playing to 224 the yardage, and we've seen the other players being able to pitch irons there, maybe five. So obviously he's a short hitter now by the new professionals, and that looks to be going a little left. Yeah, that makes golf so much more difficult for him, but he's still hanging around, playing well, and also contending.
Is the topper on the all-time earnings list on the PGTI.
Yeah, but as the years have gone on, you've seen the game of golf has changed. The fields have become a lot deeper, and it's not like the players of yesteryear that they were not they were not so bashful and aggressive. Now they're very out there. They're really good, and brilliant strikers, athletic. It's a whole new game altogether, I'll tell you that much. This player has taken all of 5 seconds to hit that shot. Quick on the drop.
Bit of a drop into the swale, or is that a bunker? It's a bunker. So Kalin Joshi now has put 2 between him and Abhinav Lohan. Colin's having a great day. has picked up 3 birdies on the back nine in the 5 holes. He did have a bit of a disappointing start of the bogey in the second, but since then he's been flawless. 5 birdies. See, that 17-15 was the result of a 2-shot swing on the par 3 15th, which was a third.
में जो मजा है मजा ये कुछ नया नया है ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है ये झूमता ही जा रहा है हम कहाँ है तुम कहाँ हो दिल कहाँ पे होशी
Bisleri. Drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा झूम 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 बाबा
Make a century, the kind of focus he'd need at that point in time. And now if you if you try to put that same scenario in golf, so at that time he's in a zone, he wants to be left alone, and there's a process. So it's very similar with golf as well. You remember, if you remember the tiger of the early years, when he was chasing, there was no talk. It was just
He never used to speak.
It was just about intimidation. And talking about intimidation, let's look at the legendary of Mr. Kapil Dev. There you have it. He's got the Midas touch.
He's usually been doing the kind of ceremonial tee-offs every day. And I've just heard that the jacket this year is going to be presented by Sunil Gavaskar. In the past, it was presented by MS Dhoni in the first edition and then by Yuvraj Singh in the second. And it's going to be Sunny Gavaskar himself in the third. When Shorey, you were talking about players having conversations while playing together, at the Masters, it seems when Bryson and Rory McIlroy were playing in the final group, Bryson later revealed that McIlroy just didn't talk much, or rather, he barely talked anything. He was
that's probably the reason that he won as well. You want
Just
there are different
focused?
there are different kind of players. Like for example, Angad Chima is one that who can. We know that he's able to separate
the noise.
Yeah, exactly. It appears to be Tuesa, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, that is indeed Tuesa.
Playing alongside Mr. Varun Berry, Mr. Ranjit Batra. And,
okay, so that was, I think, the ceremonial tee-off, and now it is Tuesa Malik.
Also, a really quick player, I must say. And a lot of similarities between the swing of the husband and wife. Both very composed, good swings, good athletic lines to it, and good balance as well. So I think that they must feed off each other and discuss the swing a lot. I'm certain of that because Ajitesh swing. You haven't
it's
seen.
one
You've
of the
never
most
seen any
beautiful
swings
swings, yeah.
better than that, to be honest with you.
So we've got the final stage of the championships now underway with the Pro-Am segment of the tournament. The final Pro-Am segment of the tournament having started. And here we have the Terminator, Harbhajan Singh taking to golf. What an interesting thing. We have quite a few cricketers wielding the clubs. Oh, was that? We assume it was a practice swing.
That's a little bit of a miscue by the Turbinator. Mr.
A
Harbhajan.
mulligan there for him,
Yeah.
please. Amandeep Joel.
There you have a great off spinner, Mr. Harbhajan, winner of the World Cup, and that is a lot better. Flamboyant man.
Now, Amandeep Joel is trying to show him the ropes.
Oh, look at that. That was like Happy Gilmore. He just walked into that one.
Amandeep was quite a player. I've seen him win on the domestic tour. Unfortunately, he never won on the international tour or the Asian tour. Came close twice, I think, maybe even more than that. But a terrific player, was once a member of the Asian PGA board also. He did think in terms of trying to play at the senior level, but now with the responsibility as the CEO, I wonder if he will get the time to play a full senior tour like G. Milkha Singh. G. Milkha Singh will just turn up at any tournament which will have him at that high level. He's playing on the seniors at the Legends Tour in Europe. And then he does turn up at the seniors tour in Japan. And he's also had a few starts on the Champions Tour in the US. So G. Milkha Singh keeps himself busy. And also, of course, he plays in regular tournaments, the Asian Tour events, whenever he gets an invitation. So he keeps himself busy. As he says, there's nothing else I know and there is nothing else I want to do except play golf. M. Dharma trying to get into double digits there. 9 under. By the way, like Tressa got off from the first in the Pro-Am, Anga Chima, our leader after the second day, he has started his action from tee number 10 alongside Vivek Bajpai, Neeraj Shah and Rishabh Runta.
Interesting format, and I think also makes it a little interesting for our viewers. Can't quite decide who's going to win the tournament. It's probably the first time that you've seen 140 players, or 130 rather, they're about to play the final day.
I found an extremely interesting group in the Pro-Am there. Aman Raj is playing alongside Murali Karthik, and also another player in that group is young Veer Ganapati, son of Rahul Ganapati, former Indian professional and All India amateur champion, and also a winner of the a pro event on the
Quite
PGTI.
a few pro events, not just one pro.
Quite a few, yes, indeed.
Yeah, I think I remember a season, he won 4 in a season. He was number 1 that year. I remember I played and he shot a stupendous 60. I remember,
Yes.
if I'm not wrong, at Dick Boy when I was playing. So he had a brilliant game, did Rahul. Obviously, took to coaching, and that was rather surprising. He did so at the peak of his powers. So. Rahul Ganpati, a name synonymous with brilliant golf, especially down south. Done so much for golf now. Now being a coach and producing some really good players as well. Sammy now cleaning up. So that looks like that's going to be it for that. With the staggered start, what we have is that players finish their round on different holes.
So there it is. I'm sure Dharma will be very, very happy with his caddy. And I wonder who's going to do the cooking today, or who's going to decide the dinner menu today.
That's a mystery for sure, as we have a look at Pokraj.
Pokraj is playing alongside Jairaj.
Let's also have a word about our tournament sponsor, Grant Thornton. The Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Invitational is a premier professional golf tournament co-hosted by cricket legend Mr. Kapil Dev and Grant Thornton Bharat. The flagship professional tournament is committed to growing the game of India in India by championing inclusivity, accessibility, and making it a defining moment in the evolution of the sport. The Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Invitational returns for its third edition, introducing a groundbreaking mixed format that's set to transform the Indian golf landscape. As we have a look at Aryan here, he's also stuck in a little bit of unsavory landscape there, and
He's done pretty well. Or has he left himself a lot of...
I think he's left a little bit of
oh yes, I'm so sorry.
There's a lot of meat on that bone. So the pioneering event in India is India's first professional golf tournament to be co-sanctioned by the Professional Golf Tour of India and Women's Golf Association of India, WGAI. It features India's top male and female professionals coming together, vying for the same purse of INR 2 crore. That's a massive, whopping prize purse at that. And a word about Grant Thornton Bharat. A member of Grant Thornton International Limited, Grant Thornton Bharat is a premier consulting firm in India, a truly Indian firm with global connections, which collaborates with businesses and governments across industries, offering a comprehensive suite of services, including assurance, tax, risk, and digital transformation. With 11,000 professionals across 19 offices nationwide, they are committed to delivering innovative solutions that drive growth and shape a vibrant Bharat. The other sponsors, LGT Wealth India. LGT Wealth India is your dedicated partner in private wealth, offering a broad spectrum of investment solutions to guide your financial targets. Explore the distinctive services and products of LGT Wealth India and uncover what truly sets us apart. We're keen to have a conversation with you and discuss how they can help your financial future. As you go back to the action.
We've already begun the action on the Pro-Am segment also. So as we spoke, the Pro-Am segment has 1 professional and 3 amateurs. Angad Chima has already finished with the first hole. He had a par on the 10th, which is where he started. We'll be keeping our eye on Angad Chima because Angad, Saptak Talwar, and of course Yuvraj Sandhu and Hitashi Bakshi. Those are the players who have a chance. They have a full round. Will be chasing Kalin Joshi, who has perched at 17 under and 2 shots clear of Avinav Lohan. Arvind Rupanand coming towards the end of his round.
A word about the other sponsor, Vishwa Samudra. Vishwa Samudra Group, headquartered in Hyderabad, India's rapidly expanding multilateral business conglomerate with a robust presence, both domestic and international, originating from Krishnapatnam port in India. The group boasts over 15 companies and extends its reach to countries like Guyana, Tanzania, UAE, Maldives, European Union, and more, with a diverse portfolio spanning across various sectors such as infrastructure, engineering, logistics, manufacturing, and real estate. The group is committed to conducting business ethically while embracing a global perspective. Jaraj, with that mere formality of a putt.
He's had a decent week so far.
That's a tricky life for Gaurav Pratap Singh. Best keep his balance. It could end up
swimming
rather unspectacularly. And it looks at this point that the footing is not set either. Careful, Gaurav. I know it's a little warm out there. That's a tricky lie. I see. That's a big swing. I'm wondering what kind of a shot he's practicing there. He seems to be not that far away from the pin, and he's really taking a big swipe at it, it seems. So all of them have ended up on the same side. Shamim Khan just plopped that ball and let gravity do its part, and as he got it, look at that. He does everything with such grace and elan. He just sort of touches the ball and it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is interesting right here. It's a difficult shot from the look of it. His lie also seems not the best. Neither does his footing seem certain. Let's see how he does. Oh, he's actually ended up hitting himself.
And it goes into the water.
God, that I've never quite seen that in all my years. He hit the shot, it hit himself, and it went in the hazard. So, look at that. It must have been. Oh, this is. Have you ever seen that? I have not quite seen that.
Not at all. So it's actually quite something.
This is really,
He's been having a disastrous.
He's been having a disastrous 2 days, so as to speak. That 9 under was. I thought that all the hard work was done with the stellar 9 under, but golf is such a weird game. So that must have been a very unsavory lie for Gaurav Pratap for something like that to happen.
63, and he moved to 75, and right now he's 5 over, or rather 6 over, and he still has some more shots to add to that with that shot going into the water. I wonder what he's going to do. He has no option. Listen, professional players have to swallow the bitter pill and finish the round. They can't afford to just walk away. This is a big number. He can't but laugh at himself. I suppose that's the only route left for him. a terrible day. From top of the leaderboard on the first day to into the 50s. That has been quite a sensational steep fall.
Rather tragic hole for Gaurav Pratap Singh. I wonder what kind of lie that would have been that would have resulted in that sort of a shot. Would have been nestled down, maybe stuck next to something. I'm not quite sure, because just an ordinary lie in the rough, he would not have been taking such a steep swing
no,
either.
he wasn't. Yes, exactly.
He was taking a very steep swing, so. Right now, he would be not the happiest camper, especially
yes.
after what has just transpired. But for us, we definitely happy campers. And ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, and welcome to you all. We're right here from the studio.
And you see Shamim Khan putting, one of the legends of Indian domestic tour, the highest prize money winner. Shamim Khan there, coming towards the end of his tournament, the week.
And making it look easy, as
yes,
usual.
He just ambles along, smiles and ambles along. What a personality he is.
Absolutely.
And this is Sanhid Bishnoi, brother of India's woman. Mr. Angachima.
Taking out a sizable divot there. Look for a lot of action on this ball. If we can spot it. Oh, that's good. We just left the flag. It's turned out to be Gaurav Pratap's Waterloo. This hole.
It doesn't seem to be too sunny out there today.
Yeah, rather benign. Gaurav Pratap Singh, we've just gotten an update. He's really not having He's having the worst of days that I can remember. It's really a tale of two cities, so as to speak. Today he's 5 over, and we haven't even gotten the update for this hole either. And he's made a triple on hole number 12, and bogeys in rows. So I'm surprised how he started the tournament so well with a 9 under par, and the train's really gone off the tracks, so as to speak.
Yes. Once things start going bad, it becomes worse.
Yeah, this spot seems to be a popular one. We saw Shamim in similar territory. Now it's Jairaj. Let's see if he can replicate the Midas touch of Shamim. Nice, long, lazy, languid swing. He really do. Look at that. Didn't we see him make another chip in? Was that him?
No, I'm not too sure. But
yesterday we saw another one
that was quite something.
That was something, but we saw Jairaj hitting another beautiful shot yesterday on that hole, flanked by the water. So he has.
Have a look. Have a look at that.
He has a short game.
It disappears from the face of earth.
He has this short game tied down. He's running circles around the rest of the field as far as the short game is concerned. Jairaj, the southpaw, the lefty, but doing it right in one shot, getting in the hole. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't need a putter. I will just waltz off to the next hole. Too cool for school. Yeah, it's the best feeling when you don't need to putt. Brilliantly done. I thought that Shamim...
Here is Abhinav Lohan there.
I thought that Shamim made a good shot, but Professional Golf Tour of India, ladies and gentlemen, these are the best players in the business, and that's the reason why. Because of shots like that, they come at you thick and fast, so please stay glued to your television or phone or laptop or iPad screens, wherever you are watching the magic. And please do leave your comments, questions, and brickbats, if it were, as well. We love to hear from you on YouTube, Facebook, and all the other social media channels that there are there.
As Lohan gets close to the cup, he's still about 3 or 4 feet away for his par putt. Cullen is sitting on a birdie putt, and here's Rohan. Early in the morning, Rohan seemed to be going well before he dropped that double bogey on the 15th.
We'll have a change in the guard, intermittent change.
Oh, just slides past.
metrics from our website. There's finally somebody putting pressure on Angachima, I beg your pardon, Kalin Joshi with a burst of 3 birdies, a par and what looks to be another one. So that would probably take him to 18 under par for the event, and 4 up the road from Angachima, who has just got his campaign underway, playing as part of the Pro-Am wave on this final day of the Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Invitational 2025. As we have repeatedly explained to you over the last 3 days, 2.5 days, so we won't go into it again. But the morning wave is just finishing. That's the all professional part of the tournament, and now the second half of the final day, the Pro-Am, 24 professionals playing with their respective amateurs. A good sprinkling of cricketers continue to turn out for this event. Murli Karthik playing for a second day in a row. I think he's joined today by Subramaniam Badrinath and fellow Tamil Nadu batsman who also played for India, Murli Vijay. Harbhajan Singh, you saw on your screen a little while ago, making a typically bold start to his day out on the fairways and greens of the Prestige Golfshire in Bangalore. That's the final group of the programs of the professionals who've just finishing on hole number 17. Will now move to the last hole of the day, their last hole of the tournament. All 48 who played in the morning have done duty at the Pro-Am, leaving the final 24 of their colleagues and compatriots. That includes 12 women from the WGAI who are playing this mixed event for the very first time for the same prize money to do duties in the Pro-Am. And a picture now, tournament host. Seems to have come alight in the closing stages of the morning wave, because alternately it's Kalin and Abhinav who are picking up shots. So now the gap, at least Angad Chima has a challenge in front of him. Saptak Talwar making a quick start to his run at the event. He's picked up a shot on his very opening hole, and he's moved up to 12 under par, 2 behind the overnight leader. 14 under was Angad Chima at the end of play yesterday, and currently Kalin Joshi in the lead on 17 under par. Abhinav Lohan a shot behind on 16 under par, having picked up a shot on the par 5 16th. So still a lot to play for in these final few hours of the 2025 edition of the Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Invitational, being played for the first time down south at the Prestige Golfshire, Bangalore. Lovely views once again from aerial shots. Our drone pilots are getting better and better, giving you different views at fresher angles. This is headed towards the 9th green and the fairway just beyond. And we are now back on the 18th. I beg your pardon. Hole 10. Oh, this is Pro-Am action. So which has also gotten underway. Pro-Am, of course, having a shotgun start, which means as many groups as possible teeing off at the same time on different holes.
There's 24 groups, 24 professionals playing with 72 amateurs. And way there, that's the confirmation of Kalin Joshi's birdie on the 17th. So he is at 18 under, 2 shots ahead of Abhinav Lohan, 4 shots ahead of Angad Chima, and the team has just begun his round as part of the Pro-Am. So he's still got about 16, 17 holes to go. Saptak Talwar's been the only one in the Pro-Am who's started with a birdie. Even Gaganjeet Bhullar has. So it's been a decent start there for Gaganjeet Bhullar. He started from the 12th hole.
And just a short while ago, you saw the beautiful chip in from Jairaj Singh Sandhu that helped him birdie the closing hole and sent him into the top 5 for now at least. He's joined 5th place in the clubhouse by himself in 5th place on 11 under par for the tournament. He had a good run today, picking up 5 shots in the course of the day after that one early setback, bogeying the second hole, but on song thereafter. 2 birdies before the turn, 2 birdies after that, including the closing one and an eagle in between. So young Jairaj Sandhu, long, languid figure, left-hander. Left-handers anyway tend to look a little better than the right-handed compatriots with club in hand or bat in hand. And
that chip in was probably worth a lot of money. If he finishes in sole 5th, he stands to make about just under 8 lakh rupees. And if he finishes sole 6th, it would be 7 lakhs. So moving from 6th to 5th would actually mean an enhancement of rupees 1 lakh.
100,000 rupees for that one little stroke, most likely for him at the end of the day. Jairaj Sandhu.
Don't let him know that. You called it one little stroke. It was one big stroke. And here is Pranavi.
She had a terrific run yesterday, Swami. 7 under for the day. And she will be very keen to make sure that she carries on in that form. It's from the adjoining city of Mysuru, as it is called now, officially. She and her cousin Vidatri are both in the field over here. And they're among a good representation of players from between Bangalore and Mysore who are playing at this event. M. Dharma, of course, finishing also, another Bangalore golfer finishing well. Currently in a share of 6th place on 10 under par. We did see glimpses of Aryan Rupa Anand, another Bangalore golfer, through the morning wave. Now on screen, Pranavi had an impressive rookie season on the Ladies European Tour last year. And she'll be able to continue that fine run of form. Chips on just a little too hot for her liking. Will roll off the green on the other side. Came at the flag low and hard. She needed to put a lot more check on that one, and she'll have to chip on from the other side. Unexpected errors from a golfer of her caliber. So Kalin Joshi is a clubhouse leader on 18 under with a hole to go. You can see him on your screen now. This is the favored approach to the 18th green from the left-hand side of the fairway. Hitting the ball too straight there puts you in line with a lot of trees that guard the right side of the fairway on this hole. So more often than not, we've seen players go left.
There's Mr. Rahul Banerjee on the screen. To my left.
It's been a long 2.5 days, Swami.
Yes, but you can't complain. This golf has been absolutely fun.
Good. It's been fun to sit through this fairly novel mixing of professional and amateur in the course of a competitive event. Plus the fact that we've had the women professionals playing a mixed event for the same prize money for the first time. So it's been a challenge of sorts. And we've been very glad to sit here and bring it all to you live from Bangalore.
And also, it's been a great promotion for golf. You've got so many celebrities and cricketers turning up for a tournament like this, with Sunil Gavaskar coming over to give away the jacket to the winner. Dhoni and Yuvraj have done it, and Sunny is doing it now. We've also had a bunch of cricketers coming and swinging the club. Some of them very well, some of them trying to get into the game, like Harbhajan Singh, but others like Syed Kirmani, Ajit Agarkar, Badrinath, Roger Binny, Murli Karthik, having shown that they are really, really, like Murli Vijay was also there. So there's quite a few cricketers who turned up, and I'm 100% sure all those calls were made by the one and only Kapil Dev. And I think he is not only opening the doors in terms of creating getting more sponsors into the game, but also he's also trying to popularize it. And we all know that cricket is the most popular game in India. And when you have a lot of cricketers taking to a sport like golf, as it has happened in West Indies, in Australia, in England, South Africa, I think it really means that the cricketers could help push golf into the mind space of the sports fans. So that can only be great for golf. And hats off to Kapil for putting together an event like this. A really great show there.
I think almost from the time he took over, Swami Kapil has said it again and again that it's made it part of his mission to make sure that he tries to broad base the game as much as possible, popularize it. And it's good to see him lending all these efforts and the PGTI making use of his presence.
Yes, indeed. Not only, yes, correct. It's one thing to have Kapil there, but it's completely something else to be able to take advantage of the presence of Kapil there amidst them. So that's a great job, and I think the fact that Amandeep Joel and Kapil Dev seem to get along so well, it also helps the sport, the organization, and of course brings a lot of benefit for the players. So I think it's a good synergy and great teamwork.
Dole Patel with his closing, what you would want to be his closing putt of the championship.
Jairaj did that, really chipped in. Can Rohan do something close? Now, just past, just inside. I'm keeping an eye on Abhinav Lohan's shirt. Colin Joshi, the current leader at 18 under. Colin has had an early bogey on the second, but after that he has been the man to watch. Birdies on the fifth, the 8th, the 10th, and then 3 in a row from 13, 14, and 15, and yet another one on 17. And now he is here on the 18th. Colin, it's been more than 2 years, or rather actually almost 3 years since he last won, and I'm sure he's looking at adding to that tally. Of course, he will have to now wait for at least another 3 to 4 hours while Ankachima and the rest of the field finishes their round. Oh, it hit the lip.
He's also begging it to stop.
Yes, exactly.
The green breaks away straight towards the edge of the water. So there's a reasonably healthy fringe guarding the green from, or rather, stopping the ball from getting wet over there. But Colin definitely had his heart in his mouth for a few seconds there. Abhinav Lohan set the early pace today, but he has fallen two behind Kalin Joshi, who will be a clubhouse leader in a few minutes. Abhinav looking to at least close the gap.
And that those last few putts will signal the end of the morning session, where 48 professionals were in action in 16 groups. They will now wait and watch the remaining 24 professionals in the Pro-Am finish their final round to see where they finally finish this week. A nice putt there from Abhinav Lohan. Just skims past.
It stayed an inch or two high, that one. A good effort anyway to close out and that will finish off with the tapping. Or just a little bit more than a tapping, but closing rights of the professional part of the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025 being played out in front of you. This is the final group that teed off this morning. Back to camera, Abhinav Lohan in a very unmistakable shirt and wearing very relaxed looking trousers, almost reminiscent of the flannels cricketers of the past used to wear.
In the meantime, some not so good news for fans of Angad Chima. He's dropped a shot on the 11th, his second hole. So he has fallen 5 behind Kalin Joshi. Hit the lip and stayed out. Doesn't like the ball, throws it into the lake. Goodbye.
We saw a lot of that at the Indian Open, Swami.
Yes, we did.
Those greens at the DLF really tested the field. And there were more than one ball disappearing into those. There's a very large number of water bodies that surround the greens over there. Kalin taking no chances. He wants to make sure he will wants to keep the pressure up on Angad. Rohan Dole putt finishing off. Bigger putt.
Not very happy with that. Kalin
But he's
eyeing a win after a long time.
He's just seen in front of him how quickly his two playing partners both have dropped shots within between 3 and 4 feet. So
More than 2.5 years since he last won. He's now put himself in pole position and is awaiting the rest. He's awaiting the others, led by Angad Chima, who chase him. Angad is now 5 shots behind. The others are further down the road. What a lovely feeling to have a chance to get back into the winner's circle. Yes, he's happy with that. Nice clean paint there, right on the top. With the worries of golf.
Golf, form, injury, all the so many thoughts that we've heard, listened to Shaurya Singh share with us a little while earlier that go into a golfer's life. But now I can imagine if he had hair, Colin would have been shedding a few while sitting and
So
waiting
the
at the
highlights
clubhouse.
so far of some of the action in the morning. So Kalin Joshi, the man in the front at 8. Abhinav Lohan had a decent day, including eagle and quite a few birdies, but he kept periodically dropping bogeys, and that certainly didn't do him any good. Ridhima Dilawari. The young professionals have done themselves proud. They did. Sandhu chip in from the edge of the water and into the cup.
It's probably the
for a
highlight of
final
the day,
birdie.
Swami. That's beautiful.
Absolutely. And now back into action. The top lady, the top professional from the women's section. She is in contention very much. She's a 10 under, but of course, 8 shots behind. 8 shots behind the current leader, Kalin Joshi, who's finished the day at 6 under 66. And his total is 18 under.
Some good news for fans of Angad Chima. He's got that shot back immediately. Dropped a shot on the second hole, the 11th. Got back a birdie on 12. So he's...
That was a lovely chip from there for Hitashi.
Hitachi will certainly feel she has an outside chance. I mean, though the target is now set at 18 under and she's on 10.
She's 8 shots behind. That's a lot to cover, especially when you're playing in the pro-am, which is definitely much slower than the professional round.
So this is a whole new challenge, managing the speed of the amateurs around her while keeping her focus on the bigger picture, which is the prize. Even a solid finish here, Swami, if she can climb up the leaderboard, every step she takes upwards is going to swell her purse as she goes along. Not only her, all of the
She's playing
women.
again alongside Kanwaljit Singh, Sandeep Batra, and Rachna Bahadur. So we've got another 14 to 15 holes of golf more before the champion is crowned at the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025.
This is definitely going to be the most difficult part of the day, particularly for those who are really in contention for a good solid finish here. The professionals having to wait because the amateurs will be taking their game pretty seriously as well. This is a rare opportunity, tremendous stage for them as well to play alongside some wonderful players, the top players, top professionals of India, both men and women. So they will also want to make sure they do turn in their best performances. But imagine, I can't even begin to imagine the load and the pressure on them, unless they're able to completely switch off mentally for this part of the game and then switch it back fully on when you come back to take your shots. Not going to be easy at all. But given we saw Khalin Joshi do a stellar job in similar conditions
Absolutely.
yesterday to put himself in line with the title, and he's made a good run for it. Particularly his back nine, a spectacular one, picking up 5 shots in 9 holes with no damage done to his card. So he's set a clubhouse target of 18 under par, which now the remaining 24, or rather the few that are close to him, have set off in chase to track down. Angad Chimar, our overnight leader on 14 under par, dropped a shot early, but has quickly got it back. So his challenge back on track, he is 4 behind the clubhouse leader, Avinav Lohan, for the moment in second place. On 15 under par, finishing in slightly unfortunate fashion, his closing putt, or what should have been his closing putt, lipping out as well. But that's all done, and the focus now firmly on the remaining 24 professionals, as well as the Pro-Am, with the generous sprinkling of celebrities who have turned up today, mostly cricketers, as Swami mentioned a little while ago. We've seen a good number. Harbhajan Singh, you saw a little while ago on your screens, hitting his first tee shot. And there's Subramaniam Badrinath, his fellow Tamil Nadu batsman Murli Vijay, only Karthik, Railways left arm spinner, now a noted commentator, is making the most of his breakaway from the ongoing IPL. He seems to have been given a break from commentary duties, so he's playing this event for the second day in a row. Avid golfer, keen golfer, I should almost say a greedy golfer. He's taking every opportunity he can, which is the right thing to do. Every golfer has to be, is by nature greedy. Tiger Woods, 15 majors, says no, he's not had enough. So what else can one say?
And there's Harbhajan Singh trying to learn the ropes of golf.
Fraser Malik there on live feed 2.
From the looks of it, Angad Chima is on the chase, 4 behind, but Kalin Joshi is going to enjoy his lunch. I mean, even though towards the end of it he might get a little tense if Angad has made a charge, but still it's been a great effort from Kalin. 65, 67, 66 for 18 under, the only man inside under 200. Wonderful 18 under total. Saptak Talwar at 12 under and Angad Chima at 14 under are the players who could give Kalin a run for his money. Of course, they will have to have a string of birdies to come anywhere close, because the gap is far too much. Angad Chima has a realistic chance, and Saptak an outside at 6 behind. for Kakajit pulled the cap even after the birdie on his first hole. In his first hole of the day, on the 12th, which is where he started with a shotgun, he is 8 shots behind, as is Hitachi.
Pretty good putt there. It's a long one.
Kshitish Navid call. Today's best round has been 6 under by Kalin Joshi, and you won't believe it, Tapinder Kai, the Tappy Kai, who salvaged some satisfaction from that 6 under round after 74 and 76 on the first 2 days. Tappy is way down in the 40s at 46th place currently, but depends on where he finishes finally. There's been a bunch of 5 under scores from 5 under cards from Chairaj Sandhu, M. Dharma, and Karthik Sharma. So those have been quite interesting at 5 under and a whole lot of 4 unders. So that was quite nice. A few big ones, big heaves, and eagle twos. One from M. Dharma on the 8th, and then Sarthak Chipper had it on the same hole, the 8th, the drivable par for 8th, and then Tappy Kai had it on the 10th when he held his second shot, and Ravi Kumar on the 12th. So a few eagle twos there. Interesting day.
So we get through almost 60% of the action for the day, and it's been an interesting one thus far. Kalin Joshi has come to the forefront and leads the tournament at 18 under par. He's late to join the party, but shown a stellar 6 under par and 4 birdies in the last 6 holes. So I think that I see him as the clear winner. I don't think that it's going to be very difficult to catch him. Anga Chima has 15 holes to go. He will need to make a minimum 4 birdies if he isn't to drop a shot. So it's still possible, but what I've seen, if you're chasing a tournament and you have a big target like 4 or 5 under, it's a lot more difficult when you put that number. That pressure builds up. A few birdies is all right, but if you have such a big target, a little difficult to reach that. And also Saptak Talwar needs to shoot 6 under in his last 16 holes as well. So it's possible, but I'd say from the look of things, Kalin Joshi is sitting pretty at this point in time. Abhinav Lohan put on a valiant effort. He shot 2 under par today. Was coming along really well and dropped a shot in 7 and 9. And the back 9 was also relatively sedate. So he ends up at a total of 15 under par.
And we also sort of have to factor in this constant stop and start. Now, this afternoon wave will have to, just imagine that not only is Angad Chima and Saptak Talwar, if they're in chase, they also will have to cater for this time the amateurs in their groups, respective groups, spend on their putts on tee to green for 18 holes, and constantly switch on and switch off. It's going to add its own share of pressure. So certainly Kalin Joshi making the most of his chance after relatively sedate front nine. He turned up the heat on the way back. Clubhouse, that's a nice little putt there.
Yeah, really great effort by Kalin. And some other good round there. Karthik Sharma coming in with a 5 under par today. Then you have Jairaj and M. Dharma, both of them shooting a 5 under as well.
Last week's winner, in fact, Tapendra Ghai actually had the best round, though it only helped him climb from the 60s into the 40s, but it was a 6 under run for him today.
It also shows you the depth of talent on the PGTI. You shoot a 6 under and you move only 20 odd positions. In years past, that would be good enough to get you in the top 10. Saneth Bishnoi, youngster, 2 under par today, 8 under par total. Pukhraj, 2 under for the day, 9 under total. And some of the international players, you have Michel Ortolani at 4 under par today, 6 under total, so good round by him. And Thangaraja, Sri Lanka's 1 under par for the day, 7 under total. Bangladesh's Jamal Hussain, even par for the day, 5 under total. And that's a good shot right there. Om Prakash Chauhan.
Thick rough. Hope he displaying some good skills. Yeah, I mean, for me, one of the rounds of the morning wave was Jairaj Sandhu, the young man picking up 4 shots on the back nine, including that wondrous chip in on the 18 from a slightly difficult spot. Chip in birdie. Lovely judgment of speed and line over there from the left-hander. So he's worked himself into the top 5 with that finish. A tournament total of 11 under par, 5 under for the day. So, but all that's now done. And what's in front is what's important. How will Angad Chima go? How will we cope with the twin challenge of not only tracking Kalin Joshi's target clubhouse score of 18 under down, but also this constant switch on and off for the remaining 14, 15 holes that he has to play. As he has Venki Prasad, another international cricketer, one time was the spirit of the Indian attack with his statement. Javagal Srinath, of course, Sri is now a highly respected match referee on the International Cricket Council's panel. Genial men, both of them.
You know, who can ever forget the way he bowled Amir Sohail? I was a young child. I remember watching that in Roorkee when my father was commanding a unit, and I think that was 1996, if I'm not wrong.
Not just bowling him, then giving him a earful and a send-off. I think that was even more dramatic.
I could never forget, apart from just the memory of a great tournament, it's also a beautiful memory etched in my mind of a really sacred time. How life passes by, but it's thanks to people like Venkatesh, Venki, Prasad, who've given us such great memories as Indians. That was something I'll never forget. The 4 and then the send-off. It was just, you couldn't make up a story better than that. I swear to God. Look at that. You can't hit a putt better than that.
There you go.
And
just add to your story, Venkatesh Prasad is pumped up for his partner. They've picked up a point, obviously, on this hole. So the pro-am also coming to life. It's a pretty good putt. He's an elated Prasad. This is the softer side of Venkatesh Prasad. You heard Shaurya Singh talking about the fiery side of him. Otherwise,
With two
very
cricketing
amiable
greats,
man.
Kapil Dev and Harbhajan Singh,
How
two
he has joined
great bowlers also, and we have a little bowling contest lined up for them. Here in the nets, we've got a target here. We'll give them 3 chances each. Let's see who hits the stumps more often. Let's go.
Okay,
Harbhajan, do you want to start?
Bowler. Ayyo, Amma.
No spin. How are you?
Yeah.
Again me?
Yeah, 3
Yes,
balls.
3 balls.
Oh, no spin.
Yorker मारनी पड़ी है.
Super over. Yorker. Yorker. गुरु ही होता है. गुरु ही होता है.
Oh, sir, one more, last one. So you saw that very fascinating bowling contest. How did you enjoy it? How did both of you enjoy it? Harbhajan, first you.
Well, I'm so glad that I got to bowl with Kapil Bhaji. मैं मेरी जीत उसी में होगी है ना मैं उतने में खुश हूँ
Sir.
No, okay, I think I would like to talk about that. कि आज golf का है KDGT tournament and they come here to play. इससे अच्छा क्या लगता है कि क्रिकेटर आके थोड़ा बहुत golf को भी प्रमोट करते हैं तो और भी अच्छा लगता है. ये कंपटीशन तो ठीक है लेकिन उधर जो रियल कंपटीशन है उसमें मज़ा आएगा.
असली कंपटीशन में आपको देखेंगे सर. Thank you.
Thank you.
So for all of you watching, please do spread the word that not just the golf, because that's being played out. There's also plenty of fun and games triggered off by PGTI President Kapil Dev, who's roped in a series of his fellow cricketers. Yesterday we saw putting with a cricket bat. Today we've seen bowling with a golf ball. So yeah, there's lots of fun and games happening around the game itself. Sparked off by the president of the PGTI, Kapil Dev, legendary figure, of course, captain of the 1983 World Cup winning team, one of arguably India's greatest all-rounder, man who set the benchmark for fitness that modern day cricketers are following. Men like Virat Kohli, who are the modern benchmark, following in the footsteps of Kapil Dev, who never sat out a test match for health reasons. Only benched one in his long career, but that's a different story and a story for another day. Very good effort there. Kapil conducting a little coaching clinic on his own. So the Kapil Dev clinic continuing on camera for you.
He's an extremely able golfer. Of course, the years have worn on, but when he just retired, at that point in time, I played a couple of competitive rounds with him. In fact, he used to play amateur events, and he was really good. I mean, he could hit that ball really far and was a very good player. So you can well imagine, even if he had taken to golf, he could have been a world-renowned player. So I think the thing about great athletes is that the sport is just incidental. They would have exceeded no matter which sport they would have played. They of course have that superior hand-eye coordination and that strength that goes along with it. You can see it can be nerve-wracking moments for the amateurs as well. The camera's watching.
It's a very stable base, though, Shavya.
And that's a little firmly hit. So that putt would go on the lower side.
Well, plenty of fun and games. Rashid Khan wondering when he can go back to his competitive round, having had witnessed an impromptu putting clinic from his president.
Well, Ganji sauntering on, reminiscing. Looks like he's deep in thought. And that can happen sometimes on a golf course. You're walking, and the beauty of nature and everything around you gives you that sort of luxury, and you just start thinking about things, about the game, about your career, or anything else. There's so much dead time in golf. You hit your shot, and then you walk up to the next. It's probably one of the only few games that, out of a round of 4.5 hours, you're not spending maybe just about an hour hitting golf shots. The rest of it is just walking, thinking, strategizing, and what have you. And while we ruminate, we should also have a look at some of the scores. The top of the leaderboard hasn't changed. Change will have to be brought on by the likes of Anga, Chima, and Saptak if they are to try and get this tournament into a playoff or into an outright victory.
Just a little further down the leaderboard, in fact, Pranavi has joined Hitachi in a share of 8th place. The player from Mysore having picked up a shot, and Hitachi unfortunately dropping a bogey on the third hole of her Pro-Am round. But they're still in the top 10. It's a very lucrative place for them to finish. If they do manage to do so, or even advance if they can. But for the moment, certainly, with the morning we have done, all eyes will be on how Angad Chima plots his way around the remaining 14 odd holes that he has to play. It's now out of Kalin Joshi's hands. He has set a target. The clubhouse target is 18 under par. So Angad Chima has to at least add to his overnight 14 under, which he is on at the moment, to even draw level with Joshi.
This putt should break considerably to the right. And just about missing it there. You see all the amateurs putting from the same spot. And that is scramble format. Saves time.
That was a good effort. I mean, he's kept the hole for sure. He's just.
Yeah, now there's no mystery left. The line has been ascertained.
That doesn't necessarily mean anything very much. But in this case, it just might no. Stopping on the other side. Two very, very good putts in a row from the amateurs. Now, hopefully, the third member will find the center. His partner who putted first went right. The gentleman who putted second went left. So it's up to him to find the center, which I'm sure he will be very keen to do. He looked to be on track, but not enough meat on that shot. So, no joy. This seems to be a bit of a jinxed green. No progress at all from this entire group. Seeing a reasonable turnout of
Yeah, that's always good to see.
fans, friends, and family today.
The supporters and lovers of golf coming out in droves, and that's always heartening to watch. That's a brilliant putt right there by Miss Devika Kamath playing alongside Sachin Biswal, the professional, Brijesh Singh, and Mr. Suresh Kumar. You can see this, like the time that sometimes it can take can be considerably more, and this is something that the players really have to get used to. The dead time in between, that can be a little bit of a momentum breaker. You see, I know it's a part of the game, but it sometimes I feel that shotgun start actually makes the game longer, because then everybody has to congregate and it's one by one. Otherwise you can still have ready golf, whoever's ready goes first.
And happily, Shaurya, it does not so far at least seem to have affected Angad Chima, who was our overnight leader. Has picked up his second shot for the day, so he has taken one step closer to Kalyan Joshi's clubhouse target of 18 under par. Angad now on 15 under par after 4 completed holes. So he has 14 holes to go, and well, at least he's taking steps in the right direction forward. Nobody else around him really making much of a move. Saptak Talwar, having picked up an early shot, has quietened down thereafter.
Yes, so now we go to the multiple views. Gachima now moving to 15 under par, so definitely trending in the right direction.
And on the women's side, unfortunately, Pranavi, after making a good start, we saw her first approach, cross the green and roll off on the other side. That resulted in a double bogey. She's dropped another shot after that, and she's sort of fallen out of the top 10 for sure. She's almost into the 20s. But leaving it all in the hands of Hitashi Bakshi, who continues to hold station in the top 10.
That's good. That's going to be a sizable payday. Oh, unfortunately, that putt goes a begging. Rashid Khan, cool customer.
Karandeep Kocha on your screens now. He's picked up a short lead on his first two holes. So he is now on 7 under par for the event and 2 under for the day in two holes. So making a good start to his round. It's a little too far down the order to really make a run at the top, but he will want to get as high up the leaderboard as he possibly can. Great chance for him to pick up some valuable earnings to help him along. So he's nice, confident. But I think Karan is one of the handful of Indians who still have an Asian Tour card. So every penny he earns will go a long way in defraying all the expenses involved in playing in and around India.
That's going to be a slick putt, moving ever so slightly to the right-hand side. We're at hole number 17, the par 3 here. Brilliantly done.
Arjun Prasad, the professional in this group, is waiting.
Playing alongside Mr. S. Badrinath, Mr. Ajay Kanwal, Mr. Nitesh Gandhi.
Subramanian Badrinath, very fine batsman, middle order batsman from Tamil Nadu in his day. And I think he's now a fairly regular commentator in Tamil, of course, on cricket, various channels that broadcast the game. Taking time out to be here alongside his former Tamil Nadu teammate who also played for India, Murli Vijay, opening batsman.
A lot of cricketers are flocking to the game of golf, and I think there's so many similarities between the two and skills that can actually be transferred over. And as you have a look at Arjun lining up that putt, we also want to talk a little bit about the sponsors who make it possible. One of the other sponsors for this week is InQ Space. Let's have a look at Arjun's putt first. Should be fairly straightforward. As you also have a look at live feed too. Mr. Kapil Dev there, and Arjun successfully getting that ball in the hole. And Mr. Dev is well on dry land, so all's good. InQ Space is the proud partner this week. InQ Space is India's leading workspace provider, operating across 50 locations in 18 cities with 4 million square feet of space, offering managed office spaces, co-working, traditional workspaces, design and built, and asset leasing. It delivers tech-integrated, hassle-free solutions to large enterprises and GCCs in both Tier 2 and Tier 1 cities. So if you're looking for office space, then look no further than InQ Space. And we also have Harley-Davidson. I think that's a name that requires no introduction whatsoever. Harley-Davidson is an iconic American motorcycle brand known for its powerful cruisers and rich legacy of 122 years. Harley-Davidson is synonymous with freedom and the open road. The brand offers a unique blend of timeless design and performance, along with the opportunity to ride with the world's largest motorcycling club, the Harley Owners Club. Now let's have a look at this putt coming up. Fairly straightforward putt, dropping right in the center. We also have Valentine's Soda, which is the championship sponsor. And Valentine's Soda embodies unwavering self-belief, inspiring individuals to stay true to their passions. Golf reflects this philosophy, celebrating unique quirks and styles. Mr. Kapil Dev. Angachima now. He's done very well to get off to a hot start. 1 under through 4 holes. He's trending in the right direction. Currently tied for second alongside Abhinav Lohan. The leader, Kalin Joshi, is cooling his heels at this point in time. He's done all the hard work. He's shot the brilliant round, 6 under par. He shot round to 7 under, 5 under, 6 under. Making short work of this beautiful golf course. Angachima now on hole number 14. Hole number 14 is a par 4, 413 yards. This putt would be about 30 odd feet downhill. Speed would be really a critical factor to this. You want to leave it inside the 2 feet radius. You can see he barely touched that, and now the ball is picking up speed. Should slow down now. And should be able to make that. So good effort. Just about missing that putt, Angad.
With so much of prize money there up on offer, Kalin Joshi, if he wins, can actually start thinking in terms of a possibility of topping the order of merit towards the end of the season, and that could get him straight to the DP World Tour. Abhinav Lohan himself is lying 10th on the order of merit right now, and another 30 lakhs here could actually push him up considerably. He could actually, if he won, which he can't now, he would have moved up tremendously. Angachima could also make a go for it. He is about 28th on the money list right now, and he could actually start thinking or start hoping. He's got about 10 lakh 56,000, and another 30 lakhs here would push him into the top 5 of the order of merit as it stands now. Saptak Talwar will have his own views. Saptak Talwar is currently 4th with 38 lakhs. Even a second place could actually push him into the lead at the order of merit this week. A second place would mean 20 lakhs, and 20 lakhs would take him to 58, and he would have overtaken Joshua Berry of England, who played the 2 Challenge Tour events, the Hotel Planner events, and finished winner in one and runner-up in another. But he is unlikely to play any more, so Saptak Talwar could actually go up there. Right now, Saptak Talwar also has a status on the Hotel Planner Tour, but is hoping to play a few more and try to get to the main tour. And here we have lots of fun there.
Yeah, the hat turned backwards, or rather that is a hat, my apologies. It was a visual illusion for a second. It reminded me of one of my favorite Sylvester Stallone movies, Over the Top, where he's an arm wrestler. As you have a look at Mr. Amandeep Joel in the foreground. That ball needs a little bit more. Perfect day for golf, and perfect day for golf viewing as well. Yuvraj now. Let's see how his putt turns out. That's a good looking putt. That's a good looking putt.
That's a super putt.
Look at the drop off from the edge of the green. You want to get a little more treacherous, you can put the pin right next to the hazard. That can make for some interesting numbers indeed.
So there's a pretty much of a ding-dong battle there. Angachima has certainly made it interesting. Both Saptak Talwar and Angachima at 15 under has a good chance of getting there to 18, whereas Saptak Talwar at 12 under will need some good effort.
K. Cooch, Karandeep Kocher from Chandigarh, won the event at Tollygunge as an amateur.
Yes.
If I remember, he beat Digvijay Singh, if I remember.
He was the second youngest Indian amateur to win.
Angachima's ball is en route. Sorry to cut you off there, but I was too excited to see where this ball ends up because Angat means business at this point in time. It's not too far. It's a good shot, all things considered. That is a very dangerous pin. I'll tell you that much. That is what they call, in professional parlance, a sucker pin. It entices you, and then it eventually traps you if you go for it.
So Rahul Ganji.
Rahul Ganji playing alongside Mr. Mayank Jalan, Mr. Karanveer Chaudhary, and Papa CJ, the very famous stand-up comedian and presenter.
And he's a pretty good golfer too.
I wonder what's the nickname of that, the etymology of that name, or is that his actual name, in fact? Is that a stage name, or?
I think it's a stage name.
That would be a rather unique name if it were here as well. So Karanveer, I've played a lot of golf with Karanveer. Plays out of Royal Calcutta. He used to play amateur golf with us. He was a fine golfer, and now plays a lot of amateur corporate events and so on and so forth in the championship. So very serious player now. Puts out a lot of content where he's practicing and takes his golf seriously. So this is quite the Kolkata group actually. Now we have Mr. Mayank Jain. You can never go wrong with the black and white combination.
Yeah, but in stark contrast to the kind of colourful shirts that Abhinav Lohan, Yuvraj Sandhu, and many of the others have been sporting.
That ran out of steam rather prematurely. Karanveer used to have this 5-wood back in the day and hit that quite a fair distance. I'm not quite certain if that is still hanging around, lurking around in his bag. It's a younger brother as well who used to play. I'm not quite certain if he does now. Let's see how that works out. And he too has left it short. So this putt,
live feed too.
This putt seems rather beguiling for the lot. Hitachi now. In a more flamboyant orange. Orange is the new black.
Just went inside. I thought she had a very good look at it.
Now let's see what Papa CJ can do, and he runs it by. Shows you that he's got the gusto. He's not going to be afraid of leaving it short. There you have it. 3 putts, 3 different results. Now we have Rahil. Let's see how Rahil fares. Oh, it's a decent effort by Rahil Ganji. Let's also have a word about some of the other tournament sponsors. Four Seasons is the championship sponsor as well as the leading operator of luxury hotels globally. Four Seasons Hotels and Resorts currently manage 133 properties in 47 countries. Opened in 2008, the brand's first property in the country. Four Seasons Hotel Mumbai offers 207 guest rooms and suites, award-winning rooftop bar and European-style lobby restaurant. It's a preferred address for both business and leisure travelers. And for more information, head on over to fourseasons.com/Mumbai. Oh, that's a valiant effort. Just about staying short. You also have Wellbeing Nutrition, championship sponsor, Bleak Nutrition partner. Founded in 2019 by Mr. Avnish Chabria, with Mr. Saurabh Kapoor joining as co-founder in 2021. Wellbeing Nutrition is leading health and wellness company dedicated to transforming the health and wellness industry. At Wellbeing Nutrition, we blend the power of nature and science to create clean, high quality and clinically validated nutrition that supports holistic well-being. In India, it's one of the more leading nutraceutical brands that is committed to making health simple, effective, transparent through innovative research-backed solutions that address physical, mental, emotional, and social health. Rooted in rigorous science, consumer insights, and aesthetic value, their products are designed to deliver transformative results using sustainably sourced, better for you ingredients with a mission to redefine how people consume nutrition. They champion the science of living every day well. And somebody who's definitely living every day well are the golfers here. Enjoying nature, that's the best way to improve all your health markers. Go play golf, even if it is for a while, or just go watch a tournament. The good news is that the Professional Golf Tour of India travels the length and breadth of a magnificent country. We go to different states, different cities, and you can follow your favorite players. And the best news, it's free. You don't have to pay tickets to watch the golfers, at least not at this moment. And that might change. So I would suggest that before the tour gets so big that you have to pay, please do scamper on and do watch the best in business whenever they come to your city. You will be pleasantly surprised by the quality of golf that is on display. Some of the best golfers have all the attributes to regale you with the kind of tournament golf that they can show you. They can hit the ball long, they have the best short games, and of course, they're friendly. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Do head on over to PGTI of India/tournaments and see the schedule. The second half of the year is going to be jam-packed and the action is going to come at you thick and fast.
When do you breathe?
I don't.
This last 3.5 minutes without a breath, I was marveling at that.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. A compliment from you is worth its weight in gold.
So, that was quite something. And hole number 14, we are there. What makes me feel happy today is that at least The pace is pretty good. They've been playing pretty briskly rather than collecting at the edge of the green and start discussing before taking a lot of time, because that is somewhat unfair.
And that's
on the
heartening to watch,
professionals.
because that shows you the appreciation that they have for the professionals. And also, if you get on with it, you play better.
Of
It's
course,
been proven that if you
the
don't.
more you think, and the more you end up doing that, you will probably mess up the putt.
As they say,
Or-
paralysis by analysis. I came on a little hot. That happens when you hit at the top of the ball as opposed to below the equator. But it's working its way back. Maybe that was intended. A brilliant shot there.
Still quite a distance away.
But it's the effort
And I'm
that
quite sure it wasn't by design.
it's the effort that matters, not the outcome.
And effort is fine, but like fluke.
Well, amateurs are also good. So that's the line that we'll toe. But either ways, I think it's about the joy that they're having.
There, live feed 1, you've got a bit of action there. We need a couple of birdies out there from one of the leaders there to see if they're making a charge for it.
Angad Chima, 15 under par. Saptak also needs to make a move if he's to try and win this tournament. He's 6 behind and he's running out of holes. He's got 14 holes to go. Oh, that putt goes a begging. Saptak Talwar. Let's just have a look at his group and who he's paired with. Saptak Talwar paired with Miss Nurain Faisal. It's Vishesh Chandiyok from Grand Thornton and Mr. Finish Murthy. Yashas Chandra MS playing alongside Mr. Mahesh Barani, Mr. Kaushik Datta, Mr. Murli Vijay. Those are some really nice fancy golf shoes. Angad Chima in a conversation with the referee. I'm not quite certain what's that about.
And he's walking along the cart path.
I'd say
I hope
that
everything is fine.
Safe to say that Angad has not gained a pound since he was a teenager. It looks exactly the same.
Right now, all he wants to gain is a few shots.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain he would.
There are some people who are blessed with a kind of a body structure which just doesn't change. And some people are not blessed with that.
This putt looks
quite
fairly
a long
benign,
putt.
but believe me, it breaks a little bit from the right, so it would need to be hit with certain amount of authority. Yes, well done.
There, that aerial view, and of course, a view of Shaurya Singh to my left.
Well, unbeknownst to us, sometimes we come on air And this is one of those times. But a good afternoon to you. For our viewers who have tuned in and who are enjoying our broadcast of the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025. I'm your host, Shaurya Singh, joined alongside by Mr. Swami. And both of us are really enjoying the broadcast at this point in time. We also have Mr. Rahul Banerjee, and the three of us are playing a little bit of a game of tango and take turns to bring you the best golf. And currently on Live Feed 1, we have an amateur. So the unique format does this enables professionals, lady professionals, as well as gentlemen professionals and amateurs play alongside. Of course, the amateurs do not compete for the tournament.
No, I'm sure they're competing for the trophies.
They're not competing for the main tournament. They have their separate team championship, but the tournament, for all intents and purposes, belongs to the professionals. They're the ones who will be playing on stroke play, and the men and women both. And there seems to be high fives all around. Not quite certain what N. Thangaraja has done. Has he hold it? The beguiling smile tends to say that. That's the group of Mr. Vishesh Chandiok, Mr. Finesh Murthy, Ms. Noorin Faisal, and Saptak Talwar.
Rolls off. I don't think it's rolled off too much. Of course, it's still stuck in that high grass. Or not high grass, but thick grass.
You know, I really do like holes like this, which sort of entice you to hit a good shot and try and get close to it with water on either edge. This is really where premium ball striking comes to the fore. CEO Grant Thornton, Mr. Vishesh Chandiok. A good golfer in his own right. Brilliant camera work.
And a great shot.
Taking the safety first approach, prudent approach by him. He knows a thing or two about golf. You know that this is not a flag stick to be flirted with.
And you've got to play within what your limitations are. You try to get overstretch and you end up paying a penalty.
Or just like right there. That has unfortunately entered the territory of the watery grave. That's the cool customer, Wenky. Mr. Venkatesh Prasad, known for his slower off breaks, the surprising leg breaks used to come in between. He was a good pacer. He's been defined by that.
Never let a fast bowler, know that you could call him an off-break bowler or a leg break bowler. They just don't like it.
Well, my knowledge of cricket is limited, to say the least.
Because every time you tell a fast bowler, oh, that looked like a off-break.
But that, he used to bowl that slow ball very
slow ball. Call it a slow ball, never call it an off-break. A pacer never likes being, because the pace is all their lives are devoted to.
Okay, so a slow ball has to be referred to as a slow ball, not an off cutter. There you have it. We learn something new every day. Let's see if he can replicate some of that magic here. He sure can. What a brilliant shot right there. One. He and Javagar Srinath used to spearhead the attack, I remember, in the 90s, and we used to get regaled watching those matches, especially those test matches. The good old days. But he looks, he looks the same. He, again, similar genetics set up to Angad Chima, where they don't age.
Well, he used to be even more slim. He was slimmer, but he still maintained himself exceedingly well.
I believe now he's helping younger players.
Yes. Venkatesh has always been involved in cricket in some manner or the other, with the national camp, with junior camps. The problem is that once you're involved with any sport, you just can't give it up. You just have to be involved in some way or the other. Many people prefer to get into commentary, coaching, etc. Working out for junior academies, that's a lot of hard work, but it's also a very satisfactory way of giving back to the game, regardless of what sport it is. And I think many of these, like for example, Rahul Dravid, he likes, he's said that many times, he likes working with younger people. He always wanted to work with the under 19 team and things like that. So but then there are others who find coaching pretty stressful. So once they give up cricket, they would rather be, say, commentators or something else within the cricketing universe, but coaching is not for them.
A rather unique method being employed by Mr. Prasad to read the line. And using quite a short putter. He's a tall gentleman, isn't he?
There we are. It works.
He's a tall gentleman, well over 6 feet.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, so we might need longer clubs. I remember we had Courtney Walsh play I think it was Grand Thornton only 2 years ago in the program, and I asked him, he said, I couldn't find clubs my height. That was a difficulty. As you have a look at OP, Om Prakash Chauhan, the man who played a lot of golf in Europe, kind courtesy being number 1 on the Professional Golf Tour of India. And there you have Thanga Raja. You saw that fist bump? The exaltation. Happy about making that putt. Let's have a look at the scores now. Angachima making another par on hole number 15, still 3 behind. Now in striking distance of Kalin Joshi. Saptak Talwar still at 1 under par, 12 under total. So he needs to make a move on.
Slipped a wee bit. The women have actually slipped, both Pranavi and Hitashi. Vidhatri Ors had a 2 under round today. Jasmine Shaker also played 2 under. Hitashi is hanging in the top 10, but for how long? The pace is undeniably much better. Oh, and we get to see Murli Karthik. Hole number 9, Murli Karthik. I wonder where he started from. So he's played 6 holes. He's playing alongside Aman Raj, Rishi Vadera, and Ved Ganpati. Ved Ganpati, of course, looks exactly like his father. Well built, stocky.
Yeah, and a really good player as well.
Yep, and he's turning out to be an extremely good player.
Murli Karthik. So we have 2 southpaws in this group. A rarity indeed.
Yeah.
Not quite certain when I've seen that the last time. Mr. Karthik now. That's a sizable divot. Yeah, this decent shot just coming up a little short. He could have used that backstop. This flagstick seems to be in a little bit of a hollow. Can be aggressive and pitch it beyond. I think that's what young Veer might try to do. And I've seen that he favors the all black like his father used to.
Oh, yes.
He also favors the all black on the final day. So, you really like that. It's an ode to a father.
He's got a brother too who plays extremely well, also a younger one.
What a wonderful story. Heartwarming indeed. That came out really nice and high. I think he has pitched it beyond the flag. It'd be interesting to note where that ball has ended up.
Catch it. run away. There were a lot of hopes from her today. Unfortunately, she ran into a bit of trouble. She ran into a
Oh,
bogey
that
and
is
a double bogey.
rather unfortunate to have missed that putt. That looked good all the way.
There are times, when a professional player, especially in a situation like this that we are seeing, in a competitive situation, often seems to be lost in their own world, trying to focus, while the group of amateurs are lost in their world of their own competition amongst themselves. So it's like, two sets of people at the same
I
group.
mean, we take it lightly that amateurs are playing, but believe you me, they're very competitive.
They're competitive,
And
but
they,
amongst themselves.
yeah, amongst themselves. So, and sometimes they're just interested in their own game because they also want to win. The thing about golf is that it's a great leveler, and you can have a different handicap, and then you equalize the scores and so on and so forth. So the amateurs really do have a lot to play for, and they're all trying to win. So everybody has that same sort of intensity going on.
Except that I certainly feel that the stakes are much higher for, say, a professional, because it's their living, it's what they make money out of, it's what they do as a job. I mean, and it's not just the money, but it's also opportunities coming up in the season, the next season, the difference between a card and getting a card and not getting a card, getting onto the next level of tournaments. So I think there is a lot riding on each tournament, on each day, for the professionals more than for, say, us amateurs. Because at the end of the day, for the amateurs, yes, competitive, there is a desire to improve consistently, but the need to win is not as great as that of a professional.
Yes, of course. It goes without saying that it's the bread and butter that we're talking about. I'm missing on the lower side. So I think it would be erroneous to draw any sort of comparison between the two. That's a brilliant putt.
That's a nice one.
Fist bumps all around. There you saw it. Veer had hit his approach shot about 10 feet beyond. So, that was a smart shot by him because I think everybody's putting from where he hit it. Beautiful approach shot from there. And the best of putts. Let's see if Veer can get it done.
Considering the quality of golf that Veer has shown, even in his young career, I think he should be on. Oh, he wants the flagstick removed. Great. He's a big lad.
Yeah, taken on his father. Both of them have that burly strength. Oh, missing it on the same
Across.
side. Now the pressure is really on. So I think all of them have missed the putt. That's unfortunate. There was a stellar shot by Veer, but didn't quite work out in the end. As we have a look at the professional, the stylish Mr. Aman Raj. He has quite the exquisite hat collection. His dad was also a very good golfer.
Oh, great.
Yes, good putt right there.
He's got a great sense of humor. Always jovial, smiling, and very, very trendy.
But further to the right, just missed the green by not very much.
And I think the thick grass is not so easy to get out from.
Still better to be there than in that bunker, Swami. But really for the hands, that's a nasty. It's very deep. You can see the steps cut into the side that you have to walk. You have to.
Obviously very happy with the way I played. In the situation I was today, I knew I had to go out and have a good low number, and I was not comfortable all day. Let me be honest, and just kept myself held my nerves pretty well, and pulled out a pretty solid round from in my opinion.
You were saying conditions were tough, the pitch were tough. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I feel like it was the windiest day today, especially in the morning. The flags were very, very interesting, very very challenging, a very challenging setup in my opinion. And I hit some very nice shots into par threes, which were clutch, and very pleased with the way I played today. I feel hole number 15 and 17 are one of the toughest holes on the golf course, and birding them on the last day is obviously fabulous. And I've hit two very, very nice shots. I hit an 8-iron into 15 to about 15 feet, and I hit a 4-iron into 17 to about 3 feet, which were, I think, very, very impressive. And hopefully, I can come out on top at the end of the day. It was very different. It was very different from normal a normal tournament, playing with the amateurs. Obviously, it's an interesting and very, very nice format playing with the girls. It's something which I think we should continue and have more often. It was different. Obviously, playing with the amateurs is something which I have mixed feelings about it. Let me be honest, but it was overall it was a fun week, and the sponsors have been great. It's in Bangalore, my home city, so I'm very overall I was very comfortable. So let me just say that. Obviously, Kapil Dev being being a president, and him being associated with Grant Thornton, want to thank him and the sponsor GT, for coming to Bangalore and having this event again after a year's gap. So very thanks to them.
Back to hole number 10. Murli Karthik. This putt should break a little to his right. We have Kalin Joshi still leading the tournament. And what a beautiful putt by Mr. Murli Karthik. There you see that. High fives all around. Angachima, having birdied hole number 16, is now 2 under for the day and finds himself only 2 adrift with 10 holes to play. So he's done really well. 2 under through 8 holes. And from now it's fairly possible that he could outright win the tournament. There are quite a few birdie opportunities. If you look at the front 9, second is a difficult hole, 205 yards. The third, the par 5 is a birdie opportunity. The fourth is 420. The fifth, the par 5 is a definite birdie opportunity. The seventh, and the 7th, 8th, 9th. Of course, but you have to make putts. So, the putter has to keep working.
He's definitely shown very little sign of either nerves or being disturbed by what's happening around him. He's very, very focused. You can see he may have had a bit of a
Harbhajan Singh, Bhaji Pa, and that, of course, he's just picking up the game, and you can see that it's a difficult game to learn. I'll tell you that much. If you start golf late and if you've never quite had the affinity for the game, it takes a little bit of time before you can learn it.
I can certainly vouch for that. Having picked up a golf club for the first time at 55. So, but not an iota of regret. Sorry, I have to say that as well. Never regretted that decision. And
Oh, that's a brilliant
what
putt.
a putt!
I thought that was going to be a Tiger moment with that ball on the overhang, and then eventually that was the ball of Mr. Vishesh Chandiok. It's a brilliant putt there. Pranav Luhan is now in third position, and Gaganjit Bhullar is also climbing up well. He's at 12 under par total. He's 3 under for the day. Further down, you have Jairaj Singh Sandhu with a round of 5 under par, and he would finish the tournament at 11 under par. Yuvraj Sandhu still out of the golf course, 11 under total, and has 10 holes to go. So if he can make 6 or 7 birdies, you never know. I never put that past him. Karthik Sharma, 5 under par today. Further down the leaderboard, we have quite a few red numbers. We have Arjun Sharma, Michelle Rani, Sarthak Chibar, all of them with a round of 4 under par today. And Tapendra Ghai with 6 under par. Oh, that's another good putt on live feed 1. Just gone a little far. That was Miss Nurain Fazal. Twaisa Malik, even par for the day, 1 over for the championship. So going around decently. I think anytime you're around even par, it's not too bad as a professional. That putt is tracking, and that's in. What a beauty. Harbhajan Singh now. Let's see how he putts. Saptak on live feed 1. Harbhajan. It's not too bad, all things considered. That's a good putt by Harbhajan Singh. Now Twaisa lining up her putt. This putt appears that it would break ever so slightly from right to left. And slight downhill, so speed should not be an issue. And what golfers do is they're trying to ensure the line of on the ball is in accordance with the intended line of the putt. Now she has aligned the putt. Now the only idea is to start the putt on the intended line and then let the break take over. And that's well done. It's a good putt right there.
One of the few pin positions we have seen in a relatively flat spot on the green. Not too much to test if you're close to it. This, of course, is a dogleg right par 4, the 9th hole. Professionals will comfortably reach the turn. Short iron or a wedge will see them, as Fraser obviously did, see them on the green or around the green quickly. Back on the par 3, 17th hole. Seems to be a popular one with our camera teams.
Now let's see our pacer, Mr. Venkatesh Prasad.
Venky lining up. Big Venky.
Not quite sure how good is his golf and how often does he play.
We shall shortly see.
So aligning with the left hand first. Good setup. Okay, that came off well. I think. Oh, what a brilliant shot right there. The proof of the pudding lies in the eating. So not just uprooting players off stumps during World Cups, Venkatesh Prasad can also hit a nifty iron shot.
Fairly precise effort there.
What a shot.
So there, I think Shaurya's question about Venky's abilities answered in very, very quick and emphatic fashion.
Once a sportsman, always a sportsman. What a shot right there by Venkatesh Prasad, the legend. The other amateur as well. Good shot. Just not able to get the purchase of the green.
But Venky is certainly a very, very impressive tee shot. And his team would want to maximize that. And they'll need to putt well. About 12, 14, 15 feet from the pin, but pretty good.
Playing alongside professional Om Prakash Chauhan, Mr. Vaibhav Bhargava and Mr. Shekhar Mishra. Oh, what an absolute beauty.
Two good shots.
Yeah, two really good shots.
The spot for choice actually, which putt to pick now, Shaurya? Which one would you go with? Of the two, you've seen both.
I think I'll probably go with Venkatesh's putt. That more subtle break. The other one is a lot more pronounced downhill.
Okay. So there you go.
Not bad. That's a decent putt right there. I also want to talk about a few of the other tournament sponsors. We are lucky that we have so many. It's indeed heartening to watch the kind of support that this tournament has garnered. We have The Whole Truth protein powder. My apologies, protein partner. The Whole Truth, India's fastest growing clean food startup on a mission to rebuild trust in food with 100% clean ingredients, no added sugars or preservatives. Their protein bars and powders have become Amazon's #1 choice. They're not just making food, they're making food with transparency and integrity. So there you have it. Integrity, a word which is deeply entrenched in the professional sport of golf. And that ball needs to sit Angachima has made par on 17, so still remain at 2 under par.
The always composed Manu Gandas, you know, see emotion on his face ever. He will make an excellent poker player as well. I think he has a poker chip in his pocket as well as a marker. On live feed to Angad Chima, who's in hot pursuit of Kalin Joshi's clubhouse target of 18 under. Has moved to within 2, sharing some wisdom, golf wisdom with one of his amateur group. And it's live feed 2. Live feed 1 is a long putt. And Manu will tap in to finish this hole and move on to the next. We are now into the final half of the third and final day of the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025 mixed field event, playing for a healthy prize purse of 2 crore rupees, 20 million rupees up for grabs, and throwing a twist into the works or into the cocktail, so to say, is the fact that the second leg of every day, the third and final group of 24, 72 pros in all, 60 from the men's side, 12 from the women who are competing here. Bragging rights for the amateurs and nice prizes, of course, for them, but for the professionals, fairly healthy additions to their purse. The 2024 Order of Merit, PGTI Order of Merit rankings topper, Om Prakash Chauhan, on your screens. Hope he was the beneficiary of the agreement between the PGTI and the DP World Tour, of course. Spent a year in Europe last year. He's come back a very different player. Walks and talks differently. Shared some very interesting thoughts when I met him last in Ahmedabad a couple of weeks ago.
Just about.
We must wait to see what Venkatesh Prasad does here on this whole Shaurya, since I think you're right, they picked his ball as the...
Yeah, that was the prudent choice. He had hit an absolutely stellar shot, but unfortunately, seems like everybody's missed it on the lower side. I think Venkatesh is now going to putt. It's a lot more makeable from where he has hit a shot as opposed to the one behind the flag.
I think he had finished with his putt, so that was the amateur group walks off with a par, as does O.P. Chauhan. So then they're done with hole number 17. And this is the first of the par fives on this course, the third hole. Arjun Prasad in my picture has climbed up into sole fourth place. He's making a good run at the top 3 under for the day and 12 under for the tournament. So he's definitely moving in the right direction. Kalin Joshi in the morning having set the clubhouse target of 18 under par. Closest to him and out on the field at the moment, even as we speak, Angad Chima, the overnight leader on 14 under par, has knocked in 3 birdies against 1 drop shot early on in his round. So he is close to within 2 of the leader and all to play for the man from Chandigarh.
I think that appears to be Mr. Chandiok, obfuscated by the bushes. And here's the hole where Gaurav Pratap Singh had that rather unfortunate shot.
Also, the whole Gerard Sandhu pulled off that magnificent chip in.
Yeah,
From just where the gentleman in yellow is walking onto the green from.
Yeah, Gaurav Pratap end the day with a 7 over par. So, really, a tale of two cities for Gaurav Pratap. A 9 under, a 3 over, and then a 7 over par. So, the game got progressively more difficult for Gaurav as the week wore on. Angad Chima seems to be the sole pursuer of the leader, Cullen. 2 shots behind. But I think when he finished here around, now he has 9 holes to go. I still think that he does have his work cut out because the front 9 has not yielded so many low scores. It's been back 9, as it seems, has been more approachable, so as to speak. More birdies on offer on the back 9.
But if you look down the scorecard, there are more eagle opportunities on the front 9 than there have been on the back 9. So that certainly will keep his interest very much sharp and alive.
Yeah, the one thing is that these par 3s, they are not really birdie opportunities, so as to speak. You're looking at 205, 191, 207, 224. Any of the par 3s, they're not easy. You're having to hit a stellar shot and then make a putt. Normally these players, they get these par 4s and par 5s. They can power them.
The second is possible because there's not much of. It's a very sloping. It's got a heavily contoured green, of course. But if you do land your ball well from the tee shot, which is certainly doable for all of these guys, 200 odd yards, that is a potential birdie opportunity. Though as the trend today seems to be shots more than gain shots on that hole. So who knows? Maybe the pin set has been set in such a way that it.
Yeah. So if you look at hole number 2, you're just actually looking at 2 birdies by the entire field.
Yeah.
So I think for that hole, Lankad would be happy if he can just get away unscathed.
And a lot more bogeys actually.
See, hole number 5 is a definite birdie hole. We've seen birdies, eagles, I think only like a few bogeys. So if you look at 5 as a birdie hole, and then we've seen after that, there's no clear-cut favorite, but there are birdies that have been peppered all throughout the hole. So, I mean, he's on song.
But 3 and 5 definitely are chances for Angad Chima to make gains close in on the target on the 18 under.
Yeah, but 3 also has not yielded so many birdies. It's playing to an average of maybe just barely below 5. So let's see how it goes. I think it's a very evenly poised contest between Cullen and Angad. As they say, a tournament gets decided on the back 9 on Sunday, the proverbial back 9. So I think we are right there at this point in time.
A little turned on its head over here. Yeah, so the pin today on hole number 2, that par 3 is 2 right. So that's really, you attack the pin, you could leave the green, and there's a lot of heavily contoured rough. If I remember it rightly, yeah. So 3 right. So front end right. If you're short, you could roll back. There's a bit of a swale sort of approach there. You could roll off the green completely. So, yeah, testing. But then this is what you need to do. If you're chasing a 3 million rupee prize purse, Shora, you would certainly be looking to push yourself just a little bit more than you would otherwise. Certainly.
That definitely it does help, and a host of other benefits that do come along with winning a tournament, such as an exemption and so on and so forth, 2-year exemption. So, and obviously you get to climb on the order of merit, and with the number one player having to get a card to play on the DP World Tour, there's a lot to play for. So the players are always motivated and know that if they put their best foot forward, and when you get towards the second half of the season, you could be in a good position. And talking about that, let's see some of the stats and some of the players who are leading the same. So have a look at live feed 1 and live feed 2. 2 is Yuvraj Sadhu.
So unfortunately, we've just seen the updated score, and Saptak Talwar has fallen off the pace. It's a double bogey on the par 4 14th and a bogey on the par 3 17th. So he's dropped 3 shots in 4 holes.
Yes, the order of merit, Joshua belongs to Joshua Berry at this point in time. But of course, he does not play on the PGTI, so he'll not be adding any more money on that order of merit. We have Arjun Prasad, 46 lakh. Yuvraj Sandhu is at 45 lakh. Sachin Besoya, 45 lakh. Om Prakash Chauhan, Saptak Talwar. So all these players playing this weekend doing well. And Thanga Raja. So it's obviously still early days.
Where is Cullen in the standings?
Cullen's at number 12.
And what is his total for the year?
Currently, after 8 events, he's at 21 lakh and 59.
So we add 30 to that. That's 2.
Yeah, 51. So he can get close to the lead, and still early days, but with.
And he's certainly in contention unless someone unseats him. As things stand, he's the clubhouse leader. So Kalin Joshi well placed.
So we've already had 13 tournaments thus far, and normally in a season we have anywhere between 20 and 25, 23 and 25 tournaments. So even if you assume safely that half the tournaments for the season are done, you're looking at a jam-packed second half season and a lot more prize fund to play for. So
let's not forget that this is actually the first event on the 2025 scheduled to go down south. We haven't gone, so far it's been largely east and west.
Yes, so it's going to be exciting back half of the season.
So North India has not really figured other than Delhi and NCR. Chandigarh will be one stop, as it always is. And a whole lot of events down south. You have in Chennai, you have the Cosmo Open, the Coimbatore Open. You will have more events in Bangalore, then you have in Vizag, so in Hyderabad. So there's lots, like Shaurya just mentioned, plenty of action coming up once the summer break ends. Hitachi Bakshi with a putt. It's just dipped in and out. Very, very unfortunate. She seemed to have got that covered, as you can see in the replay. Action from all around, as live feed 2 is seeing the next group coming up to the 17th, the par 3 17th. Just saw Venkatesh Prasad land a very, very good shot when his group came through. And Hitachi was unfortunate to have missed out on what could have been a gain for her on her group now finishing off formalities on the third hole. Yuvraj Sandhu Gaganjit Bhular, Arjun Prasad, all tied for fourth place on 11 under par, and all of them are out on the course. Among those who have finished, Kalin Joshi has set the clubhouse target at 18 under par. Avinav Lohan currently third place behind Angad Chima, who's playing. Abhinav has finished with 15 under par against his name. Jairaj Singh Sandhu has finished with 11 under par to his name. So he's one of this large group sharing fourth place on 11 under par. Well, looks to be coming a little bit left, but it's a healthy shot there. Yes. Onto the collar of the green, may even roll back. Not a bad effort by any means from this next group of amateurs. That's another excellent tee shot. So that's two balls in fair proximity to the pin, one a bit further to the left, and into the final few holes of the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational. And Swami will join me back on comms duty in a minute.
Hole number 18 there.
Well, it's rapidly turning into a two-horse race, Swami. One
of them is already back in the stable.
Back in the stables, yes. Interestingly, one horse is back in the stables and the other one out on the course, still running on his own.
Still galloping away.
Oh, that was a very, very good putt. The ball broke late and still rolling.
Prakash can't believe how it didn't drop or how it didn't go. It just girl past.
This was a very good read, but just a fraction further to the left than he would have liked.
Om Prakash has got some great company in Venkatesh Prasad, Vaibhav Bhargav, and Shekhar Mishra. Om Prakash once told me that he gets a lot of his shirts customized, and he has various variations of OP emblazoned on them. And he once showed me a shirt which had very small OPs there. From far, I could barely make out, and then at close, he showed me that. And I'm sure the shirt that he's wearing now also will have some kind of a meaning somewhere, if we look at it closely.
Camera boys, get a cue from your input and give us a close-up of that shirt at some point in time. Testing little putt for everybody here. This downhill breaking left to right, but just where and how much has been very difficult to figure out. Hope he didn't get it himself. The person who followed him first almost tracked his putt pretty much an identical trajectory to OP's putt, but the second one was well to the right and breaking away all the time. So let's see what the final member of this Foursome does. Their pro has shown him the way, and that's the best he can do. And wait. Then there's a little bit of money to be made for the pros, winners of the pro-ams as well, isn't there, Swami? As far as I remember. Sending the ball and that just broke away at the last minute. Brave try. Three very good tries from not a very easy position. Water on this green obviously acting like a magnet, plus the slope, the sharp slope, and then the flag is perched right on the edge of the. It's not going in. This has been a testing little putt, coming both ways. And finally, the gentleman in an equally impressive shot as his group pro does the trick. And the ball hope he will now finish off.
I think one of these days the PGTI should have a special reward for the most colorful and most innovative pattern on a t-shirt.
That could trigger off a mini arms race, Swami. You never know where that could lead to. Chauhan cleaning up for par.
And sponsors won't be allowed, otherwise Athletic Drive might bring in a whole basket of t-shirts.
They've been very conservative with us, for sure. Haven't they? Ooh.
That
was a hot putt.
That went around the whole distance and then dropped. Angad Chima
playing with fire and then getting away with it over here. Clearly, wow. That was something. Came flying down the hill, Swami.
Angad is actually trying to just keep himself in his own world, in his own bubble, so as not to get distracted at all. And I think so far he's done an absolutely great job. He's picked up 2 shots. He's now just 2 away from Khalid Joshi. And on the second line, he could well go for it.
I'm not sure what the result of that putt was, since we arrived on the scene a little late. But boy, that was, there you can see on the screen the replay. Whew. Had that one missed, it would have.
Oh, it would have gone to the next stage.
4-5. Next stage. That was not sure whether it's playing golf.
Might have landed up, depending upon which side it was. It was so far, it could have gone into either Karnataka or Tamil Nadu. So, but nevertheless, it drops into the cup
safely
and just as well.
And that's all that counts ultimately. Found his way into the cup. So Angad Chima's chase is well and truly on. He's hunting down Kalin Joshi's clubhouse target of 18 under par. He's got to 16 under. We will wait for the next update on scores and share it with you as soon as we get there. And this has provided certainly an interesting tweak. Instead of a head-to-head battle, as we've seen, would see in a normal tournament, this is kind of has been a real test for everybody. Everyone's had to go through the grind of playing alongside the AMs. And it's just turned out.
Live feed too. It was a long shot, but I could recognize the player simply because by the way she jumps when she hits the ball. Avani Prashant, her foot is in the air, when she actually hits the shot at the time of contact.
Something like Scotty Scheffler.
Yes.
He does the same. It's quite an alarming dance. He does at point of contact or immediately thereafter. And finishes like a.
I'm sure
like a discus thrower.
Avani would be thrilled at being mentioned in the same sentence as Scotty Scheffler.
I'm sure she would give an arm and a leg to match some of his results. But these are slightly by the standards he had
This is
set.
exactly that's the he said by his standards. You know, when you keep winning 7, 8 times in a
Yeah.
year, and the following season you come only third, fourth, and fifth, you look like a failure.
Very true, which is not so actually, but that's how it is. He set such a high bar last year that even his top five finishes seem like, oh my
He
god.
actually hasn't won in 2025. His last win was actually the Hero World Challenge in December. After that, he hasn't picked a title.
So that technically comes under the 24-25 calendar of the PGTI.
As a wraparound season.
Yeah, right.
But I'm talking about calendar year 2025.
Yes, of course.
That's not also a kind of a FedEx Points event. It's a specially sanctioned event. Nevertheless, it does count as a win.
Great camera work. They use a saw, camera boys tracking, camera teams tracking the ball from tee to green. In this case, not the green, it is just to the right of the green and off. I think the amateurs following Avni's line, staying a little to the right. That bunker is a real, can provide a fright for amateurs, certainly. You have to climb your way in and climb way in and out using stairs. It's that deep.
Some of the amateurs, like this young man on the screen right now, are so fit. They look like they could be professionals themselves.
Good looking shot then. See how well the camera has been tracking the ball. Oh wow!
Well, you said it. Oh my God! It bounced back.
That's
lucky bounce.
That's like my tee shots on this
lucky
one.
bounce.
To stay clear of that bunker, Swami, I aim for the green. For the fairway. Believe me, and more often than not, I do exactly what
the cameraman wants to make sure.
No, that's some really good camera work there, isn't it?
It is.
Look at this. He's had it center of his frame all the way.
It hit the cart path, bounced off it, hit the stone right next to it, and bounced back onto the course.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, it didn't make the fairway, but still gives him a shot.
Some tallies for our cameraman there. Doing a stellar job of tracking the ball.
This is hole number 18, but no one is finishing here because we are in a shotgun mode here.
Once again, a very tricky pin position. It's halfway up, or 3/4 of the way up.
This is the place where our man Gaurav Pratap Singh had a lot of trouble.
A boatload of trouble. I think he had a triple bogey here or a double bogey at the very least.
No, I think he just got away with the bogey, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. Very difficult round today. In contrast of his...
Actually, after the first round, 63, 9 under 63, he had 2 tough days. And dropped all the way back into the 40s, I think.
So he didn't finish with the double bogey here. 7 over for the day.
It's again going to go inside. That's the way it's been there for the last 2 or 3.
Testing putts when you're coming up the hill and with a fair amount of break from right to left. You can see the ball swing across the face of the hole as it came up.
That's the luxury for an amateur. Everybody's finished and gone off, that you can have one more shot.
Now that the pressure is off, the putts will fall. Always happens.
Well, the Mulligan gets a repeat, get an action replay.
It was a good putt though. He did get it. Oh, if I'm not mistaken, that's my playing partner of last week, Arjun. Arjun is country head of Discovery of the Discovery Channel, Swami.
Okay, great.
His brother was from my school, Abhimanyu. Arjun is Delhi boy but lives in Bombay. He's the India and South Asia head of the Discovery Bouquet of channels. Fine player. Hits the ball really, really long way. Obviously, he was a very competent amateur player. He has played with a lot of
Bye. Is it going to stay on the green?
these. He stopped.
Yeah, I hear this was a generous green, a big one.
So for all of that, this was actually the best tee shot from among the amateurs. The others all went into the bunker. He was the only one who was out of trouble, despite his adventures with the cart path and the stone and everything else. The other two were in the bunker on the other side. So good going, well done.
Hitachi on live feed 2. So for all practical purposes, Angad Chima is still on the chase, 2 shots behind Karan Joshi. Abhinav Lohan at 15 under. He's finished and he can now at best be second. That is if Angad Chima drops. Then there's a big gap as Jairaj Sandhu is at 11 under, as is Yuvraj Sandhu. But Yuvraj Sandhu still got about 9 or 10 holes to go. And Arjun Prasad also looking pretty good. And he is 2 under right now. Could do with a few more birdies.
Gaganjit Bhullar was part of this group, Swami, till a little while ago. And, since he began the front nine, he dropped 2 shots, holes 1 and 2. So he has got one back on the par 5-3, third hole. So plenty of action. Players are obviously going for it. As well they should, given the stakes. Avni with her putt on the par 3 17th.
Just to the right. And again, sometimes the body language suggests that the interest is waning ever so slightly. Avani Prashant is in that huge bunch at tight 13. They're all at 8 under. There are 10 players at 13, at tied 13th. That includes a few stalwarts like Om Prakash Chauhan, Saptak Talwar, Raman Raj, Hitachi Bakshi, Avani Prashant, Shamim Khan is below that.
Still a par putt for this group of amateurs. Coming off that thick rough above the hole. The other two, of course, finding the bunker. That's a wide and long bunker. Sweeps around the edge of the green as well. Oh, that was close. How did it not fall in? Finally, someone does convert. That was excellent work. He saw two of his partners, one shave the lower side of the hole and the other side.
Even the caddy is thrilled at it.
Should be. This is a good par, given where they came from. That you can see they're walking past that spot where the ball was.
Good putt. Read it very well, got the pace and the line perfectly.
Oh boy.
Now this, he got the line perfectly. The pace was just half a hole short. Someday they'll start giving half shots for balls which stop within 1 inch of the lip.
So how do you put that in a scorecard?
We'll find a
4.5,
We'll
3.5 for a par 3.
We'll check. We'll check with AI.
Still waiting for updates on the scores as we go along. Well, now into the final half of the Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Invitational 2025. We played at the award-winning and stunningly beautiful Prestige Golfshire course. Kept in tip-top condition in one of the busiest golf courses in the country. I think the KGA has that honor. Its fellow course in Bangalore is the busiest, along with Chandigarh and a couple of the courses in the Delhi NCR region. One of them, of course, being the Noida Golf Course. Before it was, half of it was shut down for renovation, which is currently underway in progress. And there are times one gets more often than not, it gets the impression that the amateurs take their game even more seriously than the professionals. The prep time, the lineup, and the routines.
Now that was a good part, except that.
Second part in this group in a row, Swami, for rolling up about half an inch or an inch short.
So there could be prizes for half an inch short, 3/4 of an inch short, and 1 inch short.
You give them half a t-shirt, quarter of a t-shirt, t-shirt with one arm sleeve missing.
But I wouldn't mind half of the check for the prize money.
You don't will never qualify for that. So please set your mind on the goodies. Maybe you get a flask without a lid, or a t-shirt with one arm missing, and that's going to be a lot.
As long as you don't give me the lid and take the flask.
And for that, you could have a lucky draw to decide who gets which part of that, if one of these half putts and 3/4 putts. So, very serious amateurs in action here, even as we take a few minutes off. That was a good one. After he saw both his partners kept the ball a little shy. This gentleman on your screen definitely put a little.
was his 10th hole. So he's at 17 under and inching towards.
This is turning out to be, Swami, it's like one of those thrillers. It's like a thriller movie. The victim can feel, ever closer the breath is on the back of his neck. And Shaurya, of course, is the one for the movies and the books, so he will be able to describe it better when he does come on. The scenario that's building. One shot now separate the clubhouse leader from the man who's hot on his heels.
And I must say, when we were in college, we used to have a competition called Just a Minute, and you had to speak non-stop for 60 seconds. And I was pretty good at that. I'm so glad Shaurya was not competing with me at that time. I would have been beaten hands down. I wouldn't have had a chance.
You are clearly in awe
of hope in it. I'm in complete awe.
Kshitij there finishing off on the 18th. May not be the 18th.
No, it's not his finish. He's finished
off on this hole. Yes, and trudging off, the young man not looking at his happiest. We've seen him, but then he's also very relaxed character. Still has a bounce in his step, as we just saw. So certainly,
Yuvraj Sandhu, without getting into the top 2 or 3, has still managed to hang in the top 5. He needs a good finish here to keep his hopes of winning the Order of Merit strong.
So he made a good start to that. In the early season, he was a winner of 2 events on the bounce, winning at Kolkata and thereafter at Ahmedabad. The clade one, I think he was 2 in a row before Shaurya Bhattacharya won the 3rd and broke the sequence at the Chhattisgarh Open. So.
Actually won at the Tolly Club and then he won in Ahmedabad.
That's right. So Angad Chima on the charts, creeping ever closer to his, can't call him a victim, but certainly his target. He is now just one shy of the clubhouse score of 18 under par. He's climbed up to 17 under, but picking up a shot on the first, which is not very common. Though Abhinav Lohan had done so in the morning as well. And safely parring the par 3 second, which has claimed more than one scalp, including the person he is chasing. Cullen was, this was where he dropped his only shot of the day in the morning wave. Par 3 with a slightly testing pin position today, obviously. And Cullen was on a rolling, and once he made the turn, he really picked up pace.
I just quickly drew up all the results of Yuvraj Sandhu. He's actually had a very, very good season. Unfortunately, he missed the cut in the Kolkata Challenge. And otherwise, he won the Tolly and then the Glade one. And he was 3rd at the Adani Invitational.
That's right.
And 13th at Indorama. And at Callan's Open, he was 5th. So it's actually been a terrific season for him in terms of sheer performance. Some of the events didn't carry as much of a prize purse as like 2 crores or something, but nevertheless, it's a fantastic sum that he has at 45 lakhs right now. And if he finishes in the top 5, he could add a substantial amount to that. So he could go pretty much close to the top.
So on your screen, there's confirmation of what we've been telling you. The clubhouse target of 18 under par set by Kalin Joshi this morning with his 600 round for the day, but getting ever closer as the day wears down is our overnight leader. Angad Chima was at the head of the leaderboard when play began this morning, and he's now heading.
Yuvraj Sandhu has a chance to overtake Jairaj and move into sole 4th place, though Arjun Prasad is also doing pretty well.
Gaganjit Bhullar was making good progress, but that was interrupted somewhat. He dropped shots on the first two holes on the front nine, the par 4 and the par 3, but he's got one back on the par 5, so he's back to 10 under par for the day, 1 under for the tournament, I beg your pardon, 1 under for the day.
Interestingly, Yuvraj and Arjun Prasad are jostling for the second and third position on the order of merit also. Right now, Arjun Prasad is in second place with Yuvraj in third. And you've got Yuvraj right on the screen right now.
Like the two of them and Saptak Talwar were the final group at the event in JP, Swami, one you just mentioned. And it was won and lost on the last hole. Unfortunately, Yuvraj had fallen out of contention by the 16th hole. But it was a real ding-dong battle. Terrific go at this. Very, very good.
Less than a lakh of rupees, less than 100,000 rupees separate Yuvraj from Arjun. Arjun Prasad is 46 lakhs 57,000 and Yuvraj Sandhu is and 45 lakhs and 68,000. And right behind them is Sachin Basoya, who unfortunately has fallen back this week. He had 45 lakhs and 15,000. So it's all very, very nail biting, very close. So any of these young men could actually make a run to win that order of merit and punch their ticket to European Tour.
Wow. Nice putt there. May look easy, but they never are. Nothing on a golf course is. Please, the sponsor gentleman giving a happy wave to the camera as he passes. The last 7 or 8 holes of this 2025 edition of the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational, for the first time a mixed field event. Prize purse of 20 million rupees, 2 crore rupees. And yet another good putt just being played out in front of you on hole number 17. Scaring the high side of the hole, that one. Gentleman in pink should be very happy with his effort. He's also given his partners a good idea of both the line and the speed. And if they're good enough to execute, hopefully one of them will. The par 3 17th hole. That unfortunately did not look like it had the legs right from the time it left the putter. So gentleman in pink finishing off with his own putt. You still see a marker on the green. Prashant there doing a little bit of gardening. She prepares for her putt. Certainly been plenty of action over the first 2.5 days of this KDGT Invitational 2025. Fine young talent on your screen. Girl from Bangalore herself. Still a teenager and in her rookie year as a professional. Turned professional after earning her playing status on the Ladies European Tour. As an amateur, only of course had more than one event on the domestic professional tour, but she was still as an amateur. 2-time national champion as well. Has been an invitee to several events in the United States. It's not the easiest of putts, but she's made a fairly good go of it. We saw more than one putt from this angle miss out in a couple of groups before this. That Om Prakash Chauhan and his group. So one more of that. And let me now hand over to co-commentator Shaurya Singh.
I'll take over the reins for a little while.
Which for some breathless commentary.
Well, the golf
breathless golf.
The golf itself leaves us breathless, so then we have to emulate the action ourselves.
So Angad Chima is making a bid for it, making a go. One shot behind, and about seven holes left for him. Angad Chima is indeed making it quite interesting. But hats off to him. We always thought playing in a pro-am, making a bid for the win might be a tad difficult. He's made it really. He's had really.
Yeah, we've been proven wrong. And
he's done a great job. He's done a great job, regardless of how he finishes at the end.
But I tell you,
awesome.
If there was any player, then it had to be Angad, because I told you that he does. Just a minute, please. Yeah, so back to the action now. So Angad still has 7 holes to go and is 1 shot behind. But as we were discussing, that if there's any player who can revel under this kind of a scenario, it would be Angad Chima, because he's got that unique ability of zoning in and out, as opposed to some of the other players who need a continuous zone of focus. And that's a good looking putt right there. Angad has the unique ability that he can turn it on and off when required. And often you see in tournaments when he's playing really well, and if you're walking alongside or even his friends, he can exchange the odd note, laugh around, and then when it comes to the shot, he's able to focus and get himself together.
Well, that's an amazing ability, and if you can do that, I'm sure you can keep yourself pretty focused on a golf course, and especially in big events.
So I think that has played quite well. Played out quite well for him, for Angad. And we are drawing almost towards the close of things. We still have about 7 or 8 holes to go, as it was a shotgun start, so everybody will finish simultaneously. The tour is going to take a little bit of a hiatus after this. The players,
That's right.
Players are going to hone their skills, maybe travel, work on the games, do club fitting. A lot of the players take this time to buy, or rather to go to the club manufacturers and change their shafts and lie angles and so on and so forth. Many others really do hit the gym with a ferocity that is unmatched during any other time of the year. And
coming back to Angad,
that's a rather unfortunate miss right there.
That's right. Angad, coming back to Angad, I mean, he had a great season last year. He had a bunch of top tens, including a win at the Vizag Open. He had 7 top tens. Unfortunately, this year, he's made most of the cuts that he's played, but not actually had a top 10. So last year, he won the Vizag Open, was second at the Golconda Masters, was second at the Nissan Presents Chandigarh Open, was third at the Glade 1, and 5th at the Delhi NCR Open. So he had a series of great results last year, and of course he was also 8th at the Kolkata Challenge on the Hotel Planner Tour. So a lot of great results last year. Hopefully he can duplicate some of them this year. Now a full second half of the year is still left, and if he wins this week, it will be a big, huge boost for him to make a bid for the big prize at the Order of Merit. I'm sure it's going to be much more keen than it has been in the last few years, the race for the Order of Merit honors.
This group comprising of Yashash Chandra, Mahesh Bharani, Kaushik Datta, and Murli Vijay. That's a beautiful shot, working its way, snaking towards the flag. That's the only way that you can do it on a hole as such. A nice little draw. Ideally, a low draw that bounds on towards the front right and then spins or runs up to the flag. Yeah, this is a beautiful hole indeed. Sitting here is probably the second best thing to do. First would obviously be try and play this golf course. And we would definitely implore anybody who does travel that if you ever happen to go to Bengaluru, you must definitely get in around 18 holes. Look at that golf shot. Brilliant.
It's beautiful.
Going straight at it. That's the alternate approach that you can use with not much shape to it and straight down at the flag. That approach isn't for the faint of heart, I'll tell you that much.
One look at here, it looks like a fairly even course, not too much of ups and downs, but once you get onto it, a lot of undulations there, a few mounds, and it can be quite challenging.
And a rather expansive green complex.
Yes,
the
exactly.
one that you're looking at.
Big, huge one.
It looks like it extends quite a bit in all directions.
I was talking to someone in the morning about golf courses and golf in the south. I believe there's a golf course coming up in Hubli. There's another one in Hyderabad, close to Hyderabad, 27 holes. And RCGC is going through, of course, not in the south, but RCGC is going through some changes. So a lot of changes, a lot of golf courses and facilities coming up, which is like fantastic.
Yeah, that's good to see the development and the growth of the sport in our country.
Yeah, the more facilities you have, golf will become more accessible to everybody. And I think there's no better way to promote the sport than making it more accessible. Actually, I would even be in favor of 9-hole and 6-hole golf courses, which don't take up too much of land. And also, you can play around, say, a 9-hole, you can play 9 holes in, say, less than 2 hours, and that would be pretty good. That wasn't terribly fair. There was a tee which was stuck there, and if the ball had hit it, I wonder what that would have meant. It would have meant a penalty. Langachima is on hole number 3. It's a par 5. It will likely pick up a shot here and join Karan Joshi in the lead.
It's quite a sizable prize fund, as we already discussed previously. And
this looks like a birdie putt on this par 5, third hole for Angad.
And even the 10th position fetches 4 lakh, and currently in a tie for 10th position, we have 3 players: Karthik, Pukhraj, and Udyan. Udyan still has 9 holes to go. He's at 9 under. Angachiman on hole number 3. I'm not certain if it's a birdie or an eagle putt. And Angachima, just about skirting the hole. So we'll soon find out if this was, I think in all likelihood, it could be a birdie attempt, I think. Because
that was probably a birdie putt.
Yeah,
but now he is coming back for par probably. I doubt if he was 2 on there.
Yeah, this hole has not seen any eagles, so I would assume, and the length is 563. Although that's not. That's pretty much a driver and maybe a rescue for somebody like Angad. Angad also hits the ball a fair distance. He gets it about 285 to 288 yards, 89 yards, 90 almost in the air. So he's a longish hitter. So he has the ability of getting there in two.
Even after this, he'll have one more par 5 on the 5th. So there it is. Not sure if that was a birdie. We'll have to wait and see.
If that was indeed a birdie, that would be some sort of a second shot. Yashas seems a little flummoxed by that. Thought that would break right, but it didn't. Yashas very fluid, languid swing he has, and hits those irons really well. Has a very good hit on the irons. They say, how do you decipher if a player is good or not? To be honest, you don't need to see the swing. You don't need to see the setup. In fact, you don't even need to see anything. You can just go on a range, close your eyes, and hear the sound. It's the sound that tells you how good a player is. And I don't exaggerate when I say that. You need nothing else. Just the sound. The better a player, the heavier the hit, the more cleaner the sound. And that's how you see, if you go to a good pro tournament, one of these players are playing on the range, and especially the better iron strikers, you'll see a very definitive whoosh around the strike. Now this putt is across almost 2 continents. Let's see how she can do here.
She has to try and get it close rather than try to go for it, because if she...
I think within a putter length is a good putt from here. That's looking good.
It's veering off to the left.
I'd say all things considered, that's a really, really good effort. A brilliant speed control.
It's a good effort, yes, indeed. So that was a par for Angad. He was putting for birdie, missed it, a long one, and then came back for the pars. So he still is 1 behind Kalin Joshi. 6 holes to go for him.
It's all happening right here in Bengaluru.
An important week for Angad.
We're playing the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational here at Prestige Golfshire Club in Bengaluru. And this is the final day of this unique event. We have the lady professionals alongside the gentlemen professionals and the amateurs. All of them combining to make a fantastic event. Kshitij now with call. Reading his yardage book, some notes that he's going through. That ball gets towards the hole, but rather gingerly.
A lot of distance there. Didn't have enough pace on it. Now on live feed one, we see Planavi up to that long putt. Yes, she gets that one, the second one. Good, got it within the club length and drained it.
Yeah, that's really well done by her. Another change that has happened maybe over the last 5 years, especially the women golfers. I see them hit the ball longer than what they did in yesteryears.
All I would say equipment also, and of course they also have been doing a lot of strength training.
I think strength training and just golf has been taken a little bit more seriously as a profession thanks to the sponsors and the big corporate houses that have come in. The added money and exposure does help. Something, an event like this is almost like a shot in the arm for women professional golf.
Till a few years ago, I used to see many of the women professionals actually being there till their mid-20s and then kind of disappearing, either into a profession or into matrimony. But nowadays, many of these young ladies see golf as a full profession for them into their 30s. And they've been at it for a long time and they really have a lot of ambition there. So I think that's the big change. Now, if you see players like Tressa Malik, Wani Kapoor, Wani is I think she's 30 and over. She's so committed to golf, and that's fantastic. And then, of course, Tressa, Amandeep. And now we have the younger lot with Diksha, of course, who's already got 2 LET wins, Avni Prashant, Pranavi Ors, and of course, the big one, Aditi, who is this week playing in the Chevron Championships, one of the 5 majors on the women's circuit. She's played more than 30 majors, which is the most for any male or female from India. Of course, she hasn't really, done anything sensational like a top 10 or top 5 or something on the majors. But the fact is that she is in at least 2 or 3 majors every year, and that's been pretty consistent for Aditi.
Yeah, she's been a good player, but I think all of them really owe a lot of their success, I think, to one lady who I would like to call out is Simi Mehra.
Of course, Simi was a trailblazer. A path breaker, a trailblazer. Call her what you want to, but she's amazing. There is a bouncy walk there from Kshitij.
Yeah, he always does that. He has that proverbial spring in his step.
It's almost like, he's humming a song in his head.
Yeah, it actually does seem like that. And I think that's a good way to play golf, to be honest with you.
Oh, yes. Saptak Talwars actually dropped back a lot. That stretch when he had a double bogey and then 2 bogeys on 17 and 18 actually have killed whatever chances he may have had of making a run for at least one of the top 3 places.
Yeah, Saptak also possesses a really good game, a very stable base, and also has a very strong trajectory, a penetrating sort of a trajectory that he hits the ball at. I wonder what is the discussion that is happening there.
Rangaraja there.
So Angachima has 6 holes to go, and he is 1 shot behind.
And of those 6 holes, there is a par 5 2, the par 5 fifth, and of course, then he will close with 3 successive par 4s on 7, 8, and 9.
Now we go to hole number 15. Aman Raj.
Murli Karthik onto the next tee. The 15th, I think.
Now using the rangefinder. That this rule probably came in effect about 5 years ago, and I'm not certain if it's actually done its fair share in order to speed things up. But does I think it's definitely improved scoring, takes out the uncertainty.
See, I'm all for gadgets which may help your golf and help scoring, but I'm always afraid that these might actually slow the play, and that is something that doesn't sit very well on me.
Yeah, that's what I think as well, that it's actually maybe a step too far, but it does give you the exact yardages. It's nice to see them having a little bit of a chuckle there. It's so important. Often, when you get this opportunity of playing along, cricket players who've played at the international level, I myself, whenever I had the opportunity, I would always ask a little bit about their cricketing exploits and the matches I'd seen. I remember Ajay Jadeja coming to our golf course back in the day at Dholakwa, APTA. I remember playing around with Kapil Dev and I asked him about the Hero Cup and when Tendulkar bowled the final over. So it's always fun to ask about these few tidbits and so on and so forth. Oh, that Murli Karthik now. Look for this to be close. He's a really good iron striker as well. And
I have a feeling it's off.
Oh, that's a brilliant shot right there, all over the flagstick.
I thought it was going to left. He did manage to keep it in. Well done. Good shot.
Two lefties. Together.
Yeah, this guy, this player, in fact, has a great future. The Veer youngster, still a teenager, but really possesses a fantastic game.
Rahul son?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Lovely ball. What a shot. He's within 6 feet of the flag.
That's what I said.
Wonderful shot.
Possesses a stellar game.
A chip in the old block indeed. Wonderful play. They're waiting for the ball to fall. Could happen tomorrow.
Now this is a rather long putt, pretty similar to the line that Pranavi had.
Even as we are following hole number 2, the news is Angachima has caught up with Khalid Joshi.
Lead a little bit more of a hit, but that's all right, not too bad. Just stayed up on the slope.
A birdie on the 4th has taken Angachima to 4 under for the day, and he's now 18 under and tied with Kalyan. He just needs one more birdie and stay there to pick up his first title this season. There you see the confirmation of that at 18 under after 13 holes. Angachima. Colin Joshi, he'd missed that birdie on the par 516 and he would still be thinking about it.
But this in this format, the inaugural mixed format, and it's proving to be a resounding success. You're seeing Angachima really chasing down Kalin Joshi. That's how you get it done. I thought it would be difficult because it's always difficult when you have a big number that you have to shoot. You need to shoot at least 4 under to get to a playoff.
Especially when you're not playing one-on-one.
Yeah, and
the same group.
He was chasing him, and he had to shoot a minimum of 4 under, and he's done himself a world of favors by being 4 under through the first 12 holes. And he has 6 holes. 5, my apologies. He can make a few more birdies just to have a comfortable cushion, but I'm thoroughly impressed by Angachima, how well he's been able to handle himself and produce stellar golf when required. It's one thing to shoot low numbers, it's another thing altogether to do it. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. Fantastic effort. On the lower side.
Interesting discussion there, Shauraj, you and Swami were having. But I let me put it another way. Angad set off knowing exactly what he needed to do. The variable in his case, of course, was the fact that he's playing alongside 3 amateurs who would completely upset his normal competitive rhythm. That was the one big variable. But it is like look at it this way, it's like a T20 match or a match with a target, 50 over match, call it what you want. He knew what he needed to do to get them. Had they been playing alongside, it's a different matter. Then one could have pushed the other out. Now that Kalyan is done, there's nothing more he can do as far as this score is concerned. Angad Chima would have set out this morning, this afternoon, I beg your pardon, knowing exactly what was required of him. And all he needed to do was keep that focus, which he has done in wonderful fashion. 5 under for the day. He's dropped a shot, still picked up 4. So he's very much on track. I should think now the wind, as we see, is flapping around, has swung.
That's a brilliant putt by Murali Karthik, given the fact that the wind is buffeting and it's really picked up. You can see the flag there fluttering in the background, and that indeed does make things a lot more difficult. And alluding to your point about knowing your target, well, actually 2 ways to look at it. In golf, I think that's a little different because, you know your target that you have to shoot 4 under par. And in the process, you sometimes end up trying to force the issue. And somehow in golf, you can't produce a low round on demand. You can produce good shots on demand. But it's very difficult even for the best of players to say that I'll shoot 5 under today. It doesn't work like that.
I don't think you got what I was trying to say. What I'm trying to say was somebody with, say, the experience of Angad or even a competent golfer at that level would probably not look at it in terms of getting that many scores or that many birdies, but putting himself in a position to maximize the value of the round. That's what I meant. What we call in cricket is called going through the process. You keep hearing that at every press conference. Hey, what did you do? We went through the process. You put through yourself through the right process, keep the right thoughts in mind. I think you will end up more often than not finding the scores that you would set out to. You're not setting a target of I want to go 500. That's what.
Brilliant.
That is exactly the opposite of what you need to do.
Brilliant putt by Aman Raj. Yeah, I think certainly one aspect is for sure that that you can, there's a marker being put in front of you. So let's say if Angad were in a position that he had 3 holes to go and he needed to make 2 birdies. So he would know that what is the choice he would take. You can actually take the risk on and the end result required.
I go back to the conversation I had with Om Prakash Chauhan in Ahmedabad a few weeks ago. He said, sir, when I first got to the European tour, मैं कट के बारे में सोच रहा था. Every tournament I walked into, I would think कि मेरे को ये स्कोर बनाना है तो मेरा कट कम से कम बन जाए. फिर मैंने देखा दूसरे प्लेयर्स कैसे खेल रहे हैं. वो लोग कोई कट के बारे में नहीं सोचे. वो सिर्फ सोच रहे थे कि अपने हर होल पे जितना बढ़िया स्कोर कर सकते हैं, जितना बेस्ट पॉसिबल रिजल्ट कर सकते हो, उसको लेके चलो. तब से मेरा गेम बदल गया. आई एम जस्ट रिपीटिंग व्हाट ही टोल्ड मी. So I think that in his own way he stumbled onto this beautiful thing that stick to the process, the results will come. And like I said, we've heard it over the years, 35, 37 years of covering cricket, and we heard this over and over and over again. Stick to the process, stick to the process. I think it does work out, I'm sure, for golf. You played at a very good level yourself.
I think it harkens back to great lessons that we've learned in life is eventually what you put in. You shouldn't worry too much about the outcome because at a certain level in life, and I might get a little philosophical, the outcome is never within our grasp. But if the input is good, the output will be towards the intended line. So, that eventually you can't control what happens, especially in golf where there's so many variables. But if you do your process and you play well, then you'll definitely get a good score. So
Which I think with all his experience, that's exactly what Angad has been doing over the live 13, 14 holes he's played today. He's just given himself the best chances of doing what he needs to do by playing the best. Oh, what a putt. Beautiful. 30 plus feet and he's 2 inches from the cup. Lovely. Yeah, anyway, so still he still has some way to go, so let's not jump to too many conclusions. But certainly it's built up in a very fascinating and a very different way towards an interesting climax.
But the thing is that he's done all the hard work. I mean, for now, it's definitely his tournament the entire way. I mean, his tournament to lose, so as to speak.
True.
He's done the hard part.
Very true. Very true.
So he has 5 holes to go. He'll be looking to win this outright. The playoff is a little bit of a gamble.
He does have opportunities. There are scoreable, makeable opportunities. He has got one more par 5. He's got a par 3 after that, but no one's really very few gains on that par 3 as well. You're right when you pointed out that par 3s on this course are not really scoring opportunities. Oh my goodness, look at that ball go.
Yeah, I hear the par 3s are ones where you don't want to drop a shot. So
I think that's mantra in most cases. Whole rash of bogeys on the second hole to start with. Almost everybody in the top 10 has dropped a shot there. Quite amazing. So that's really devolved into a 2-horse race. And like Swami said, one horse is back in the stable and the other one is still running. So that's how it is sometimes.
It reminds me of the story of the horse Sea Biscuit. I remember reading that book. What a poignant, beautiful story it was.
And then it was a wonderful movie as well. Tobey Maguire did a fabulous job, as did the horse.
No, this is the last one to go has already learned everything about speed, the direction. So you expect the last putter to hit the best putt. because he's got the benefit of speed, line, and length, but not to be in this case, unfortunately.
You would also expect that group to nominate the best putter to go last.
Exactly. So you get to see.
Like I'm generally the goat in our games. I'm put out first.
Okay.
And everybody learns
Well, then there's another way of looking at it. You're the front runner.
Yeah, that's true.
So front runner is
Essentially run away from what I did. Make sure you don't do that. No, but on a serious note, it actually helps if you're really working, taking this seriously. It helps to send your weakest link out first, and then progressively you get stronger. This improves your chances of getting something out of each hole as you go along, in a team format, of course. The final few holes at the KDGT 2025 Invitational.
That's another unique way of reading the line. I've never quite seen that. I'm sure Mr. Venkatesh Prasad has perfected that method. As they say in putting, there's no right method. Whatever gets the ball in the hole is the correct method. And it's not too bad. That's a decent putt by him.
He certainly gave that ball a fairly healthy shove. It's good to see these guys come out onto the golf course. And in its own way, they could also be a draw. Come when you see non-golfers coming out in such good numbers to come and play, it would, I'm sure, encourage. I don't know. Oh my goodness, that is going hot.
That's coming in hot.
I think Venki read that well, but it just a little less than was required. Catered for the slope, but gave it too much of respect. Let's see what this one looks to be a better.
This is looking promising, but again, no legs.
Something like Venkatesh Prasad's putt. I think watching that second putt go flying past, I think everybody sort of pulled back.
I believe your home course is going through a revamp.
Yes, it's partly way through. The back nine has been completely dug up. Putting in some new water bodies, creating some new bunkers. It's an old course now in the sense of maintenance, 25 plus years. So, and post-COVID, it wasn't as well looked after as it could have been. So the fairways had become, though the greens continue to be really, really good, the fairways had become sort of beaten down and very, very hard. And it's not much of coring had happened last 2 years. So concrete-like fairways, it was difficult to really walk on. Oh, what a putt! Yes. Oh, P. Chauhan, pat yourself on the back, young man. Good stuff. Nice one indeed. So yeah, so that's what. So ultimately, even there was a dogfight over whether we should do it or not. And finally, the decision then, the committee took the plunge, and I'm very glad they've done so, because 3 years down the line, we should have, just imagine, heart of Noida, heart of the NCR region, you have a championship course. It already is a champion course. It's a regular host of PGTI events. So to have a full-fledged 18-hole championship course will add to the bouquet of courses available in the Delhi NCR region. You already have so many championship courses there, don't we? We have the DGC, of course, the trendsetter, then the younger ones down the line which have come along. The Classic Golf and Country Club, the DLF Golf and Country Club.
Oh, that was a good putt. Unfortunate for that not to have dropped in.
Of course, the JP Green. So, if you have an option of 5-6 championship courses in and around Delhi, then only add to make Delhi take it back to its one-time role of being one of the two powerhouses of Indian golf, which is now shifted away to Bangalore and Chandigarh. And other parts of the country in the last few years. Golf Design India, the company that are executing the project, and they're keeping up very good pace. I spoke to Nandajog the other day, and he said, "Boss, we are almost on a day-by-day schedule. He has to." They said they want to complete all the civil work before the rains come. So they're really running. He's running a tight ship. It's good to see. Brisk pace of progress over there. And anyway, back to the final minutes, the final hour or so of the Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Invitational 2025, like coming to you live from the Prestige Golfshire. Slightly hazy day, so we've seen the Nandi Hills in the background quite prominent, but today a little shaded. And even as we speak, Angad Chima has indeed taken the outright lead. He has birdied his second hole in a row. He birdied the par 4 fourth hole as well as the par 5 fifth holes. So he's now in the lead, out in front by himself on 19 under par. He's gone to 5 under for the day, having dropped a shot early in his round. He teed off on hole number 10. He dropped a shot on 11, but since then it's been very steady. In fact, aggressive golf from Angad.
Okay, we are here at the Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Invitational 2025. We are joined by two cricket legends, Kapil Dev and Roger Binney, former teammates, and they are going to be participating in a putting contest here with a little bit of a twist. They have a cricket bat in their hand, and with the cricket bat they'll be putting a golf ball towards the target. And let's see how it goes. But before that, let's get a reaction from both the players. Sir, are you looking forward to this contest with your former teammate?
Yeah, I think I'll do a better job with the cricket bat than a putter.
What do you have to say, Kapil sir?
No, I think just we want to come here for fun, enjoy, and that's more important. I think this is not our game, but we are playing other people's games, so we feel very proud if we can play other people's game and enjoy ourselves. Here, another one. Pick up that ball.
Speed is good.
That's better. Here, third. Come on. All right, it's gone right.
That's a good one.
Not bad. Okay, we have another one, cricketer.
Oh yes, we have only here as well.
Get the ball. Let's just...
No problem. I want you to sit in. Just ask you. I will be the moderator. Okay. So with Kapil, you, Mitari.
No, you touched it. It touched. It touched.
Okay. That's in.
I don't want to play.
That's a little out of character for Rashid Khan. They're quite firm. Well beyond the hole. And we'll have a good 5 feet coming back. We have gotten an update. Angad Chima has made birdie on the par 5 and is now the leader at 19 under par. So he looks set to lift this trophy, just needs to make pars all the way through.
I don't know if you agree with me on this, Shaurya, but this I think was a perfect example of grinding out a round today.
Yeah, it's a beautiful round. I think one of the best that I've seen, especially given the circumstance and everything around it. I would say that he's matured and improved a lot as a player.
Kept his shoulder to the wheel. And absolutely just stuck to the task. As and when the gains have come, he's taken them, I'm sure, with two hands, but he's just...
Gaganjit Bhullar now on the 8th hole. Par fours. It's an interesting hole, 334 yards, and these players would be trying to get there in one, especially the longer hitters like Gaganjit. See where that ball has ended up.
I think almost anybody in this field among the men, certainly the 60, all of them are quite capable of reaching this green and, or at least be greenside in
Yeah,
their tee
majority of the
shots.
hitters, if I have to look even at the leaderboard, like Angad Chima, Abhinav Lohan, Yuvraj Sandhu, Jairaj Sandhu, Dharma, Gaganjeet, all of them are long hitters. Rahul Ganji.
And this is not a particularly long shot for a professional. I mean, for amateurs, yes, it's a little daunting if you stand over there and look out, because you're looking out over an arm of the lake. That basically cuts into the
Well,
layout of the course.
to be honest, it's not the easiest either. You're looking at carrying water and then you're having to cut the edges to get to the green. And if you push it out a little further, right, then the hazard comes into play. So it is one which is fraught with danger if you're trying to hit the green.
Yeah, but like from the time I can only speak of what we've seen on what our camera teams have given us, almost every group that we've seen tee off, particularly in the morning waves, almost everybody's gone for green from there. And the amateurs would go left, of course. They're aiming for the fairway and safety. Like you saw the ball, that would probably
Yeah,
fell
because
short.
now it's also that the standard of play is improved. The miss-hits are not that much. And they're mostly playing about 15 yards left of the green.
Yeah.
A line which is about 15 yards left. Hole number 4.
So, like we've been telling you, the event now, the KDGT 2025 Invitational, has an outright leader with 4 holes to go.
Yeah, it's getting quite exciting here. And Angad Chima has taken the tournament by the scruff of the neck. He's made 6 birdies thus far after 14 holes and is playing like a true champion, is Angad. I'm certain that his family would be overjoyed if he were to win this tournament. From the golf course, out on the golf course, we have Karthik Sharma, who's shot a nifty 5 under par. M. Dharma, Jairaj Sandhu, 5 under par. Aman Raj stitching together a fabulous round, 7 under par.
Very good putt there. From off the green, literally we a couple of feet from the pin. We've given the others a good sighter from that spot. This gentleman is a bit ginger with his putt. After leaving it well short, and I think up next is my playing buddy partner from last week's tournament, Arjun Nohwar. He's the country head and South Asia head of Discovery. Strapping lad, big strong fella. He's opted to chip on. He's a good player. The others putted. He's opted to chip.
That's a good, assertive, aggressive choice.
Good player. He crushes the ball. I've obviously played the game at some level as an amateur. Big lad. Angad Chima was the pro in our group, and he was standing about 4 inches taller than Angad, so it gives you an idea of his size.
Yeah.
This guy is a big unit and strong. And he spends some time in the gym. Anyway, back to the important stuff. Ranavi is looking to putt out. And playing alongside the men, I'm sure the women's group will return to their tour with quite a few lessons in terms of, at least in what a difference par can make to their game. And Pranavi, of course, would also have good exposure from our time in Europe. He's had a very impressive season last year. Certainly, more than one of these girls who played here today will, over the last 3 days, will return to the WPGT with maybe some new ideas that they can add to their game. Because in terms of skill and short stuff around the greens, I'm sure they lack in nothing. It's the longer ball that Gaganjit, slightly difficult looking position. Giving that ball a lot of air. Luckily, he has a very, very large green to play with, so unfortunately landing on the wrong side of that slope. Instead of breaking towards the flag, it's gone the other way.
That's a no-hinge chipping technique, very rarely seen, but must say that still really well executed. So as long as you can master a technique, then everything works. Very difficult to chip in that fashion. Now we're able to see live feed 1 and live feed 2. And for those of you who are joining us on this wonderful Saturday evening, we'd like to welcome you to the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025 being played at the Prestige Golfshire Club, Bengaluru, offering a prize fund of rupees 2 crore. And leading the tournament is none other than the lad from Chandigarh, Angad Chima, 19 under par. And the leader in the clubhouse is Kalin Joshi. Who would have thought that he's done enough in order to at least secure a playoff, but not on the PGTI. On the PGTI, the birdies come thick and fast. As previously the saying was, these guys are good, but these girls are really good as well. They're playing really well, the lady professionals.
Just had a brief glimpse there of Teresa Malik, who's
Pranavi Urs leading from among the lady professionals. She's at 7 under par. And on live feed 2 is Bhaji Paji, Harbhajan Singh, World Cup champion. And a magical off spinner.
Man of many parts. He's you see him on comedy shows, you see him on cricket as a cricket expert, you see him on dance shows. Now he's added a new leaf to his resume by turning up at a golf course.
It's good to be multifaceted. As you have a look at Gaganjit Bhullar. Let's see where that putt is looking good and just about misses. Gaganjit Bhullar also playing well, tied 7th at 10 under par.
That putt would have helped him overcome those couple of drop shots that he early on the front nine. He dropped 2 shots on hole number 1 and 2, and then again on the 5th, unusually. But at the top of the leaderboard, it's a man who led overnight. Angad Chima of Chandigarh, 14 under par was his benchmark for the day. Kalin Joshi was closest to him, and he went 6 under to finally post a clubhouse target of 18 under par, which Angad has tracked down and just crossed. And he needs to now bring it home with the final 3 holes of this Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025. Teresa Malik's group exits hole number 14. The final 3-4 holes being left to play for almost all the groups. And this would have been certainly a learning experience for all of the women in the field. A good number of them have held their own, so they can leave this event and this venue very proud of what they've done, being part of something path-breaking, a unique initiative, first time a mixed field playing for the same prize purse. And the WGA contingent of 12 certainly putting its best foot forward. Lovely putt there. A lady member of the group almost willing that ball into the hole and doing it successfully. Great stuff. Gaganjit's group exits the 8th hole. They will now shortly turn for the glimpses of the first edition of this tournament. 4 years ago, Varun Parekh, of course, being the inaugural winner, getting his jacket from Indian cricket's tallest figures, took on and bested the best of the world around. The quickest fast bowlers of his time, minus so much of the protection that is afforded to batsmen of modern day cricket. Sunny did it with just a little steel skull cap and nothing else. Gutsy man. Very successful and highly regarded commentator now for the past many years, and today will lend his presence to the closing of the Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Invitational 2025 in Bengaluru. Almost all the professionals, when they tee off, despite hitting about 40-50 yards from behind where the amateurs will tee off, were aiming for the green or trying to get as close to the green as possible. It's a slightly different ask from many amateurs. They will choose a different line. This is a fairly wide expanse of water, about 100 odd yards. They need to cross straight off the tee, which can sometimes be a little intimidating. As you can see, the line the gentleman is standing over is a little different from what the professional just hit off. As the camera pulls back, you'll get a good idea of what we've been talking about. Safety first was the motto. Play for the fairway. The pros would have played for the green. So that essentially is what you are needed to do. A similar line. Fairly healthy contact with the ball there. Well left of the green, but safe. When you're dry on this hole, you're safe. So just a little left of the green. Good tee shot from there. Chima, meanwhile, now there on your picture. It's now 3 holes away, and for the closing stages of the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton 2025, Krishna Swami will join me in the commentary box. Swami, welcome back.
The key now is for Angad to keep his head. It's all about himself now. Only he stands between himself and the trophy.
Still taking the trouble and time, Swami, to run after the ball because it was headed off the green and into the and that's a good man for you, real gentleman.
Yeah, and also it just takes his mind off. It takes his mind off the pressure that he has of trying to maintain and stay that one shot ahead.
He's done a terrific job of grinding it out today. He knew what he needed to do, but I don't think he let that come in the way of his. He may have, in fact, that early bird bogey that he suffered was probably a good wake-up call because he's played really steady, tremendous
Correct.
golf.
I mean, any pressure that he might have felt, it might have woken him up.
Sometimes that works.
Yeah, it does
positively.
So put him into the present rather than trying to get ahead of himself, and that really worked. I mean, he's had 6 birdies since then, and slowly but steadily caught up with Kalin Joshi and then overtook him.
And if he does end up being the winner, it'll be a most deserving result. He's played clearly the best golf of the last 2 days.
And as Shaurya and I were discussing a little while ago, he had a fantastic 2024. He had 1 win and he had 7 top tens in all. This year, unfortunately, things haven't gone according to the plan, and there's been no top 10 against his name. He's had all middling finishes, all in the 20s and the 30s, and not quite no top 10s. So this will be a big, huge relief for him, coming as it does after last year, when he had 1 win, a couple of runner-up finishes, and even a 3rd place. So that
And
was a lot.
look at what he's doing, Swami. He's fielding for the amateurs. All of them are hitting off a very difficult spot onto the green that slopes away towards the water, and he's put his game aside for the moment. He's very happy to field the ball for those for the 3 AMs. So
Maybe that's also taking his mind off the pressure.
Yes. An exception, but given the way he played yesterday, I think I'm quite surprised to at the recount of his recent results, because he played some stellar golf yesterday. 9 under par, 7 birds, and an eagle without a single bogey on the card. It's tremendous golf. Gaurav, the difference, Gaurav Pratap set the pace on day 1, but was just not able to get back to that level. But here we have seen, and I think even Shaurya made the point that it's very difficult to play 2 consecutive rounds at such a high level. But Angad has really grinded away at that, and he's there and thereabouts.
While we're talking about Angad, Yuvraj Sandhu, who dropped a bogey on that 3rd hole, the par 5 third. He must have been really disappointed with that. But he quickly picked up an eagle on the par 5 fifth. I hope the scoring has been right there. So that puts Yuvraj into tied 4th position. And if he stays there, the check that he will get for approximately 10 lakhs might actually push him to the top of the order of merit. So that'll be a good plus for Yuvraj, even if he can't win. And whereas Angad Chima will then get into the reckoning.
Putting for a birdie here. So the downhill dogleg right. That's it. That
Fantastic.
probably
He
seals
is.
it. If that is a birdie indeed, then that's probably.
It was a fantastic putt there. I mean, no matter what it was, I mean, whether a birdie or a par, the fact is that he is very much, totally he is dialed in.
Very authoritative putting. You're right.
And he's
Absolutely.
making no mistakes. I mean, it was just a perfect
No
putt
question.
there. Not getting distracted. He knows that everybody is watching him now as the finishing line approaches. So that is just 2 more holes left for Angad. A very well-deserving win when it comes.
We've been fortunate to have the cameras following him for a good part of his round from
That's right.
And every putt he's made from whatever distance has been very, very convincing. He's not flinched from taking it on. With the previous birdie that came, he saw how that ball actually just flew into the hole and bounced up, bounced around, and then settled back in. He's not holding anything back. He knows that this is within reach, but he's still grinding. He's just going through the step by step, very methodical. But on the greens, he's not taken one step back. He's been very convincing with his putter.
Well, there he is in the driver's seat. Quite all right.
So holes number 8 and 9 to go for Angad Chima, who is now 2 shots clear of Kalin Joshi's clubhouse target, which is now the new lead score. Is 20 under par. Angad Chima has equaled Kalin Joshi 6 under round for the day, and he still has 2 holes to go. The one on his screen now, the par 4 18th, and the dogleg par 4 9th. The 18th you're coming over water, the 9th you have a dogleg right with the green just under the clubhouse.
And right now on the 8th we have Yuvraj, I think. Yeah, there we can see him, the blue shirt.
So once again, we've seen the pattern of yesterday. Swami repeated. On the first day, it was like a massacre of the people of the 24 who set out in the afternoon. They really fared so poorly. But Kalin and I think set the tone yesterday when he played in the program and still came up with a stellar run. So
Basically, a champion needs to be a champion in all kinds of conditions.
It doesn't really matter what the
all conditions and all circumstances, and that's what Angad is showing himself to be. So he's got 2 more holes left.
Yuvraj Sandhu playing himself into a very, very good spot. He may not have enough holes to trouble the top 3, but he's certainly cementing a very solid 4th for himself. He bounded well from that double bogey early on in his round and a bogey a couple of holes before this. But the young man from Chandigarh, sweet striker of the ball, winner of the opening 2 events on the PGTI schedule this year at Kolkata and thereafter Ahmedabad, had a string of good results. Missed out narrowly at the JP Greens a few weeks ago. And here he's very much on track for a top 5 finish.
Inside. Yuvraj has now kind of established himself as one of the more consistent players on the Indian scene, and sooner or later I think he will get his big breakthrough on a level higher than the PGTI and hopefully at the Asian level or maybe even the European Tour level, the DP World Tour level.
Well, he certainly has sealed his Asian Tour card as well, and he did it the hard way. Went to the ADT, the Asian Development Tour, and fought his way. Though I think he got the 8th and final spot that was good enough to guarantee him a start on the Asian Tour as and when he has the time. So
There it is, an aerial shot of those lovely greens. The eighth, the top contenders, Angad Chima, now approaching the eighth and the ninth, the last two holes for him. And right ahead of him is Yuvraj
a
Sandhu.
little bit of a jam here, Swami. The eighth tee is getting a little crowded because Angad's group is still waiting for the group ahead to clear it. Clear the green.
Well,
it's a 50-50.
50-50. Well, I think it's more like when the ball's into the hazard.
Yeah, this is safety first is always the mantra for the amateurs. I just said it before you joined me in the commentary box. It was for the pros. It's 9 times out of 10 they would hit for the green from further back, 50 yards behind. But for most amateurs, it's the fairway to the left of the green that they will be aiming for. And as we head into the final few minutes of the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025, I'm sure Singh will return to join Krishna Swami to walk you through the final.
Welcome once again, Shaurya, to the closing stages, the finishing stages, the last couple of holes on the final day of the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025 from Prestige Golfshire in Bengaluru. Some lovely aerial shots that we've been treated to by our camera team. And there is the scoreboard, which puts Angad Chima right on top at 20 under, 2 shots clear of Kalin Joshi, who finished almost 5 hours ago. Abhinav Lohan also finished 5 hours ago at 15 under, and Yuvraj Sandhu, who's got a couple of holes left, is at 12 under, when similar is the case for Arjun Prasad.
Sorry about that, please go ahead.
Jairaj Sandhu also finished in the morning at 5 under for his final round and 11 under total. And Gaganjeet Bhullar, who still has a couple of holes to play, is at 11 under and tied 6th place.
Yes, I was saying that this tournament and the format has been a resounding success. It's brave attempts like this that often go down in history. These are the epochs that will be remembered for time immemorial. The first time that you had the lady professional and the gentleman professionals come together, and hasn't it been an absolute enthralling journey for all of us? Angad Chima, of course, stamping his authority with style. It's the way you get it done. He's been 7 under par for the last 12 holes. So it's just stellar performance by Angad all around. Last 13 holes rather, but he's really put the pedal to the metal, so as to speak, and hasn't looked back. I thought that it would be not so easy to make 4 or 5 birdies and shoot 4 under, but he's proven me wrong. And he's definitely gone through a maturation process, has Angad, and has come out really well on the other side. He is a winner on tour, multiple winner, and now he's only gaining in stature. I remember having a conversation with him back in 2012. I remember that year he was ranked number 3. It was 2012 or 2013. I'm not quite sure which year it was. He was ranked number 3. And it was almost 10, 12 years ago. And we spoke about linear growth in golf. And I told him Golf, if you're the luckiest player in the world, you'll have a linear journey. Otherwise, it's always about plateaus. So he plateaued for the longest of while, but now he is breaking through the glass ceiling. And what this victory would do is would propel him up on the order of merit. And a player of his stature really needs time in Europe or Asia at least, and ply his trade on different continents. Now here he'll have a chip and putt for birdie. So you see he's taken the prudent approach. All the professionals playing a little to the left of the green, not flirting with the water of the tee, but still getting close enough to make chip and putt.
That's smart play, good course management.
Absolutely.
It also shows a lot of experience. I mean, Angad is not exactly the youngest of players. He's got enough experience. He knows how to kind of, cut the risks. And there, as you can see, he just wants to be there on the green and be sure. My God, this is just running away. No, thank God it stopped there. It just ran away a bit too much. If he gets a 2-putt for par there, he should be a happy man. He can't afford to drop a shot and make it more dramatic at this stage. Meanwhile, I wonder where Kalin Joshi is or what he's doing right now. It's been more than 5 hours since he finished this round. It's been like 5 hours, so he must be really watching this out. I mean, is he watching this leaderboard, or has he kind of asked someone to follow Angad to let him know the scores, etc.? And maybe at this stage, logically, he should be somewhere close to a driving range to at least keep up, to warm up.
Yeah, at this point in time, it's almost hope against hope open in order for him to get to the playoff. But 2 shots, you never know. Golf is a funny game. We've seen a lot of things happen. Of course, one can never forget Jean Van de Velde. But of course, I think Angad is made of sterner stuff.
That's a good one.
Angad Chima now surveying the green.
Just needs to stay focused. No frills, no risks. Lag it, 2-putt, walk away with a par. He's been lucky there. It just went a bit too far across the green. Well, he's done a good job of that. If he walks onto the 18th tee with a 2-shot lead, I mean his 18th hole, that is the 9th of the golf course here at Prestige Golfshire, it should be somewhat a little secure. But of course, as Shaurya says, stranger things have happened on a golf course. And so we know. We just saw that recently at the Masters, where McIlroy needed only a par to seal the green jacket. He bogeyed, went into a playoff, just about managed to get it back again.
Oh, it's a little jabby. Like a little stab at that.
Oh, that's a nice one. So he does the job for the amateur brigade there. Action replay. That's as good a putt as you will see, and even professionals can be proud of that. So he's done a good job of that. And now Angachima. He was about to take too much time, then just went ahead with it. So that's it. Cleans that up, a par, and he walks onto the final hole, 2 shots clear of the field. Karan Joshi already in the clubhouse. He's been there for more than 5.5 hours now, waiting and waiting. Alas, Angachima not only joined him but also has now gone ahead. And there is Sampachari walking in with the group which has the leader. There you are, there you see that. Angachima, 20 under. A lot of double-digit scores there. 9 players have scored 10 under or better. But two players who've shone out this week have been Angachima and Kalin Joshi.
Brilliant work by the drone pilot.
There's Yuvraj Santhu. Yuvraj Santhu needs one more shot to get into sole 4th position, and that would actually mean almost 10 lakhs, which would be about a lakh better than what he would get otherwise, or rather 2 better than what he would otherwise get. But more importantly, instantly he would move into lead at the order of merit. So we're reaching the very end of the KD Kapil Dev GT Thornton Invitational 2025, the 3rd edition. The rip-roaring success with a unique format. The last few groups on the course right now.
So I think it should be a time that all three of us can have a little bit of a discussion. That how's the experience been thus far for us, and I think it's the first time that we've commentated together. And what has been your highlight? For me specifically, I think the quality of play has been exemplary, and I have been much impressed by the players and how they've been able to go low and shoot low numbers. What about yourself, Mr. Swami?
Certainly not the lunch, but of course the quality of golf has been excellent, without doubt about it.
What about you, Raul? And we've seen a mixed format, and any thought about how our lady players have done so well? Lady professionals alongside the men, they've shot good red numbers, and especially now Pranavi, who's holding fort at 8 under par. I thought it is really impressive.
No, certainly. I mean, that's one of the things I was looking out for from the very beginning of this event. That how the girls would stack up against the guys who hit longer, much stronger. There's always the finer skills of the game, the short game on and around the green that would have come into play. And I think overall, I think they've held their own. Like you said, Pranavi is the lowest of the lot. And two or three others are in the red today, so that's good to see. Jasmine Shekhar, I think, was 2 under for today, as is Vidatri, she's 2 under as well. So that certainly is a hugely heartening aspect, and I would hope that this is a trendsetter of sorts. I would certainly look forward to seeing more of these mixed events being played in future. Now, who will do it? Who will come forward and take the initiative again? Remains to be seen, but certainly on the evidence of what we've seen at this event, it's a good thing, and I certainly hope we see it again and more of it.
Yeah, absolutely. A big thank you to Grant Thornton for making this happen. It's been an interesting week, especially for the amateurs as well. And I must say that it's so wonderfully organized, and the players have been gushing about the same, the facility, everything around it, and even the way the amateurs have played, and they've played in good speed as well, and the etiquette has been perfect. So you couldn't have asked for anything better. And what it appears to be a worthy champion right now. I mean, of course, he still has one hole to play, that final ninth to play, and then he can be crowned the champion golfer of the year.
I believe he will get his jacket, the Grant Thornton jacket from Sunil Gavaskar. Warren Parekh got it from MS Dhoni, and Karan Pratap Singh last year got it from Yuvraj Singh.
Puts in a lot of content on social media of him practicing and hitting irons. Very diligent in terms of his preparation. Also using that jumbo putter grip. This is what players do when they want to eliminate a lot of the wrist play.
Trying to stay focused through the closing stages. This is where he needs to concentrate more so that any drop shot he could see him tumble down.
This is a really good shot of the tee by Angad. It's a 392-yard hole, and he's put himself in perfect position. Couldn't have placed it better. Hasn't put a foot wrong this entire round, as Angad Chima. And look at that golf shot. Another absolute beauty by Angad Chima. It's all right. He has 3 to win. I think
he'll rather
make the birdie and win by 3. You know, the kind of
two putt it,
or maybe you just make a birdie and end up with a stellar 7 under par. So I think it seems almost like a foregone conclusion. He's held it together really well, as Angad hasn't displayed any case of the nerves, and that's another difference that I see in the players of today. They are a lot more self-assured and confident. Rarely do you see anybody, having the proverbial choke on the back nine. It doesn't quite happen to these players.
They've played enough. If you've got about 20, 25 tournaments in a season with a decent amount of prize money on offer, they do get used to it. They are far more steely than previous generations, and they have a lot to gain. And their ambitions are huge. I mean, they really are very ambitious. They want to try and do as much as they can.
Yeah, I think they have improved a lot, our players. It's not the easiest of golf course, but the top players have made short work of it. 20 under par is really something for 3 days, I must say that. And Kalin Joshi, what a valiant effort he put. Abhinav Lohan, who was the front runner for the longest of periods, but then cooled off towards the last 10 holes of his round. In fact, played the last 12 holes in even par. And 1 over, in fact. So that wasn't to be good enough. It looked like at one point in time he was in cruise control. He had reached 16 under par and he had good 12, 13 holes to play. I think he'll be pretty happy with his effort as well, and he'll take home a nifty little comfortable check of almost close to 12 lakhs. So that is...
It's often said in golf that all that matters to the players is a W, a win, because nobody else remembers other positions except the check that goes into the bank. But having said that, the positions behind the winner, they also count towards the order of merit honors, and in this case there are huge incentives for the players. For instance, Yuvraj, if he finishes sole 4th or even joint 4th, he will get to the top of the order of merit, and that even ahead of Joshua Berry, and that would be a big boost for Yuvraj, who set his eyes on that big prize. As he says, it's not the money, I want the honors, and I want to get to the DP
Yeah,
World
absolutely. It's not the money, but it doesn't hurt. I tell that from personal experience playing golf, and you always like a good check when you play well and that check hits the bank. I'll tell you, it's a different feeling. Prize money from sport and golf, it gives you a warm, fuzzy feeling inside your tummy. It almost feels as twice as the amount. I'll tell you that much. If there's something guilt-edged about prize money from sport, it's very different. I'll tell you that much. You work and you earn money. Of course, money is what makes the world go round, and it's so important in every facet of life, whether you like it or not. But when you earn it through sport, it feels very honorable. It's almost you can feel it, that it's blood, sweat, and tears that's gotten you there. That's a pretty good chip shot. That's a pretty good chip shot.
He almost got that in.
Yeah, saving the best for last. Angad Chima's group comprised of Mr. Vivek Bajpai, Mr. Neeraj Shah, and Mr. Rishabh Rungta. What a beautiful shot.
It was indeed a fantastic effort. Worthy of a professional player, and I'm sure inspired by Angad with whom he's played. There is Mr. Sunil Gavaskar walking in with Kapil Dev and Amandeep Chol and Vikas of the PGTI.
What a moment to be given the trophy by none other than these two gentlemen. I mean, these are the heavyweights, the hard hitters of sport, not just cricket.
There is the Augusta Masters shirt, which Mr. Gavaskar is wearing.
You are a proud owner of the same.
Oh, I have lots of them. I love them. There's nothing more I like than an Augusta shirt or an Augusta t-shirt.
I must say that Mr. Joel has put on the fine wear. Befitting the situation. Must say that Mr. Gavaskar still looks young, and we've seen so many of his great innings, and how he used to actually play without a helmet. Both of you have covered so much sport, and still and from the little knowledge that I have, it's something that was akin to Viv Richards, and only a very few players who could do that play without a helmet. Fearless. And he'll be crowning a new fearless champion, Angad Chima. Golfing royalty and sporting royalty meet. Heartwarming moments, and we must thank Grand Thornton Bharat for really getting this together, and Professional Golf Tour of India for making this happen.
And this is the man, Kapil Dev, who's walking right in the front, a legend, who's made all this possible. Over the past 3 years, he's got 3 great cricketers come in and give away the prizes. It's been MS Dhoni, Yuvraj Singh, Sunil Gavaskar. Getting all of them here, one by one, over the years, is just amazing.
Yes, absolutely. They understand what sport means to the country, and they give their valuable time. This is the epitome of giving back. When you say giving back in sport, this is what it is.
This is exactly what it is all about.
Inspiring the next generation of champions. So many of our golfers, the lady golfers, the men golfers, even some of those younger amateurs, it means the entire world to them to see these players in the flesh.
Wow, what a thing, Kapil Dev is showing Sunil Gavaskar all the things around. He's kind of giving him a guided tour of the clubhouse.
As you look at Angad's
Chima
that's good. That was a tap-in for a 2-shot victory. Will he take his time or will he tap it in? Angad, you fine young man, you absolute beauty, you have done well. What a stellar final round of 6 under par. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a new champion, and the name of the champion is Chima. Angad Chima is the man. Cometh the man. What a performance. A performance worthy of a giant. Able to cull down such fine other players. None more so than Kalin Joshi, who put together a stellar round in his own right, 6 under par. But that was not to be. Angad Chima did one better.
So rounds of 66, 64, 66, 20 under at 196. And 2 shots better than Kalin Joshi, who finished earlier in the day with a round of 66 also and at 198. Indeed, an amazing performance there from Angad Chima. Finally back in the winner's circle after more than a year, and he is the man of the moment.
Sunny ji and Kapil ji. It's It's rather heartwarming, gives you a fuzzy feeling, to be honest. How far the game has come.
Looks so fit. Sunil Gavaskar is so fit even at this age. What a fantastic man.
And looking at some of the other scores, the champion, of course, is Anga Chima, followed by Kalin Joshi, who had a valiant day today with a stellar 6 under par. Abhinav Lohan, who was our leader for the longest time, had eagles, birdies, but then could not quite carry the momentum. Yuvraj Sandhu in 4th position. Jairaj Sandhu.
There is Anga Chima being congratulated by Kapil there, and he's smiling away with the audience, the small audience, including Sunil Gavaskar right in front of him. I am marveling at Mr. Gavaskar's fitness. 75 years of age. He's going to be 75 in July this year, and he is so remarkably fit. It's just amazing. Plays badminton regularly and, of course, has stayed fit. And here is another legend holding fort, Kapil Dev. What a picture here. Kapil Dev talking to Sunil Gavaskar. The two of them who've carried the burden of Indian cricket for decades are now there together on a golf course. Indeed, a great moment. And this is what the sport needed for us. Amazing stuff.
Mr. Nikhil Kalan from the PGTI. And looking at some of the other scores, Gaganjeet Bhullar at tied 5th alongside Arjun Prasad. And in 9th position, M. Dharma and Olympian Udyan Mane. So rounding up the top 10 at 10 under par. Stellar week. Quite a few under par scores. We had a total of 45 players who were under par this week. And the best lady professional goes to Pranavi Urs, who was at 8 under par. Now deep in conversation.
The prize presentation for the 3rd edition of the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational will soon be held here. The young man comes there for the autograph and Kapil Dev duly signs it.
He's also looking at the maestro in the flesh. They all have stars in their eyes, and this is what youngsters will remember. You can see the parents are waiting there and they want this moment. Often when you get to meet your sporting idols, it's almost like an outer body experience, especially when you meet.
There it is. Autographs of Kapil Dev and Sunny Gavaskar on that small commemorative bat together. Indeed, a great moment for this young man. He will cherish it for the rest of his life. Fantastic. There are pictures there. Your hero, the man who you saw take on the greatest fast bowlers of the world in the early 1970s and 1971. His debut series, 774 runs in just 4 test matches. Indeed, amazing. And those were the days when there was no helmet, just a bare elbow guard. And he took on the best players, the fastest bowlers in the world, fearless, as it were.
Another player who's fearless is Anga Chima, who would climb up all the way to the top 5 of the order of merit.
Yes, indeed.
I wonder how they will get the time for the prize ceremony. They'll be thronged by everybody who's looking for...
No, they are still waiting for...
the card submission?
That is right. They will still be waiting for the card submission. Yuvraj Sandhu has pulled away into sole 4th position at 12 under. Arjun Prasad seems to have dropped a shot towards the end, and he is at 11 under. So Yuvraj at sole 4th will pull in just under 10 lakhs, and he goes up from 45 lakhs to 55 lakhs. So just over 55 lakhs he will Yuvraj Sandhu was 45 lakhs 68, so he goes up to 55 lakhs and 60,000, and that should put him right on top at the order of merit. Arjun Prasad will move down to the third place. He is finishing fifth. Arjun Prasad tied fifth with Jairaj Sandhu, Gaganjit Buller, and Sachin Basoya. The four of them finishing there, so he will get approximately 5 lakhs, and he also gets close to 50 lakhs in terms of what he's just goes past 50 lakhs, and he will be third. Joshua Berry will move down to second, but Joshua Berry unlikely to play anymore on the Indian tour. And here are the highlights, some of the best moments. Rohan Dhol Patil, who had his wife on the bag on the third and final day. Rohan Dhol Patil also had a good tournament. He was going so well towards in these early stages of the fourth and third and final day, but later slipped and ended with a 2-over final day and finished in a tie for 27th place. Great day's play. There is Abhinav Lohan in that colourful pink shirt. He gave it all he had. 2 under for the final day. He had a fantastic 7 under a day earlier, which actually gave him a good chance to actually fight the title. He finishes third. So Angad Chima, 66, 64, 66, 20 under, and winner of the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton 2025. 2 shots behind him with rounds of 65, 67, and 66 at 18 under was Kalin Joshi of Bengaluru, and in the third place Abhinav Lohan with rounds of 66, 65 and 70 at 15 under, and in the fourth place Yuvraj Sandhu, who has had 67, 67 and 70 for 12 under. The consolation for him that he moves to the top of the leaderboard of the Order of Merit for 2025. Only the first half of the season, or rather only a portion of the first half of the season has gotten over. So he's got a great chance of picking up that Order of Merit honours and move on to the DP World Tour as per the alliance and arrangement of the PGTI with the DP World Tour. Indeed, a great incentive for Yuvraj Sandhu to look forward to, following in the footsteps of Manu Gandas and Om Prakash Chauhan, who had the similar honour over the last 2 years. It's been an amazing week. Great golf, fantastic golf course, and a congregation of legends on the golf course, both cricket and golf. And we had what a fantastic week here. A unique tournament, thanks to the vision of Grant Thornton and also Kapil Dev and the PGTI CEO Amandeep Jol, all put together produced what I believe, or what I understand and what I am convinced is a fantastic tournament. 2 crores of prize money, 30 lakhs for the winner Angad Chima, 20 lakhs for Kalin Joshi, and then of course 12 lakhs for the third place Abhinav Lohan, and just under 10 lakhs for the fourth place Yuvraj Sandhu.
Indeed, there's a stratospheric prize money. Lot of money on offer. Of course, we do play for the pride and glory. Has been a week of firsts.
These last few moments of that was a fantastic part. It's almost like even the amateurs have had their moment of glory right towards the end. As the highlights show, that was a long putt there for that lady. Indeed, fantastic. Angad Chima, that was his putt earlier. I mean, he was just the amateur scene inspired by the professionals. And here is Angad. Thornton Invitational 2025, and thanks for being with us. It was great bringing all the commentary and the visuals to you. This is Krishna Swami signing off with Rahul Banerjee and Shaurya Singh from the studio. Thank you.
We are here with two cricketing greats, Kapil Dev and Harbhajan Singh, two great bowlers also, and we have a little bowling contest lined up for them. Here in the nets, we've got a target here. We'll give them 3 chances each. Let's see who hits the stumps more often. Let's go.
Okay.
Harbhajan, do you want to start?
Bowler. Ayyo, Amma.
No spin.
Again me? Yeah, 3 balls.
3 balls.
Oh, no spin. Yorker marni padi hai. Super over. Yorker. Oh. Yorker. Guru ही होता है. Guru ही होता है.
Oh, sir, one more, last one. So you saw that very fascinating bowling contest. How did you enjoy it? How did both of you enjoy it? Harbhajan, first you.
Well, I'm so glad that I got to bowl with Kapil. मेरी जीत उसी में होगी, है ना? मैं उतने में खुश हूँ.
Sir.
No, I think I would like to talk about that. कि आज golf का है KDGT tournament and they come here to play. इससे अच्छा क्या लगता है कि क्रिकेटर आके थोड़ा बहुत golf को भी प्रमोट करते हैं तो और भी अच्छा लगता है. ये कंपटीशन तो ठीक है, लेकिन उधर जो रियल कंपटीशन है उसमें मजा आएगा.
असली कंपटीशन में आपको देखेंगे सर. Thank you.
Thank you.
No introduction is required. Both of them are on the golfing field. You know, that is the greatest occasion, greatest moment for me. I'm, so excited. We've got the legendary Mr. Sanil Gavaskar, who's just visited Augusta National, and he was at the Masters 2025. Tell us about your experience, sir.
Well, firstly, thank you for having me over here for a golfing event. I've been following golf for so many years. I don't play golf because, as a batter, I believed in centuries. So I know that, the old habits die hard. and I would be able to get a century in golf pretty easily, and unlike in cricket. But I didn't want to take up golf, but I just enjoy watching it because I think it's the most elegant of games, most stylish of games. And the Augusta Masters was on my bucket list of watching sporting events in the world, and the last and final item. So it was a very good occasion. I was there, happened to be there on the last day, and to see Rory McIlroy, who had not, this was the one tournament that he hadn't won. And he's now having one that he's completed the Grand Slam. So maybe somebody should also send him a message. Maybe the message will go from here that anytime you want to win a tournament for the first time, please make sure that I am there for the final day. I could be your lucky charm.
Exactly, sir. He's actually maybe scheduled to come. You know, that we are having the DP World India Championship in October at the Delhi Golf Club. That's my home club. And there are good rumors that Rory may be coming. So maybe we should invite you for the DP World Championship just so that he can complete his actual slam. Yeah. Because the slam wouldn't be complete if he doesn't come to India.
Yeah, but you want to also...
Just keep it close. A lot of people can't hear you.
Because you also want to make sure actually that an Indian wins. So having Rory there, I would rather have an Indian win rather than Rory.
Absolutely, sir. Fingers crossed. I mean, I think... big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I think the belief in Indian sport, in Indian golf, I think you have started the belief in Indian sport from 1983 when you won the World Cup. People started believing in sport, and then they took to believing in cricket. I think with Mr. Kapil Dev joining as the president of PGTI, we need to switch that belief to other sports. And I think golf has shown that, you know, we have so much of talent. We have so many players who can make it to the world scene. Aditi Ashok almost won the bronze medal in the Japan Olympics. So, you know, with he's put his entire weight behind the game.
Which will be fantastic because, like you said, I think that 1980 World Cup win was a huge turning point as far as Indian cricket is concerned. Indian cricket was good, but I think the cricketing world started to take it seriously after that win. There were some earlier wins as well, but to win a World Cup where everybody else is participating in the same kind of environment, same kind of conditions, it was truly extraordinary. And I would imagine that with Kapsi putting his weight behind this as the president of the PGTI, the game is bound to see loads of growth.
Loads of growth, sir. We need great golf courses like this and great tournaments like this. Kapil Dev, Grant Thornton, I think Grant Thornton has come together. This is the third year. And we have a great tradition in the Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Open. The first year, Mr. Mahinder Singh Dhoni came and presented the winner's jacket. Last year was legendary Yuvraj Singh. And this year, the Little Master, after having visited the Masters, I think this tournament has truly become the one. Sir, what are your comments on the Little Master coming and presenting the winner's jacket at your tournament?
I think wonderful. More than that, I want to say thanks to all the celebrities who played for the last 3 days, especially my cricketing friends, Kirmani, Roger Binny, Ajit Agarkar, Murli Karthik, Murli Vijay, Harbhajan also. He never played, but he tried his hand. One day I will try. He loved to make hundreds, but here in golf it doesn't sound very good when you score 100. And if Vishesh can hear,
is Vishesh here?
Vishesh is there, Grant Thornton. I think it's very important. I would like him to come here, but it's a wonderful. I think I played cricket. We played cricket. We enjoyed everything, but we never seen such a surrounding when we play cricket. This is the only game you walk for almost 4 or 5 years. You've seen the old trees, water, birds, ducks, animals. You can't believe that how good as a cricketer I feel that. And I'm so delighted and happy Sunil made it today. And we want to keep this tradition. And all the top golfers, and this is the first time, Sunshine, we are done where the ladies pros also played with the boys. We want to give equally a chance to everybody, equal chance to all the girls and boys. I'm very delighted. I'm very happy we are taking a lead now. I hope more sponsor will come. To me, as a president, I like to see more sponsors coming to look after her. We are not comparing with cricket, but I think one day if we can talk about in the cricket field, yes, golf is the game where all the sponsors should come.
So the beauty of this game, not talk too much. No, the beauty of this game, like you said, this is probably the only sport. I don't think I could bowl to a Sunny Gavaskar or face Mr. Kapil Dev's ball. But on a golf course, I can play with you for over 4 hours, and each one is playing their own game. So
I have Harbhajan is here. Can I invite?
Let's have Bhaji. Big round of applause for Harbhajan Singh.
Yeah, Venkat Prasad was here. I don't know, he's gone. Please.
Sir, I'm the odd one out here, but because...
No, you are the backbone of everything. And I'm still waiting for Vishesh. If he comes here once, we'll appreciate that. He's the senior part of Grand Thornton. He's the backbone of this tournament. Without
big round of applause for Vishesh.
Yes,
Vishesh
without him,
thank you.
it's not possible. This tournament would have taken. I know sponsors spend lots and lots of money. How much they get back, we don't know the value for money. But thank you very much. And I hope you keep up the tradition.
You know, Vishesh brought this brilliant idea about getting the girls and the boys to play on the same platform. There was definitely a lot of resistance, but I think, Vishesh, what do you think? Your first year about having the girls and boys play together?
I think it's just fantastic. You know, obviously we tried to take the idea from the GT Invitational at the Tiburon course in Naples, which is the first LPGA PGA Tour joint event where both the women and the men compete for equal prize money. This, I think, with Paji's idea went even better. You're competing for the same pot. So it's not about men or women. Let the best individual win.
Absolutely. I think Bhaji played with one of our superstars, Tressa Malik. Bhaji, how was the experience today? She's one of our superstars, married to another superstar, Ajitesh Sandhu. So how was your experience playing with Tressa?
So thank you so much for having me. First of all, Kapil Paji, thank you for that phone call. कि पजी golf खेलना है, मैंने कहा हाँ जी पाजी जरूर खेलना है और thank you for having me. बड़ा मज़ा आया. पहले 11 राउंड ना was very frustrating for me. मैंने कहा मैं गलत कोर्ट में हूँ, मैं मुझे गलत जगह पे हूँ. But then later on I had something to eat there with uncle. Uncle ने पता नहीं क्या खिलाया. उसके बाद uncle मैं बहुत ज़बरदस्त खेला हूँ. You can ask Malik जो हमारे साथ खेल रहे थे. But lovely to be here again and you know having seeing my legends you know on the field playing cricket and और आज हमें मौका मिल रहा है उनके साथ खड़े होके golf खेलने का. I'm so glad to be here and I'm looking forward to come here next year. Paji, I'll be better.
Thank you. Big round of applause. Bhaji, आपने पहली बार 2023 में golf club पकड़ा था और आज मैंने देखा आपकी grip one of the best. I mean, if I have to teach somebody the grip of golf, he held the golf club perfectly. तो आप क्या प्रैक्टिस करते रहे दुबई में और बाकी जगहों में?
दुबई में मेरे दोस्त है शिव कपूर, तो उन्होंने मुझे अपने क्लब्स दिए, जूते दिए, मैंने ना वो साइन करवा के रख लिए. थोड़ी देर खेला तो मैंने कहा शिव this is I'm going to keep it with me, but he's been very kind. He took me few time to golf course, gave me few lessons, but मैं उतना consistently practice कर नहीं पाया. But the more I play, better I was getting today.
Absolutely.
So मैं अब चाह रहा था कि आज ना रात हो ही ना, क्योंकि लास्ट के 5-6 राउंड was so good. I was able to hit the ball and जो मलिक हमारे साथ खेल रही थी हमारी, मैंने कहा जी आप मेरे कोच बन जाओ, आप मुझे सिखाइए. It was lovely to play with my other partners, with my other partners as well. They helped me a lot. तो बहुत मज़ा आया और उम्मीद करता हूँ next year मैं compete करने आऊँगा.
Definitely. We are looking forward कि आप compete करने आओगे. And thank you all for joining for this lovely tournament. And I think we have a great winner this week. We've got Angad Chima, who's come out as 20 under par, winner of this tournament. Can we have Angad? Are they still doing the scoring? Okay. Okay, that's...
They're still doing the scoring, but we thought we will just...
Okay, we could get probably Angad in a little while. In the meantime, your thoughts, sir, final thoughts about how we have come and done this tournament. Big round of applause for Vishesh and his entire team. A big round of applause for Brandon and his team for putting it together. And all the sponsors, Rolex, Victorious Choice, IndusInd Bank, Amrutanjan, Electroplus, Bisleri, Golf Plus Monthly, Athletic Drive, 90 in Bharat and Beyond, Harley Davidson, LGT Wealth India, InQ Space, Skyline, SRMB, Four Seasons Hotels, Ballantyne's, Corona, Callaway, Wellbeing Nutrition, all the greatest brands behind the greatest.
No, this is all come later on. First is the golf course.
Absolutely, sir.
We
Big round of
must
applause
say
for
that.
Prestige
What a
Golfshire.
Prestige golf course, given us such great facilities. Look at the course. I think all the people who played, उनको मजा आया होगा. हाँ भाई, जिसने स्कोर अच्छा नहीं किया उसको क्या मजा आना, पर जो अच्छे खेले हैं, they must be very proud. But again, Prestige Golf, all the sponsors, thank you very much. And I want to put Vishesh in a spot there. I hope he will increase the money next year double. That's all. That's all. Yeah, see all the golfers talking about that.
You've said it, Paji. We'll definitely consider it. Thank you.
That was not what we expected. A bigger round of applause, guys.
Here is the man who really do everything. Come on, Brandon.
If it was 5 minutes later, he might have finished actually the presentation. Paji, kithe ja rahe ho? Come closer. CEO Saab, you've already taken all, you've thanked everybody. I hope you give Grant Thornton the top box office thanks first up. Huge event, guys, ladies and gentlemen. Handstand finish. It was great to, of course, welcome a new champion. But please spare a thought for our runner-up as well. He played early morning, finished, and waited 6 hours before realizing he was pipped at the post. But I think when it was curated as this famous Kapil Dev tie-up with Grant Thornton, we wanted something spectacular. We got something spectacular, guys. Okay, we've got lots of stuff to give away. So if I may first call up Mr. Ashish Chaucharia and Soumyapal Chaudhary, please. Partners at Grant Thornton Bharat, to hand over a few mementos to lots of the people that I know Amandeep just ran through. First up, we had our proud partners. No event is complete without support. Can we get Ekta Diwan, Marketing Head, InQ Space, please? I know lots of people are in the shower, so Mr. Gavaskar is not the prize. Take it there. He's getting so close to him. Okay. All right. Another proud partner, can we have Karanbir Chaudhary for LGT Wealth India, please? Karanbir, thanks for coming on board. KBC, I told you guys this on day one. The program was named after KBC, Karanbir Chaudhary. KBC, at least take the memento before you're grabbing Paji. Okay. We would like to thank Skyline by Candia. Unfortunately, nobody's here from there, but thank you to them. Also, Harley Davidson, please. Rohit Girish. Rohit Girish, there you are. And folks, I don't know whether anybody has commented, but our little master went to Augusta Masters that he said was part of the bucket list. I love the shirt he's made conscious effort to wear today, and I believe he also picked up the watch. So not just class and taste, but he's made sure that Augusta is embedded in his life as well. Thank you. Okay, also our partners, can we get our championship partners from SRMB, please? Ashish Beriwala, please. Ashish, where are you? He's taking a shot. Well, you're the brand ambassador. Do you want to see it? Paji is one of his brand ambassadors amongst Rohit Sharma, Pankaj Tripathi, Madhuri Dixit. We still for Paji. SRMB. Okay, there's nobody here left from Four Seasons, but thank you for their support. Can we get from Callaway, please? Abhay Singh Chauhan. Abhay Singh Chauhan. There we go. Ashish, you're also here. He give it back now. One more. Okay. Our other partners, if there's anybody from there, because we've got no name, from Corona, please. The Corona beer, we've enjoyed drinking, not of course the disease, we only prefer the beer. Where is Corona? Anybody? Nobody. Okay, Wellbeing Nutrition, anybody here? Arata, The Whole Truth. I know nobody's here from BMW. Okay, now Amandeep, PGTI hasn't received anything for a long time, so we thought we'll give you something today. Come on up, PGTI, our CEO, Amandeep Joel, please. These are the king. He's here, he's here. Now, folks, for everybody who's come out just for the first time in these last 3 days, first time ever, 60 men professionals lined up against 12 lady players, 5 from the order of merit, 7 from chosen in terms of wild cards, girls who are now playing in Europe. All 12 went up against with the 60 guys for the 2 crore prize money. A big thank you to the WGI, and I know nobody's here from the body, but is there any of the lady professionals in the vicinity? We'd like one lady pro to come up and carry back this small memento. There were lots who played. Is Pranavi, Avani, Tresa, anybody here? We just finished, I know, but any of the girls here? No, we'll do it later. Oh, she said, yeah, Pranavi. Pranavi Oles has just had 3 top finishes in the top 10 in Europe. She made the effort to come back here. This is a home club. Pranavi, I know you didn't have the greatest week, but I know you're in there. So well done, Pranavi. Thank you. This is for the WGI. Also, folks, I think Paji said it right at the beginning, you can't do without a great golf course. Unlike looking at a pitch, 18 holes, 500 acres of manicured facility, pristine condition. The wind even stayed down because I think we ordered that. Scores 20 under par 1. Couldn't have happened without the greenkeeping and the staff that puts this together. Huge round for Prestige Golfshire. And if Declan's here, please, Declan McCollum, please. Declan is the GM of the property. If he's not here, can we get Hamza? If Hamza's not there, can we get Ben, please? He's here. Thank you, Declan. Now, apart from Declan looking like my brother now, we used to be on the Asian tour in the late 80s, so it's nice to have caught up with again. Thanks, Dec. Come. And I'm going to enjoy calling out the last one because we do events, and then there's the KDGT. Thank you for choosing us this year. For my team, can I get, please, Shabana, you come up, please, and receive this for Brendan D'Souza management. They worked really, really hard. It's been a great 3 months, and we really love putting this one together. This is the team. They're backed by many, many, many people. I won't take the names, but thank you so much. Okay, now, do you guys want the good news or the bad news? We have a winner, of course, but the rest of the prizes weren't ready because there's still 14 cards that were expected. So we have 5 minutes. We can either have Sunny Sir hit a couple of putts with a bat, or Paji can tell you some bad jokes, or Murli's here to tell jokes. Okay.
So I wanted to ask Sunny Sir this question. He just came back from Augusta. I hear at the Masters you're not allowed your cell phones. What was that experience like, leaving your cell phone away and in the middle of a country you're not that familiar with, the course, hundreds of acres? What was that experience like, leaving your phone away? And can we attempt that at KDGT or a PGTI event one day, perhaps, Paji?
Well, yes, it was difficult, but we knew about it from before. So the friends who dropped me to just outside the entrance, I left my phone. I left my phone with them, so that wasn't really an issue. And I'm not really much of a user of the phone, so it wasn't that much of a problem. But yeah, I think maybe obviously on the course you don't carry your phone, but maybe if you have a situation where those who follow the sport, those who will walk the course with you, if maybe they sometimes they can get a bit excited. I know that you want a bit of silence on the greens, and so clearly I think that could be attempted. Or maybe even if you tell them to keep it on silent and maybe not to take pictures. But then I think India, you cannot stop people taking pictures. I think in India, people will forget to have their breakfast, lunch, or dinner, but they won't forget to take pictures.
Exactly. So what was your favorite moment of that tournament, or being there?
I think, well, it's not exactly, you wouldn't call it the favorite moment, but to see an Englishman and an Irishman pitted against each other for the playoff, and I was just wondering, who's going to, with the fact that they always seem to have a go at each other, who was going to be on top. But the way Justin Rose played, to come even within a whisker of winning the most coveted major. Just tells you, that in this sport, it doesn't matter what happens. As long as you believe in yourself, you can do the impossible.
Yeah, in your mid-40s to even attempt that was remarkable. Absolutely. Okay.
We'll do some questions now for you, sir. Okay, we're going to just switch it back to you for a second, Vishesh. Paji, up either, Rajesh. You're the center stage. You're on the side is not looking correct. First time ever you guys thought of this format. You went ahead with it. We had a lot of concerns whether it would work or not. I want to hear from each one of you, your reaction first, Paji, and then Vishesh, about this whole format and how it's worked out and where it's going to go.
Okay, I think it's a fantastic, great to see that, because this is the only game where the boys and girls can play together and win the money. What we talk about, that is the great about this. That what I feel personally, we should organize this type of tournament more. मजा आता है देखने में. वैसे भी लड़कियां हों तो अच्छा लगता है, कोई बुरा तो नहीं लगता ना. तो इसलिए लड़कियां साथ में होंगी तो गेम थोड़ा improve हो सकता है. And I must say that this experience for me also, which I never had before, it was fantastic. I'm playing golf for more than 20 years, but what a great experience. I played few holes with everybody. It was great to see that. And again, my cricketing friends come out, corporate world come out. Where the hell you get a chance to meet all the corporate people in this? I think that is the cherry on the cake, is all the companies. I don't want to take the name, but if I have to take few names, my dear friend from Chandigarh, Britannia, people were here. Is he gone?
Varun Berry.
Varun.
No, I'd like to actually take a minute to thank Varun Berry, Shiv Kumar of Advent, Varun, of course, CEO of Britannia, Noreen Fazal, your local from the Prestige Golf Club. Noreen is there at the back. And Sumit Rathore, who were our championship advisory board. Without their support, this wouldn't have happened. So if I may request a big round of applause for that championship advisory board. I can't see Varun, but Noreen? No, I think he's in the shop. Is that at the back? Sumit, are you there? Yes, Sumit is just there. Thank you very much, Sumit. And just responding to you, I think, we will go back to the drawing board. This was an experiment. We like experimenting at Thornton. Our brand promise is status quo, challenge the status quo. And we will do that again. We will go back to the drawing board and see how can we do this even better. I was speaking to some of our, global sponsors from the LPGA, and they were keen on coming to this tournament. If we can bring even some additional sponsors to the table, I'm pretty sure we can attract some LPGA players to this tournament in future years. So that will be our ultimate aim.
I think the most thing I was about to talking to the player, which was most important, because what Vishesh said, go to the drawing board, start trying what more and what better we can do. I think if next year most of the golf pros want to play only with the 2 corporate people rather than 3, and par is given, so the game can be much quicker. I think that was very, very important. So every time we want to learn and try to give experience. I understand my corporate people should enjoy that, but most important, this is the golfer, professional golfer. They should be the look after much better than anybody else. And I personally feel everybody's happy, but we want to look after them much more than anybody else.
No, absolutely. A big thank you to all the professionals for bearing with all us amateurs around them, teeing off from different tees, creating a nuisance, not knowing where to walk, when to talk, when not to talk. So really a very, very big thank you to all the PGTI professionals, all the WGI lady professionals. Thank you so much for bearing with us.
Okay, folks, I know we're running out of daylight hours as well as TV time, so we're going to rush into the prizes. We'll do the Pro-Am prizes later. I did want to ask Mr. Gavaskar when he's also going to join us in the greens, because I'm sure he has lots and lots of friends who've been persuading him, and it hasn't happened for so many years. But very, very quickly, we'd like to crown first our best woman professional in the tournament. Can we get Pranavi Urs, please? Pranavi Urs, I think, finished at 8 under par. You're going to, and where's Malcolm? Meghna's already here. Where's Malcolm, please? Can we have you up here to help with this? CEO of GT London, right? UK, sorry, sir. There's the trophy. And the jacket. Come, come, come. All right. Jacket, Malcolm, you're going to put on. Amandeep, you need to be in the photograph. Stay here. Where did Mr. Harbhajan Singh go? I want to give him some quick tips. Where did, sir, aap aao wapas, please. We have to do the check. You're with Sunny, sir. Come, come, come. Okay, good. Well done, Pranavi. Thank you very much. Okay, folks, now we have the jacket going to be put on our champion by the great Sunny Gavaskar. We have the check, which I know Angad would prefer to the jacket because that's for a lot of many lakhs of rupees. And of course, we have the trophy. So can we please hear it for a gentleman who's gone 20 under par, 6, 8, and 6. Fantastic performance by Angad Chima, ladies and gentlemen. We should be able to hear it back in the Marriott. Give that to Mr. Gavaskar. He will put it on. It's made to size. I know you'll have somebody slim like you winning. Can we hold the check, please? Oh, who's doing the check? Harbhajan ji is right here. That's the exciting part. And if we can have Paji with the trophy, we'll do it on the trophy table, please. We'll just, please, if we can have all of you gentlemen there. Come, sir. There's a beautiful lit Grand Bharat, the GT Bharat. This one you can cherish. Angad to many, many more. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, 20 under par, no mean score, an incredible golf course. I know our hearts will also say to give a round of applause to Cullen, unfortunately finished 2 back, but our great champion. Yeah, absolutely now. Just waiting for this to blow out. Okay, to hear champion now, folks.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank a lot of people. Kapil Dev, sir, thank you for having this event for us. Being our president, you've done brilliantly for all of PGTI, and we're looking at a very big next year and the second half. Thank you so much for that. Grand Thornton for having the event. It's been a fantastic event. I've played all the editions and it's been a pleasure. Thank you. Prestige Golfshire, the golf course was in amazing condition, and it's probably one of the best venues to have such an event. All our tour sponsors, and then I would like to go back to my family. My family, my mother, my wife who's here. Yeah, yeah.
Come and join him.
Okay.
All 50 more holes.
You're gonna hold the trophy? So a funny thing is, she about 10 days back she told me like there have not been too many events that you have actually played well when I've walked. So this was in the back of my head, and I'm glad I could actually play well when she was walking. She's been amazing. My sisters, my nephew, my niece who are in America, who watched it all throughout, all night. So thank all of them. And my coach, Mr. Jesse Kariwal, my sponsor, Ping, and 3 Below. So thank you, everyone. It wouldn't have been possible without you. Thank you.
I hope that our players don't just play well, they say all the right things, so he's definitely sleeping in his own bedroom tonight. But well done to you, Angad Chima, champion for the KDGT 2025, folks. Okay, we've tried to catch all of this because we're going off the air on Doordarshan. Everything moves to the GT Lounge now, please, folks. The toast is going to be there, the championship toast. We still have Pro-Am prizes to give away. We haven't forgotten about the amateurs, but it's all shifting to the back to the GT Lounge, please, near the main bar. To our very, very privileged, very, very sort of say, not just fantastic presentation party, to have Mr. Sunny Gavaskar and Mr. Harbhajan Singh help with all of this. Truly an honor, sir. Thank you so much to be here. And of course to our title sponsor, Grant Thornton, Mr. Chinduk. Paji, thank you so much. And to the PGTI, Amandeep, thank you, and we look forward to seeing you next year. Everybody shift to the GT Lounge, folks. Thank you so much.